Chapter 1. Loot Drop Rate 100 in the 7-star prefecture, the Red Tiger sect. Xiao Shi felt a sense of melancholy as he rubbed his forehead. He never anticipated that after his reincarnation, he would inherit the attribute panel from his previous life as a gamer, and what was more surprising was that it was already fully allocated. In a drunken stupor, he had foolishly allocated all his attribute points to the loot drop rate, resulting in no enhancements to his conventional attributes such as strength, constitution, agility, and spirit. Now, as a disciple of the Red Tiger sect, he found himself lacking any advancement in his cultivation, despite his identity as a transmigrator. His progress was notably sluggish, which instilled a sense of urgency within him. The world he inhabited was one plagued by malevolent spirits, a chaotic era where powerful individuals seized territories and factions vied for dominance. Strength was the very foundation for survival in such tumultuous times. Although he was a disciple of the Red Tiger sect, enjoying the protection of the sect and a degree of security, the sect only granted outer disciples a year for cultivation. After 1 year, they would be dispatched to Jinyun City, governed by the Red Tiger sect, to serve as night watchmen. Xiao Shi understood that in such a chaotic world, being a night watchman was a perilous occupation with a high rate of injury and death. Without formidable strength, it was exceedingly difficult to fulfill this role. With only 3 months remaining until the deadline, he needed to seize this fleeting time to enhance his abilities as much as possible. "Old Xiao, are you going to take on a mission?" A familiar voice called out from a distance. A youth with dark skin, an ordinary appearance, and a robust physique approached. His name was Fu Chun, also an outer disciple of the Red Tiger sect and a close friend of Xiao Shi. Upon hearing the question, Xiao Shi shook his head, firmly declining. "No, thank you." The outer disciples had the option to undertake various tasks in addition to their daily cultivation. Although many tasks offered generous rewards that could expedite their power growth, they often came with significant risks and dangers. Xiao Shi deemed it far too perilous. His sole desire was to remain within the sect to cultivate his strength, utterly disinterested in venturing outside. "You are far too cautious," Fu Chun remarked with a resigned shake of his head. Among the multitude of outer disciples, the majority opted to accept missions. Completing these tasks not only yielded rewards but also provided opportunities for self-improvement. Yet, Xiao Shi was the only one who refrained from undertaking any tasks. "Old Xiao, you've already reached the 3rd level of martial entry. Must you be so prudent?" Another outer disciple nearby chuckled at Xiao Shi's reluctance. Typically, the outer disciples of the Red Tiger sect ranged from the 2nd to the 5th level of martial entry before assuming the role of night watchman. Xiao Shi was considered average among them, and taking on tasks was perfectly feasible, yet he still refused all. "The situation outside is rather unstable. You too should exercise caution when you venture out," Xiao Shi advised earnestly. "Rest assured, this isn't our first time tackling missions." Enough said, "We'll be on our way." Fu Chun waved goodbye and departed with the other disciple. Watching their retreating figures, Xiao Shi felt a pang of concern. Although he had attained the 3rd level of martial entry, this level was scarcely adequate in such a chaotic world. He was acutely aware that even those at the 5th level faced a staggering rate of injury and death as night watchmen, intensifying his urgency to bolster his strength. Most individuals might believe that reaching the 6th or 7th level of martial entry would suffice for self-preservation as a night watchman, but Xiao Shi aspired to attain the 8th or even the 9th level to ensure his safety. Even when it came to undertaking missions, he held the same conviction in his view. If he lacked the means to protect himself, he would resolutely refrain from stepping outside the sect. Time is of the essence. Xiao Shi took a deep breath. The sect would not concern itself with the strength he could amass within the year. Once the year concluded, all outer disciples would be compelled to assume the role of night watchman, and their survival would depend solely on their own capabilities. Upon returning to his quarters, Xiao Shi immediately commenced his cultivation. He practiced the unique technique of the Red Tiger sect, the Red Tiger formula. All disciples of the Red Tiger sect primarily focused on this method. The Red Tiger formula comprised 9 chapters, each corresponding to a level of martial entry. Currently, Xiao Shi had completed the training of the first 3 chapters. The cultivation method involved specific breathing techniques and the circulation of energy through the meridians, facilitating the formation of a complete cycle. Each successful cycle would yield a slight enhancement to his physique. At this point, Xiao Shi had mastered 3 cycles. If he could grasp the 4th cycle, he would advance to the 4th level of martial entry. After performing 3 consecutive cycles, he was drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted. Yet he persisted in attempting the 4th cycle. However, The difficulty and energy consumption of the fourth cycle proved to be even more daunting. Before long, he faltered. Still not enough, Xiao Shi sighed inwardly. The cultivation of the red tiger formula often depended on one's innate aptitude. The better the aptitude, the quicker the cultivation. Xiao Shi's aptitude was merely average, resulting in a relatively slow progress that necessitated diligent effort and patience. It was the height of summer, and mosquitoes were abundant. Several buzzed incessantly around Xiao Shi, proving quite bothersome. Those irritating mosquitoes with a swift motion, Xiao Shi clapped his hand down and crushed one of the mosquitoes against the ground. However, at the moment the mosquito's body hit the ground, it exploded, and a small, azure pill, glowing faintly and roughly the size of a pigeon's egg, materialized before Xiao Shi. What is this? Xiao Shi was taken aback, cautiously picking up the azure pill. Name: potential pill, peerless. Type: pill. Grade: martial entry level. Description: a pill that enhances aptitude. Note: have you heard the tale of the underdog triumphing? He had merely squashed a mosquito, and a pill had appeared out of thin air. What was happening? Xiao Shi pondered, his gaze quickly shifting to the remaining mosquitoes that were hastily retreating. He swiftly struck again. Smack! The second mosquito was flattened entirely, yet, in the next moment, its body swelled dramatically before exploding, revealing a wooden sword that fell to the ground. Name: ordinary wooden sword. Type: weapon. Grade: common level. Description: a perfectly ordinary wooden sword. Note: perhaps it's best not to use it for combat. Xiao Shi's eyes gleamed with realization as he cast a glance at his attribute panel, bypassing the conventional attributes, and fixated on the most crucial attribute below. Loot drop rate: 100. Now I understand, Xiao Shi exclaimed. A 100 loot drop rate ensured that he would receive items with every kill. Even slaying mosquitoes would yield rewards. He had never anticipated that fully investing in loot drop rate would have such remarkable effects. This was something he had not considered before. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and his heart raced with fervor. He immediately took action, dispatching the last two mosquitoes, which dropped a painting and a teapot, respectively. Chapter 2. The extraordinary potential pill. Before him lay a pill, a wooden sword, a painting, and a teapot. Xiao Shi gazed at these newfound treasures, having acquired them merely by vanquishing 4 mosquitoes. Regrettably, the mosquitoes were limited in number. There were only these 4. If only there were more. Xiao Shi took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumultuous excitement within. Among these 4 items, he focused intently on the potential pill in his hand. His knowledge of pills was scant. He only knew that they were exceedingly precious and rare within the Qihu sect. Even the most ordinary pills often required a considerable contribution value to obtain. According to the description of this pill, it primarily serves to enhance one's potential. A glimmer ignited in Xiao Shi's eyes. His progress in cultivating the Qihu technique had been sluggish due to his insufficient innate talent. If he could elevate his potential, he would undoubtedly be able to cultivate the Qihu technique at a much faster pace. What thrilled him even more was that this potential pill in his possession was of extraordinary quality. The color and size of a pill typically determined its quality. Pills generally fell into 5 categories: ordinary, fine, rare, perfect, and extraordinary. Ordinary quality potential pills were a pale blue, merely the size of a marble. However, the potential pill he held was a deep azure, approximately the size of a pigeon's egg. This was a scale unattainable even by perfect quality potential pills. Only the highest quality extraordinary potential pills exhibited such magnitude. Once a pill reached extraordinary quality, its value would skyrocket beyond imagination, creating a stir that would incite fervor among countless individuals. Thus far, no extraordinary quality pills had ever appeared within the Qihu sect. Upon realizing this, Xiao Shi could hardly contain his eagerness and promptly placed the extraordinary potential pill into his mouth. Swallowing it whole as the pill dissolved within him, a refreshing sensation rapidly spread through his limbs, making him feel as though he were unburdened, enveloped by an indescribable comfort. This sensation lingered for about 30 minutes before his body fully acclimated. As he reveled in the transformation of his body, he attempted to execute the first cycle of the Qihu technique. To his astonishment, the speed of his operation was more than 10-fold faster than before. What had previously taken him nearly an hour to complete now took merely around 5 minutes. Moreover, the entire process was remarkably smooth, devoid of any hindrance. Is this the speed of a genius in cultivation? Xiao Shi's heart surged with fervor. Though he had anticipated that an enhancement in potential would accelerate his cultivation speed, he had not expected it to be so rapid. Completing the first cycle in 5 minutes was unprecedented. Without pausing, he immediately proceeded to initiate the second cycle. Before long, the second cycle was completed, and he advanced to the third. Upon finishing the third cycle, Xiao Shi discovered that he felt no trace of the fatigue he had previously endured. His energy remained abundant and vigorous, propelling him to commence the fourth cycle without hesitation. The fourth cycle, which had previously eluded him time and again, was now executed flawlessly with his newfound astonishing potential. Requiring no effort at all, thus, he triumphantly broke through to the fourth level of the martial entry realm. Have I truly succeeded? Xiao Shi felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. He had not anticipated such ease. Had it not been for the requirement of undergoing multiple fourth cycle operations to strengthen his body before advancing to the fifth level, he might have dared to attempt the fifth cycle right then and there. This cultivation speed was unlike anything he had ever experienced. He truly felt the stark contrast between an ordinary individual and a genius. At this rate, achieving the fifth level of the martial entry realm within the next 3 months will be a breeze. I might even aspire to challenge the sixth level. Xiao Shi clenched his fists in excitement. However, being of a cautious disposition, he recognized that even upon reaching the sixth level, danger would still loom. He would need to attain at least the eighth level to possess sufficient self-defense capabilities as a night watcher. Achieving the ninth level would provide even greater security. Yet, he understood that relying solely on a single potential pill would not suffice to elevate him to the ninth level within a mere 3 months. Unless he could acquire more pills. As night fell, Xiao Shi lit a candle and sat quietly beside it, awaiting the arrival of mosquitoes. He waited until the deep hours of the night, but only 3 mosquitoes graced him with their presence. I never realized there were so few mosquitoes, he mused, looking at the corpses of the mosquitoes on the ground. He had previously complained about their abundance, only to now recognize that they were indeed scarce. He had expected at least 10 to visit him throughout the night. Yet only 3 had appeared. Xiao Shi glanced at the items dropped by the deceased mosquitoes. Name: cloth bag. Type: container. Grade: mundane. Description: has a certain capacity for storage. Remark: it's best not to use it for weapons, as it may tear. Name: hairpin. Type: accessory. Grade: mundane. Description: a decorative item used to secure and adorn hair. Remark: men can wear it too. Name: war meat bun. Type: food. Grade: mundane. Description: a delicious food that can fill the stomach. Remark: after eating one, you'll want a second. He had already consumed the meat, but it was quite tasty, just as the remark suggested. He indeed wished for a second. However, the absence of pills left him somewhat disheartened. Xiao Shi gradually came to the realization that while items would drop upon killing mosquitoes, it was not guaranteed that every encounter would yield a pill. It was entirely possible that he would need to slay 100 mosquitoes, or even more, to obtain just one pill. If that were the case, he would require a considerable number of mosquitoes. Killing them one by one left him uncertain of how long it would take to acquire a pill. In truth, apart from mosquitoes, there were other options available. Creatures such as ants, cockroaches, and rats could also serve as targets. However, Xiao Shi understood that within a prestigious sect like the Qihu sect, it would be intolerable for such creatures, which tarnished the sect's image, to exist. While they were not entirely absent, they were exceedingly rare, making large-scale extermination implausible. However, a thought soon crossed Xiao Shi's mind. Within the sect, there existed a patch of woodland. This woodland housed a species of bird known as the colorful spirit-tail sparrow. Of course, Xiao Shi had no intention of targeting the colorful spirit-tail sparrows. He was aware that they were a vital resource for the sect, which held them in high regard, and he dared not harm them. Instead, he considered that this woodland, which nurtured the colorful spirit-tail sparrows, must also harbor a multitude of ants, earthworms, and other insects. Moreover, there was a type of insect known as the spotted bug, which constituted a staple food for the colorful spirit-tail sparrows. Perhaps he could venture there to investigate. Chapter 3. The Spotted Bug King. By the time Xiao Shi arrived at the woodland that housed the colorful spirit-tail sparrows, it was already noon. The sun blazed overhead, and sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon the ground. Amidst this fragmented, swaying light, Xiao Shi gazed up at the colorful spirit-tail sparrows soaring above. These birds were significantly larger than typical sparrows. Once fully grown, they could rival the size of a hen. Their feathers were robust, and their temperament fierce, exhibiting strength equivalent to the second level of the martial entry realm. However, the reason the colorful spirit-tail sparrow was deemed an important resource for the Qihu sect was not merely due to its strength. The bird was a treasure trove. Its blood and feathers served as vital materials for forging weapons. Particularly, its tail was the key to inducing qualitative changes in crafted items. Additionally, the meat of the colorful spirit-tail sparrow was exceptionally delectable, providing substantial enhancements to the body upon consumption. It had been noted that consuming a single colorful spirit-tail sparrow could yield benefits equivalent to 300 cycles of the Qihu technique, around 15 days of typical cultivation for an ordinary person. Most significantly, repeated consumption of the colorful spirit-tail sparrow could potentially awaken powerful beastly strength within the consumer. These myriad benefits rendered the colorful spirit-tail sparrow an invaluable resource for the Qihu sect. While disciples of the sect could exchange their contribution values for the birds, the cost of a single colorful spirit-tail sparrow soared to a staggering 8,000 contribution points. Such an exorbitant price was beyond the reach of most, let alone Xiao Shi, whose contribution value was still less than 100. Shaking his head, Xiao Shi diverted his gaze from the colorful spirit-tail sparrows above and turned his attention to the ground. Seizing the opportunity while the area was deserted, he began to dig for earthworms and ants. After toiling for a while, his yield was meager. He managed to unearth merely 3 earthworms, and not a single ant. Frowning, he realized that this world was markedly different from the blue planet of his previous life. Ants had been commonplace in his former existence, yet here, they were completely absent, though he found no ants and only a scant number of earthworms. Xiao Shi did manage to capture 2 spotted bugs. These insects bore a resemblance to beetles, adorned with vibrant patterns on their backs and equipped with 2 long antennae atop their heads. In this woodland, spotted bugs were plentiful, nearly ubiquitous. Xiao Shi gradually recognized that capturing spotted bugs might prove to be a more suitable endeavor than digging for earthworms. Thus, he abandoned his pursuit of earthworms and focused entirely on locating spotted bugs. Whether on the ground, in the trees, or among the flowering vegetation, these spotted bugs were everywhere. Xiao Shi collected the spotted bugs he captured, along with the 3 earthworms, and placed them into the cloth bag. Deciding to refrain from dispatching them just yet, he planned to deal with them all at once upon his return. As evening approached, Xiao Shi returned to his room, carrying the cloth bag brimming with spotted bugs. His haul was bountiful. He estimated he had captured at least 70 or 80 spotted bugs during the afternoon. This method proved far more effective than digging for earthworms. Excitement and anticipation coursed through him. Xiao Shi cautiously reached into the cloth bag, grasping a struggling spotted bug. After extracting it, he placed it on the ground and struck it down with a punch, akin to cracking a walnut. Crack! Under the force of Xiao Shi's cultivation at the 4th level of the martial realm, the entire body of the bug was flattened, crimson blood oozing from its form, and in the next moment, the carcass shattered into pieces, revealing a porcelain bowl. Name: porcelain bowl. Type: bowl. Grade: mundane. Description: a common dining utensil. Note: quite fragile. Handle with care. Next. Xiao Shi tossed the porcelain bowl aside and retrieved a second spotted bug from the bag. A punch fell. Crack. This time, a pale golden coin dropped out. Name: martial coin. Type: currency. Grade: mundane. Description: the current currency of the world. Note: enjoy the pleasures that wealth brings. Continue. Xiao Shi extracted another spotted bug and struck it dead. A pink undergarment fell forth. Name: undergarment. Type: clothing. Grade: mundane. Description: a woman's innerwear. Note: you may wear it if you have special preferences. Xiao Shi. Again. Crack. This time, a jug of wine appeared. Name: delicious fruit wine. Type: alcohol. Grade: mundane. Description: a fine wine brewed from unknown fruits, with exquisite flavor. Note: trust me, even if you don't enjoy drinking, you'll fall in love with it. Xiao Shi promptly picked up the wine jug and took a sip. His taste buds danced with the sweetness of the fruits, a gentle tartness and a hint of bitterness rising like a refreshing breeze from the base of his tongue, delighting his nostrils with the aroma of freshly bloomed violets. What a fine wine! Xiao Shi's eyes sparkled. In his previous life, he had tasted numerous wines, Yet this was the first time he encountered such delightful fruit wine. True to the notes, even as someone who did not particularly relish alcohol, he found himself captivated by its flavor. Coupled with the previous bun that had dropped, he drew a conclusion. The food and wine obtained from slaying these creatures are bound to be remarkably good. As Xiao Shi pondered, he took another sip and continued to extract more spotted bugs from the bag, striking them down one after another. Chopsticks, a copper mirror, a chicken leg, a blanket, a wooden basin, a flute. The items before Xiao Shi accumulated increasingly, yet the coveted elixir he longed for never materialized. His brow furrowed deeper. Why now? He had slain over 50 spotted bugs, only to receive mundane items, not a single elixir in sight. Just as he prepared to continue his onslaught, his fingers, reaching into the bag, suddenly felt as though they had been clamped by iron pincers, a sharp pain radiating through them. Xiao Shi looked down to see a large spotted bug, approximately twice the size of a normal one, fiercely biting his finger. Just as I thought. Xiao Shi's gaze flickered. He was not surprised. When capturing this particular bug, he had noticed its significantly larger size. Normal spotted bugs lacked combat prowess, but this one possessed strength comparable to the first level of the martial realm. Likely a bug king. Xiao Shi grasped the bug king tightly and hurled it to the ground, delivering a punch. Crack! Even the bug king could not withstand Xiao Shi's blow and was instantly crushed. However, unlike the previous bugs, its body did not explode. Instead, a brown-covered book fell out intact. Name: Arc Flash, Earth Level. Type: Movement Technique. Grade: Martial Entry Level. Description: The signature movement technique of the Source Sect, possessing both speed and astonishing lethality. Note: Face the Gale, Movement Technique. And it's an Earth-level movement technique. Xiao Shi's eyes brightened suddenly. Techniques are typically categorized into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. Within the Red Tiger sect, although there were numerous techniques for blades, swords, and movement, one needed to expend a certain amount of contribution points to learn them. The higher the level of the technique, the greater the contribution points required. As Xiao Shi had not ventured out on tasks, his contribution points had remained meager. Even the lowest yellow-level technique was beyond his means to learn. The arc flash that had just dropped was of immense value to him, rivaling that of a legendary potential elixir. After slaying so many spotted bugs, only mundane items dropped. Yet this bug king directly yielded a martial entry-level technique. Xiao Shi's gaze flickered. If I'm not mistaken, this must be related to strength. While ordinary spotted bugs might drop martial-level items, the probability is exceedingly low. One might have to slay hundreds or even thousands before obtaining one. Conversely, defeating a stronger bug king resulted in an immediate drop of an entry-level technique. So the conclusion is, the stronger the creature I slay, the higher the quality of the items dropped. Their strength corresponds to different tiers. Spotted bugs, mosquitoes, and earthworms correspond only to the realm of ordinary people, hence the items dropped are mostly mundane. Whereas the bug king possesses strength akin to that of a martial artist, thus the drop is a martial entry-level technique. If that is the case, I must seek creatures that correspond to the martial artist tier to slay, to effectively drop martial-level items. Chapter 04. Raising colorful spirit-tail sparrows. Having analyzed the drop mechanism, Xiao Shi began to contemplate the creatures within the sect that corresponded to the martial artist level. After much thought, aside from the bug king, it seemed that only the colorful spirit-tail sparrow fit the bill, or perhaps the outer disciples at the martial entry level. The bug king is exceedingly rare. This time I was fortunate to find one. But such luck may not strike again. The colorful spirit-tail sparrow is an important resource within the sect, priced at 8,000 contribution points each, far beyond my means. As for killing, that's even less feasible. Xiao Shi shook his head, realizing he was left with no option but to continue hunting spotted bugs. With some effort, he could venture out to undertake tasks and, during that time, slay the martial entry-level creatures outside. However, due to his nature, he would not easily step outside the sect without ensuring his safety. For now, I shall continue hunting spotted bugs. Although spotted bugs primarily yielded mundane items, there remained a chance for martial-level items to drop. Safety was paramount for Xiao Shi. It was always his top priority. After slaying all the remaining spotted bugs and earthworms in his bag, his room was filled with an array of mundane items, various daily necessities, and food. During this time, he also attempted to see if he could simultaneously slay multiple spotted bugs. The result was that the items dropped fused together. Currently, a ring was connected to a clay pot before him. The experiment confirmed that he could only slay them one by one. If he had to slay simultaneously, the two must maintain a certain distance, if too close and killed at the same time. The items would merge together. It was already late at night. Xiao Shi, however, felt no drowsiness. He was engrossed in studying the arc flash technique. Delving into the intricacies of this Earth-level movement, he discovered that this technique differed significantly from typical movement techniques. Most focus on the legs, whereas this technique required full body exertion, placing a high demand on physical strength. Given Xiao Shi's current physical prowess, attempting this technique felt somewhat arduous. After some contemplation, he decided to give it a try. Following the instructions in the manual, he uniquely concentrated his strength throughout his body, his gaze sharpening as he stepped forward. Whoosh, a blur passed by, and Xiao Shi's figure appeared 5 meters away. Where he had been? The air rippled, producing a booming sound. This technique not only emphasized speed but also possessed formidable lethality. However, after that step, an intense pain surged through his entire body, as if it were being torn apart. Should he attempt it again, he feared his body might very well explode along the way. Indeed, my physical strength is insufficient to execute this technique. Xiao Shi's complexion paled. The 4 levels of techniques, heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. While higher levels are increasingly rare and powerful, the difficulty of cultivation and execution also escalates correspondingly. Xiao Shi roughly assessed that to perform arc flash without injury, he would need to reach at least the 5th level of the martial realm. To execute it effortlessly, his physical strength likely needed to be at the 6th or 7th level. The martial realm, as the foundational realm of martial arts, primarily focuses on self-enhancement, refining the body, cultivating vitality, and augmenting physical strength. Techniques like the Red Tiger Scripture, which Xiao Shi practiced, enhance the body and vitality through the circulation of energy. The differences between each level in the martial realm are often reflected in physical strength. Upon reaching the 9th level, one would begin to approach the limits of physical capability. At dawn, a gentle drizzle fell upon the earth. Xiao Shi arrived at the breeding forest of the colorful spirit-tail sparrow. Preparing to continue capturing spotted bugs, to avoid attracting the attention of others, he directly accepted the task of raising the colorful spirit-tail sparrows. Such tasks offered minimal rewards, yielding only 5 contribution points for an entire day, akin to the work of a menial disciple, typically avoided by outer disciples. However, Xiao Shi was acutely aware that if he were to capture the spotted insects daily, it might not raise any suspicion initially. But as time passed, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. He was particularly conscious of the fact that, aside from the various disciples responsible for tending to the creatures, there was an elder who presided over this woodland area. Should this elder become aware of Xiao Shi's unusual activities, particularly if he suspected that Xiao Shi harbored intentions towards the colorful spirit-tailed sparrows, it would spell trouble. Thus, he opted to raise the colorful spirit-tailed sparrows as a guise, allowing him to frequent the area without drawing undue scrutiny. Nevertheless, he remained cautious, striving to capture the spotted insects without being seen by others, especially the elder. Yet, as Xiao Shi began his endeavor of raising the colorful spirit-tailed sparrows, he gradually realized that his worries were perhaps unfounded. The elder in charge here was surnamed Qiao. Although Xiao Shi was unaware of Elder Qiao's precise cultivation level, he discerned that Elder Qiao generally did not involve himself in affairs. Upon their first encounter, Xiao Shi found Elder Qiao lounging on a bamboo chair, leisurely sipping wine, completely unconcerned with the care of the colorful spirit-tailed sparrows. It appeared that his sole purpose for being here was to deter those who might harbor ill intentions towards the sparrows, ensuring they would think twice before acting, as for other matters. He remained indifferent, spending his days drinking and idling. This alleviated Xiao Shi's concerns significantly, allowing him to be somewhat bolder in his attempts to capture the spotted insects. After 3 days, he had managed to catch over 200 of them, with the items accumulating in his room. Regrettably, none of them were of martial grade. All were of the mundane variety. Over 200 spotted insects, yet not a single insect king in sight. Could it be that there is only one insect king in existence? Xiao Shi pondered with some vexation. The probability of a spotted insect dropping a martial-grade item was exceedingly low, if there truly was only one insect king. The only feasible way to slay a martial realm creature would be to rely on the colorful spirit-tailed sparrows. In the days spent raising the sparrows, Xiao Shi had contemplated various methods to acquire them. However, upon discovering that each colorful spirit-tailed sparrow bore a unique insignia left by Elder Xiao, all his proposed strategies became futile. As long as this special insignia existed, should even one colorful spirit-tailed sparrow encounter any issues, Elder Xiao would be alerted immediately. This was also the primary reason why Elder Xiao could remain stationed here without the need for daily patrols, free from the worry of anyone daring to steal his birds. Securing a colorful spirit-tailed sparrow would only be possible if Elder Xiao personally removed the insignia and gifted one to him, which was clearly unrealistic. Wait a moment. Xiao Shi suddenly had a thought. Based on his interactions and observations over the past few days, he noticed that Elder Xiao seemed to have a fondness for alcohol. Every time he encountered Elder Xiao, the elder was seen with a wine jug, seemingly never far from it. If Elder Xiao is the type who is addicted to alcohol, Xiao Shi's eyes gleamed as he abruptly turned to a corner of the room where dozens of jugs of wine were stacked, all acquired from his recent hunts of the spotted insects. Among them were primarily fruit wines, followed by yellow wine, with clear and distilled spirits being less common. Regardless of the type, each possessed exceptional taste and quality. Even Xiao Shi, who was not particularly fond of alcohol, found himself indulging in a few sips before his daily training after savoring the exquisite flavors. If he could appreciate it, the value of such fine wines would be even more pronounced for a true connoisseur. As long as Elder Xiao cherished wine, he could leverage these exquisite libations to enhance his rapport with the elder. However, before proceeding, Xiao Shi resolved to gather more information about Elder Xiao. He needed to ascertain the elder's character and temperament. After all, in such tumultuous times, one could encounter individuals who were domineering and overbearing. Should Elder Xiao possess such traits, Xiao Shi would need to tread carefully. He initially sought out the servant disciples tending to the colorful spirit-tailed sparrows in the woodland to glean insights. These disciples, having interacted with Elder Xiao to varying degrees, were privy to some of his temperament. Subsequently, Xiao Shi probed among the outer sect disciples and discovered that Elder Xiao had a favorable reputation within the sect. Known for his laid-back demeanor, and he never abused his status to bully the younger generation. Even when requesting alcohol from the servant disciples, he would offer them appropriate compensation. His character was commendable, albeit he was somewhat lazy and fond of wine. Nonetheless, Xiao Shi remained cautious. The information he had gathered was insufficient to fully put his mind at ease. Therefore, he decided to engage with Elder Xiao directly to validate the intelligence he had acquired, ultimately confirming that the elder was indeed as he had been described, which allowed him to relax. One day, as customary, Xiao Shi reported to Elder Xiao regarding the care of the colorful spirit-tailed sparrows. Elder Xiao, reclining in his bamboo chair and dozing off, paid little attention. Xiao Shi understood that this report was merely a formality. Elder Xiao never engaged unless there was a dire issue. As long as the sparrows were alive, that sufficed. After completing his report, Xiao Shi lingered a moment longer, clearing his throat before speaking. Elder Xiao, I happen to have a jug of wine that is quite delightful. Would you care to sample it? Upon hearing his words, Elder Xiao, who had been nearly asleep with his eyes closed, immediately opened them wide and sat up straight. If you're offering that, I certainly feel awake now. Elder Xiao's interest was piqued as he gazed at Xiao Shi. His fatigue forgotten, a chuckle escaped Xiao Shi's lips as he inwardly noted, indeed, a true wine enthusiast. He presented the prepared fruit wine with utmost respect. Elder Xiao received it with a beaming smile, first uncorking the jug to inhale its aroma. Instantly, his spirits were lifted. As a seasoned connoisseur, he could tell from the scent alone that this wine was unlike any he had previously encountered. This realization widened his grin as he eagerly took a small sip. The moment the fruit wine touched his palate, Elder Xiao's eyes shot open, and he nearly leapt from his seat in sheer delight. This wine. His breathing quickened, his face flushed, and his entire being trembled with excitement. After swallowing the exquisite beverage, he took another sip, closing his eyes to savor it fully. After what felt like an eternity, Elder Xiao finally opened his eyes, filled with satisfaction and reminiscence, exclaiming, "What a fine wine, truly exceptional! In all my years of drinking, I have never tasted such delectable fruit wine." He looked curiously at Xiao Shi. "Where did you acquire this wine? Do you have more?" Xiao Shi smiled, recognizing that Elder Chio's reaction was as he had anticipated. Even someone like him, who was not particularly fond of alcohol, found the fruit wine irresistible. One could only imagine the appeal it held for a seasoned drinker. As for Elder Chio's inquiry, Xiao Shi had already prepared a response. Before joining the sect, I encountered an old gentleman who sold wine. This jug was purchased from him. If Elder Chio enjoys it, I can bring another jug tomorrow. Based on his prior research and interactions, Xiao Shi was aware that Elder Chio was not the type to be domineering. Hence, he felt comfortable revealing that he had more. If the elder had been of a more brutish disposition, such an approach would have been ill-advised. A person of that nature would not express gratitude for such a generous offering but would instead take it by force. This was precisely why Xiao Shi had devoted time to ascertain Elder Chio's character before presenting the wine. With Elder Chio's temperament, even if he knew that Xiao Shi had more of the fruit wine, he would not leverage his status to seize it. This would allow Xiao Shi to foster a closer relationship. The following day, Xiao Shi returned to bring another jug of wine to Elder Chio. Although it was also fruit wine, the flavor differed from that of the previous day. Elder Chio praised it endlessly, savoring it slowly, unwilling to rush through the experience. At that moment, Xiao Shi produced a delicately crafted wine cup, offering it to Elder Chio, suggesting that using the cup would enhance the drinking experience. Elder Chio's eyes lit up as he accepted it eagerly. Pouring a small amount into the cup, he took a sip and was astonished to discover that drinking from this cup was indeed a different experience than drinking directly from the jug. For someone like him, drinking was no longer solely about the taste. It was about the ambience and savoring life itself. This cup elevated the experience, allowing him to appreciate it even more deeply. Thus, Xiao Shi continued to bring Elder Chio a jug of wine each day. From fruit wine to yellow wine, then clear spirits and white liquor, each day presented a new variety, and every taste left Elder Chio yearning for more. Throughout that week, Elder Chio indulged in exquisite wines he had never encountered throughout his lifetime, completely immersed in the joy these libations brought him. In addition to supplying Elder Chio with wine daily, Xiao Shi remained diligent in capturing spotted insects. Though he still had yet to acquire any martial-grade items, he relentlessly pursued these insects. Now, his room was nearly overflowing with various objects, prompting Xiao Shi to consider the issue of storage. Once his room was filled to capacity, he would have no space left. If it comes to that, I may have to rent a room within the sect. Typically, outer sect disciples each had their own quarters, but renting was an option. Xiao Shi felt that with the accumulation of items, securing a rental space became a necessity. Thus, after a week of routine, Xiao Shi continued to bring Elder Chio wine as usual. However, today, upon receiving the jug from Xiao Shi, Elder Chio did not indulge in it as he typically would. Instead, he set the jug aside, scrutinizing Xiao Shi with a penetrating gaze before speaking. In these past days, I have indulged in quite a bit of your wine. I do not like to be in debt to others, so speak plainly. What is it that you desire? Chapter 6. The Slaying of the Colorful Spirit-Tailed Sparrow. Here it comes. A wave of anticipation surged within Xiao Shi. This was precisely the moment he had been waiting for. Yet, he feigned a bashful demeanor, scratching his head awkwardly. To be honest, I don't desire much. I merely wish for a colorful spirit-tailed sparrow. Elder Chio's lips twitched slightly. It was the first time he had encountered someone presenting the most outrageous request with such a modest facade. The colorful spirit-tailed sparrow was a vital resource for their sect. Even if an elder desired it, they would still need to pay 8,000 contribution points. Elder Chio was no exception. For him, that amount of contribution points was not insignificant. You think you can obtain a colorful spirit-tailed sparrow for just a few jugs of wine? Elder Chio observed him with a bemused expression. Xiao Shi remained silent, his bashful grin betraying his embarrassment. However, he was acutely aware that the value of the wine he offered differed vastly in the eyes of an ordinary person and an aficionado like Elder Chio. If these wines were available for sale within the sect at a price equivalent to that of a colorful spirit-tailed sparrow, Elder Chio would undoubtedly purchase them without hesitation. But of course, Elder Chio also had the option to obtain it for free. Given his status, even without offering anything, Xiao Shi would be powerless to contest. After pondering for a moment, Elder Chio lifted his gaze to a colorful spirit-tailed sparrow soaring above. The cheerful bird suddenly halted mid-flight. As if grasped by an invisible force, plummeting swiftly to the ground, landing directly before Elder Chio. It is yours now, Elder Chio stated calmly. Thank you, Elder Xiao, you are truly magnanimous, Xiao Shi exclaimed, elated. Although he understood that the worth of the wine held a different significance in Elder Xiao's eyes, he had not been entirely certain that the elder would part with the colorful spirit-tailed sparrow. He had merely believed that, given Elder Xiao's character, even if he was unwilling to surrender the sparrow, he would certainly offer something else as compensation, ensuring that Xiao Shi would not leave empty-handed. Obtaining the colorful spirit-tailed sparrow was the best possible outcome. Bring all the remaining wine you have tomorrow, Elder Xiao said, pouring himself a drink from a nearby jug and downing it in one gulp. As you command. Xiao Shi nodded obediently. Later that evening, Xiao Shi returned to his quarters, holding not only the colorful spirit-tailed sparrow but also a bag of freshly caught spotted insects. After delivering the wine to Elder Xiao tomorrow, I should rent a room to store my belongings, he mused, glancing at the increasing clutter in his room. He casually picked up a chicken leg from the table and began to eat. The food obtained from his kills was not only delicious but also immune to spoilage over time, remaining warm without the worry of cooling off. In the future, if I encounter any gluttonous seniors, perhaps I can continue to employ this method, Xiao Shi thought contentedly. Securing the colorful spirit-tailed sparrow with just a few jugs of wine was indeed a remarkable gain. After all, the wine could be acquired from slaying spotted insects. While the sparrow was notoriously difficult to obtain, for outer disciples like them, even with relentless task completion, it could take decades to accumulate the requisite 8,000 contribution points under the best of circumstances. Generally, the contribution points awarded for completing tasks ranged from 20 to 50, meaning one would need to complete over 100 tasks to reach the target. It was nearly impossible for an outer disciple to undertake so many tasks. The tasks outside were fraught with peril, boasting a high mortality rate. The more tasks one executed, the greater the risk of death. With a stroke of misfortune, encountering formidable malevolent spirits would likely yield little chance of survival. Furthermore, outer disciples had only 1 year of cultivation time. After a year, they were required to assume the role of night watchman, leaving them with minimal time and opportunity to complete tasks. Thus, the colorful spirit-tailed sparrow was never intended for outer disciples. Yet, Xiao Shi had managed to acquire it without undertaking a single task, facing no risks or crises whatsoever. The colorful spirit-tailed sparrow, roughly the size of a hen, lay lethargically on the ground. After inspecting it, Xiao Shi found no visible wounds. It was likely that either its internal organs were damaged or its spirit was severely affected. Xiao Shi was still somewhat shaken by Elder Qiu's ability to make the bird fall from the sky with a mere glance. He knew such a feat was beyond the capabilities of those at the entry martial realm. It was likely the work of someone at the Qi martial realm or even higher. At the blood martial realm, the 3 realms of martial arts, entry martial, Qi martial, and blood martial, were separated by a chasm as vast as that between heaven and earth. As for whether there were realms beyond blood martial, Xiao Shi was unaware. He understood that the highest level of martial arts he knew of was the blood martial realm. At my current cultivation speed, I should be able to reach the 6th level of entry martial before becoming a night watchman. However, considering the dangers of the night watchman role, even at the 6th level of entry martial, I would still lack sufficient self-defense capabilities. I require more items to enhance my strength so that I can ensure my safety after assuming the night watchman position. With this thought, Xiao Shi cast a hopeful glance at the colorful spirit-tailed sparrow. As a creature of the entry martial realm, it would undoubtedly yield items of equal rank upon death. I hope it provides me with something that can elevate my strength, Xiao Shi mused. Extending his hand to grasp the sparrow's neck, the lethargic creature seemed to sense the impending danger and attempted to struggle. However, its efforts were feeble, and it could not escape Xiao Shi's grip. Crack! With a firm squeeze, Xiao Shi effortlessly snapped its neck. In that instant, he distinctly felt a tremor coursing through the sparrow's body. Though the tremor was slight, it was significant enough that, had it occurred in an ordinary mosquito or spotted insect, it would have resulted in an explosion of their bodies. This realization elucidated why creatures of the entry martial realm did not explode upon death. Their bodies were significantly sturdier than those of ordinary beings, capable of withstanding the tremors of death. Ordinary creatures could not endure such forces, hence their explosive demise. This is fortunate. Had the colorful spirit-tailed sparrow's body exploded, I would have found it difficult to obtain its blood and feathers, and certainly could not consume it. Xiao Shi understood that the blood and feathers of the colorful spirit-tailed sparrow were essential materials for forging weapons. Although he could not forge himself, he could sell the feathers and blood to the sect in exchange for contribution points. Moreover, the meat of the colorful spirit-tailed sparrow was exceptionally delectable, providing a boost equivalent to approximately 15 days of cultivation. Yet, the most crucial aspect remained the items that would drop upon the sparrow's demise. This was what he anticipated the most. As soon as the items began to materialize, Xiao Shi's focus sharpened. Chapter 7. Body Refinement on the Ground. A fiery red fruit fell at the moment of the colorful spirit-tailed sparrow's death. Shaped like an almond, the fruit was plump and crimson, exuding a fragrant aroma and emanating warmth. The instant Xiao Shi laid eyes on the fruit, information about it immediately materialized in his mind. Name: Flame Phoenix Fruit. Type: Heavenly Material and Earthly Treasure. Grade: Entry Martial Level. Description: A rare fruit born in a scorching land, blooming for a century and bearing fruit for a century, containing flames within. Note: Please use with caution. Do not ignite yourself. An extraordinary treasure. Xiao Shi's eyes brightened. He carefully picked up the flame phoenix fruit from the ground, and upon touching it, he felt the intense heat radiating from it. Even with his cultivation at the 4th level of entry martial, it felt hot in his hands. The fruit's heat primarily emanated from within. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Shi could vaguely see a flame flickering inside. Knowing little about the heavenly materials and earthly treasures of this world, Xiao Shi was uncertain of the specific effects of this fruit, as the description failed to elaborate. While such treasures often conferred enhancements, the flame phoenix fruit imparted to him a uniquely ominous sensation, as if it contained an inherent danger. The peril stemmed primarily from the flames within. Given Xiao Shi's prudent nature, he would never consume the fruit without fully understanding its properties. He resolved to inquire with Elder Xiao the following day. Surely, with Elder Qiao's vast knowledge and experience, he would provide the answers he sought. Early the next morning, Xiao Shi, with the wine in hand, made his way to the breeding grounds of the colorful spirit-tailed sparrow, delivering the last few jugs of wine to Elder Qiao. Seizing the opportunity, he asked, "Elder Qiao, have you ever heard of a heavenly treasure called the flame phoenix fruit?" Flame phoenix fruit? Elder Qiao, in high spirits, lifted his cup and took a small sip, his face radiating satisfaction and ease. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Of course, I am aware. The flame phoenix fruit is an exceedingly rare heavenly treasure, typically found only in scorching lands. This fruit possesses remarkable body-refining properties. It is said that within it lies a flame, a critical component for body refinement." Body refinement? Xiao Shi was taken aback. Body refinement is a unique cultivation method that focuses primarily on enhancing the physical form, yet it differs from the cultivation of the entry martial realm. As you know, there are limits to cultivation within the entry martial realm. Upon reaching the 9th level, one hits the physical limit and further enhancement becomes impossible. In contrast, body refinement knows no bounds. It can continue to enhance indefinitely, without end. Not only can it enhance the physical body to a level comparable to that of the Qi martial realm and even the blood martial realm, but it may also surpass the blood martial realm, reaching an even more terrifying echelon of existence. The notion struck Xiao Shi with a jolt. He understood that the strength of a martial artist entering the martial realm is primarily determined by their physical robustness. However, upon reaching the Qi martial realm, and subsequently the blood martial realm, physical strength is no longer the sole criterion. The formidable power exhibited by Elder Qiao, which could drop the 5-colored spirit-tail sparrow from the sky with a mere glance, transcends the capabilities of mere physical strength. It is a different realm of power altogether. Yet, through body refinement, one can achieve a state akin to the Qi martial realm, or even the blood martial realm. Theoretically, one could exceed these limits. This is indeed alarming. Such an endless avenue of enhancement, could it not render one invincible? Xiao Shi could not help but inquire. Theoretically, it indeed could lead to invincibility, but that remains solely a theory. Elder Qiao shook his head, suddenly feeling that pouring himself another drink lacked decorum, and thus placed the cup on the table, casting a glance at Xiao Shi. Understanding his cue, Xiao Shi stepped forward to pour Elder Qiao a drink. "You possess quite a high level of comprehension," Elder Qiao remarked with satisfaction. Continuing, "The reality of body refinement is vastly different from its theoretical framework. the conditions for body refinement are exceedingly stringent. The first requirement is to possess a certain level of physical strength. Your current physical robustness does not meet the criteria. One must at least cultivate to the 5th level of the martial realm to barely qualify. Furthermore, the resources required for body refinement are immense, particularly the rare materials and treasures, such as the flame phoenix fruit you just mentioned. However, such treasures are exceedingly rare. It is difficult to find even one within the entirety of the 7-star prefecture. Without these precious materials, how can one refine the body? Lastly, there is the matter of techniques. Once body refinement reaches a certain level, corresponding techniques are necessary. Without the appropriate techniques, even possessing suitable treasures would be futile. Moreover, body refinement techniques are scarcer than those rare materials, especially the techniques pertaining to the blood martial realm, which exist only in legends. Whether such techniques truly exist remains uncertain. At least in our 7-star prefecture, no one has ever achieved body refinement to the blood martial realm. Historically, those who have reached the chi martial realm through body refinement number less than a handful. Thus, the theoretical invincibility is practically unattainable. Being able to refine the body to the chi martial realm is essentially the limit. Elder Xiao concluded with a burp. Xiao Shi suddenly grasped the concept. He understood that the main challenges of body refinement lie in the scarcity of rare materials and techniques. Acquiring even one of these is a formidable task, let alone obtaining both simultaneously. In truth, there is no need to overthink it. Individuals capable of body refinement are exceedingly rare in this world, and one might not encounter even a single one throughout their lifetime. Those who possess the ability to refine their bodies often come from significant backgrounds, while ordinary people are unlikely to have such opportunities. After all, certain rare materials may only appear once every several thousand, or even tens of thousands of years, and they typically end up in the hands of influential figures. Techniques for body refinement require both chance and fortune. Elder Qiu yawned, a hint of drowsiness creeping onto his face. Observing this, Xiao Shi wisely chose not to disturb him further and took his leave. As he made his way back, thoughts of body refinement echoed in his mind. It was indeed a daunting challenge for ordinary individuals, given the stringent conditions. However, he was different. His extraordinary drop rate provided him with the opportunity to acquire rare materials and techniques. Even the rarest treasures might potentially drop, including body refinement techniques. As long as they exist, there is a chance they could be obtained. From every perspective, body refinement appeared to be a fitting path for him. By continuously slaying enemies and acquiring rare materials and techniques, he might not only approach the theoretical invincibility but at least reach the limits of what is possible in reality. A surge of fervor ignited within Xiao Shi's heart. He resolved that upon breaking through to the 5th level of the martial realm, he would immediately commence body refinement using the flame phoenix fruit. During the martial realm stage, body refinement does not necessitate techniques. As long as his physical strength met the criteria, he could begin the process immediately. Chapter 08. The desire to grow stronger glug. As a delicious broth filled his belly, a wave of warmth surged within Xiao Shi. Before him lay a large bowl of meat soup, simmered with the 5-colored spirit-tail sparrow. Unfortunately, the flavor is rather average, Xiao Shi sighed, feeling it paled in comparison to the delectable foods he had procured from his recent conquests. Nevertheless, he recognized that the primary benefit of the 5-colored spirit-tail sparrow lay in its enhancement of the physical body, and taste was not the focal point. He devoured the soup voraciously, consuming not only all the meat, but even crunching the bones. He was in urgent need of improvement and had no desire to waste anything. Although the potential pill had dramatically enhanced his aptitude primarily dictates the speed of cultivation and breakthroughs. Strengthening the physical body still requires years of accumulation. Fortunately, his daily practice of the heavenly circulation had rendered his physique increasingly robust, bringing him closer to the 5th level of the martial realm. Xiao Shi estimated that under normal circumstances, within a week, he could reach the limit of the 4th level of the martial realm. Now, with the 5-colored spirit-tail sparrow, he could expedite this process. After finishing the entire bowl of broth, he soon felt a torrent of heat welling up from his heart, flowing continuously throughout his body, akin to a soothing immersion in a hot spring, immensely comforting. Under this wave of warmth, his physical body enhanced at a visibly rapid pace. In an instant, he reached the limit of the 4th level of the martial realm. This enhancement No wonder the five-colored spirit-tail sparrow is so expensive. Excitement sparkled in Xiao Shi's eyes as he promptly began the fifth cycle of the heavenly circulation. His astonishing aptitude allowed him to experience no difficulty or hindrance during this process. He effortlessly completed the fifth cycle and made a significant breakthrough, officially entering the fifth level of the martial realm. The difference between each level of the martial realm primarily lies in physical strength. Now, Xiao Shi could distinctly sense the gap between his current physical body and that of the fourth level of the martial realm. Most importantly, upon reaching the fifth level, he fulfilled the conditions for body refinement and could commence the process. However, considering the potential dangers associated with body refinement through the flame phoenix fruit, he believed it prudent to exercise caution. The greater his physical strength, the lesser the danger would be. Xiao Shi felt it wise to delay the process for now. After all, he had only just met the criteria for body refinement. Presenting a considerable risk. It would be best to continue enhancing his physical strength and reduce the associated dangers before engaging in body refinement, ensuring a more secure approach. There's no rush. For someone like Xiao Shi, who prioritized safety above all else, he was unwilling to take any risks. Thus, over the following half-month, he devoted the majority of his time to the heavenly circulation, continuously fortifying his physique. Additionally, he did not cease his hunting of the spotted worms. Now, not only was his living space cluttered with an abundance of items, but the rented room was also filling with more possessions, in terms of contribution points, after disposing of the feathers and blood of the five-colored spirit-tail sparrow. He had accumulated 500 points, more than many outer disciples who frequently undertook missions. Thus, after diligently practicing for over half a month, Xiao Shi's physical body had grown significantly stronger. The dangers associated with body refinement had been greatly diminished. He assessed the situation and concluded that this was an appropriate time to begin body refinement. Without hesitation, he retrieved the flame phoenix fruit and swallowed it whole. As the flame phoenix fruit entered his stomach, a wave of searing heat surged from his lower abdomen, spreading throughout his body, as if he were engulfed in flames. The sensation was excruciating, and every part of him throbbed with pain. Every fiber of flesh, every bone, every meridian was subjected to the flame's scorching embrace. Although this burning was a process of enhancement and refinement, the experience was tremendously agonizing, testing his willpower to its limits. Xiao Shi's body trembled. His face contorted in agony, with low cries of pain escaping his lips. He sensed that the flames within him did not weaken over time. Instead, they intensified, becoming ever more ferocious. Under this relentless onslaught, his muscles and bones compacted, and his meridians grew increasingly resilient, rapidly improving from within in every respect. Yet the pain remained intense, reaching a level that would be unbearable for an ordinary person. This is a process that all who undertake body refinement must endure. Without a strong and resilient will, even possessing rare materials would render one incapable of completing the body refinement. As the flames continued to sear within him, Xiao Shi visibly shrank, even appearing a few centimeters shorter than before. The compression of his flesh and bones made him seem diminutive, yet his physical body had grown immensely stronger. Every ounce of flesh contained an astonishing surge of power. As time passed, the body refinement soon entered its final stage. The flames burning within him began to merge with his flesh and bones, ultimately forming a fiery mark upon his brow. This mark symbolizes the successful completion of body refinement. However, Xiao Shi chose to conceal this mark beneath his skin to avoid exposure. At this stage, it was crucial that no one learned of his body refinement success, as he could not explain the rare materials required for the process. Xiao Shi carefully attuned himself to the changes in his body after refinement. He discovered that his physical strength had reached the limit of the fifth level of the martial realm, enabling him to attempt a breakthrough to the sixth level directly. This advancement filled his heart with elation. Originally, based on his pace of cultivation, he could only hope to reach the sixth level of the martial entry realm before taking on the role of night watchman. However, with the enhancement acquired from body refinement, he now had a genuine opportunity to break through to the seventh level of the martial entry realm. Not only that, the success of the body refinement had, to some extent, liberated his physical form from limitations. Even if he were to reach the ninth level of the martial entry realm, he could continue to enhance his physique. What a remarkable experience! Xiao Shi clenched his fist in excitement. Without lingering for long, He immediately commenced the operation of the 6th week of celestial circulation following his successful body refinement. He aimed to leap directly from the 5th to the 6th level of the martial entry realm. Typically, disciples of the Qi Hu sect would find their cultivation levels ranging from the 2nd to the 5th level of the martial entry realm before assuming the role of night watchman. Presently, Xiao Shi had already surpassed the majority. Moreover, the advantages brought by body refinement instilled in him greater anticipation for further advancements. As long as I can acquire suitable heavenly materials and earthly treasures, I can continue my body refinement. Although the process of body refinement was excruciating, the improvements it yielded were significantly swifter than conventional cultivation methods. It could be said to be the fastest way to enhance one's strength at present. Yet, with no martial entry realm creatures available for him to slay, it became exceedingly difficult to obtain martial entry-level items. Xiao Shi could only place his hopes on the spotted worms, diligently capturing and eliminating them each day. This continued for over 10 days. One day, as Xiao Shi was returning with a bag of spotted worms, he was met with devastating news. Fu Chun had died. It was suspected that he encountered malevolent spirits during a mission and was slain by them. Instantly, Xiao Shi's mood darkened. He had shared a cordial relationship with Fu Chun. Previously, when they undertook missions together, he had specifically cautioned Fu Chun to exercise caution, never anticipating that their farewell would become a final goodbye. With a heavy sigh, Xiao Shi acknowledged that this was also the reason he refrained from venturing outside for missions. The world was perilous. Malevolent spirits, natural disasters, wars, bandits, threats lurked everywhere. It was not merely the martial entry realm warriors who faced danger. Even those at the Qi martial realm could not guarantee their safety in such perilous circumstances. Fu Chen's death weighed heavily on Xiao Shi's heart, despite his understanding that this was the norm in their world, where countless warriors like Fu Chen perished daily. Fu Chun had ultimately been his first friend in this realm. Grief engulfed Xiao Shi, and simultaneously, his yearning for strength intensified. He realized that soon, as a night watchman, he would also confront these dangers. To survive, he needed sufficient self-defense capabilities. I must grow stronger. Xiao Shi tightened his fists. The joy and satisfaction from his successful body refinement dissipated, replaced by an insatiable thirst for power and an urgent desire to become stronger. He was acutely aware that his time was limited. Aside from daily hunts for spotted worms, he devoted all remaining time to celestial circulation. After a month, Xiao Shi had slain thousands of spotted worms. After such a relentless pursuit, he finally acquired a martial entry-level item. Name: storage bag. Type: storage. Grade: martial entry-level. Description: spacious, capable of holding numerous items. Note: you no longer need to worry about insufficient storage space for your belongings. Although it was not an item that directly enhanced his strength, the storage bag was immensely useful to Xiao Shi. As his possessions accumulated, even renting a room became a challenge due to lack of space. Moreover, it would be cumbersome to carry all these items when he assumed the role of night watchman. With the storage bag in hand, he no longer had to fret over excessive belongings. After all, the internal space of this martial entry-level storage bag was as vast as a football field, more than sufficient to accommodate his items. Time flew by, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. The plaza of the Qi Hu sect, numerous outer disciples gathered, preparing to embark on their new journey as night watchmen in Jinyun City. Under the sect's arrangements, Chapter 09, Night Watch Bureau. Thunder roared. The immense sound reverberated through the heavens and the earth, the clouds heavy and layered, brimming with foreboding. Bolts of lightning cleaved the sky, accompanied by torrential rain, cascading down to the mortal realm. Beneath the rain curtain, the world was shrouded in darkness, suffused with a sense of oppression, as the howling winds and rain conveyed the lament of this chaotic era. The climate of Qixing Prefecture was humid, perpetually drenched and rained, as one of the 13 prefectures of Tsangyin. Though it was merely a peripheral region, it boasted vast territories and abundant resources. Qixing Prefecture was home to 3 major sects: Feiyuan Palace, Qixing Gate, and Qi Hu sect. Among them, Feiyuan Palace not only stood as the strongest sect but also as the ruling power of the entire Qixing Prefecture. Qixing Gate and Qi Hu sect were merely subordinate sects to Feiyuan Palace. Qi Hu sect was located in the southern part of Qixing Prefecture, constructed upon a massive mountain peak, with magnificent buildings surrounding the mountain. Exuding an air of grandeur, a boundary line formed at the mountain's waist. Dividing the sect into the upper and lower sections, outer disciples resided below the waist of the mountain in the lower sect, while only inner disciples and core direct disciples were eligible to enter the upper sect. This was also the reason why Xiao Shi had yet to encounter any inner disciples during his time in the sect. Each of the three major sects, apart from their own domains, also governed certain cities. Jianyun City, as the main city under the Qihu sect's jurisdiction, had long flourished under their management. The cities of Qixing Prefecture were few and far between, and each was of immense importance. Especially in such chaotic times, residing within a city was undoubtedly the aspiration and dream of many. Compared to the lawless wilderness, cities, despite their own conflicts and fatalities, offered a significantly safer environment amidst the perils and turmoil outside. Thus, living in a city became a cherished dream for many. Daily, numerous individuals sought entry into the city, with many choosing to stay indefinitely once they arrived. However, every city had its own rules. One could not simply remain at will. When Xiao Shi and the outer disciples arrived at Jianyun City, it was already afternoon. Upon entering the city, he was greeted by a cacophony of bustling sounds. Even on a rainy day, the entirety of Jianyun City was lively. The one responsible for leading these outer disciples to Jianyun City was a short, round-faced man hailing from the upper sect, seemingly an elder. After entering the city, he guided them to a grand building. This edifice, situated at the heart of Jianyun City, was strikingly conspicuous. Its overall color was a deep black, exuding an aura of coldness. Despite being in a bustling area, no passerby dared to approach, all opting to steer clear, as if some terror lurked within that kept them at bay. Above the grand entrance, a plaque bore 3 chilling black characters, Night Watch Bureau. At that moment, a young man clad in black stood at the entrance of the Night Watch Bureau. Upon seeing Xiao Shi and the others, he promptly approached, bowing respectfully to the round-faced elder. The elder nodded, glanced at Xiao Shi and the others, and spoke with indifference. "This is the Night Watch Bureau, your place of duty. You will serve here for 3 years. Whether or not you advance to inner disciples after that will depend on your individual fortunes." After the round-faced elder concluded, he briefly exchanged formalities with the young man in black before departing without further delay. "Follow me." The young man gestured for everyone to follow him into the Night Watch Bureau. The interior of the Night Watch Bureau was quite spacious. Along the way, Xiao Shi and the others observed several night watchmen, all clad in uniform black attire and wide-brimmed black hats, most of whom wore indifferent expressions and hurried steps as they passed by Xiao Shi and his companions. The formidable aura of vitality emanating from these night watchmen clearly indicated that their cultivation levels ranged predominantly between the 6th and 7th levels of the martial entry realm. Typically, the specific cultivation level of a martial entry realm warrior could be gauged not only through combat but primarily through the strength of their vitality. Each tier of the martial entry realm corresponded to varying intensities of vitality. The higher the tier, the stronger the vitality. While this method of assessment was not infallibly accurate, the margin of error was minimal. Unless the individual possessed a treasure that concealed their vitality or had undergone body refinement, which could compress their vitality post-success, thus not revealing their true level beneath the surface. However, such scenarios were exceedingly rare. Impressive. Numerous outer disciples, upon sensing the fluctuations of the night watchman's vitality, could not help but murmur in awe. Continuing onward, after navigating several pavilions and paths, Xiao Shi and his companions were soon led to a plaza. In the center of the plaza, 4 figures sat upon chairs, quietly awaiting their arrival. As they drew closer, an overwhelming wave of vitality surged from these 4 individuals, far surpassing that of the night watchmen they had previously encountered. Among them, the figure seated furthest to the left was a languid young woman with purple hair, appearing to be in her 20s. Her skin was fair, and she exuded an air of aloofness. With a high ponytail and one long, straight leg casually crossed over the other, she glanced at the gathering outer disciples with a mere cursory look before returning her attention elsewhere. To her left sat a gray-haired elder. His eyes narrow and a black mark upon his face, exuding an air of sternness as he scrutinized the outer disciples with keen seriousness. The third figure was a tall, square-faced middle-aged man, towering at least 2 meters in height. Seated there, he resembled an iron tower, casting an equally earnest gaze upon the multitude of outer disciples. Seated at the far right was a young man with a cheerful smile and squinty eyes, exuding an air of amiability. seemingly quite intrigued by the newly arrived outer disciples. These 4 captains are the ones overseeing this batch of outer disciples. The black-clad youth, who had brought Xiao Shi and the others, respectfully addressed the 4 individuals ahead. Upon hearing his words, the crowd quickly realized that the 4 before them were indeed the captains of the Night Patrol Division. This division was primarily divided into 4 teams, A, B, C, and D, each led by a captain, with their rank just beneath that of the division chief. "Let us not waste any more time and get started," remarked the violet-haired woman, captain of Team A, with a hint of impatience. "Understood," replied the black-clad youth, retrieving the jade slip he had received from the round-faced elder and addressing the assembly of outer disciples. "Now, when I call your name, step forward." Ding Yin, a stout boy in the crowd, somewhat anxious, stepped forward. Instantly, all eyes were fixated on him, causing him to feel even more nervous under their collective gaze. The black-clad youth looked at the jade slip and read aloud, "Ding Yin, 16 years old, has executed 5 tasks, 3 of which were level 5, 1 was level 4, and 1 was level 3. The 4 captains nodded slightly at this information, with the gray-haired elder, captain of Team B, and the burly captain of Team C both acknowledging the performance. "Quite standard," commented the captain of Team C thoughtfully. "Not bad," he added. "Join my Team C." "Yes." The chubby boy named Ding Yin obediently nodded and positioned himself behind the captain of Team C, officially becoming a member of that team. This was a customary practice for every batch of outer disciples joining the Night Patrol Division. The captains selected members based on their previous task executions and their cultivation levels. Zhang Hao. The black-clad youth continued to call out names. A robust young man with black hair stepped forth from the crowd. Zhang Hao, 20 years old, has executed 7 tasks. 3 were level 5, 2 were level 3, 1 was level 2, and 1 was level 1. The captains of teams B and C both perked up at this declaration. Tasks assigned to outer disciples typically range from level 5 to level 1, with level 5 being the simplest and level 1 the most challenging. Few could manage to complete a level 1 task. Given the inherent dangers involved, many disciples attempting level 1 tasks had ultimately lost their lives. The fact that this Zhang Hao had successfully completed one was commendable, marking him as a notable talent, and he was promptly selected to join Team B. Next, Wang Shitong, 30 years old, has executed 4 tasks, all of which were level 5. Tao Mo, 20 years old. As more disciples were called forth, Xiao Shi gradually discerned the selection criteria of the 4 captains. Among them, Team A had the highest standards, only selecting the most extraordinary talents, while the captains of Teams B and C primarily focused on recruiting elite disciples. Those of mediocre aptitude were relegated to Team D. Team A is for the geniuses. Teams B and C are elite teams. Team D comprises the ordinary. Xiao Shi quickly analyzed the distinctions among the 4 teams. Next, Xiao Shi. Upon hearing his name, Xiao Shi stepped forward, surrounded by numerous gazes. The black-clad youth glanced at the jade slip and began to read, Xiao Shi, 15 years old, with a task execution record of, He suddenly paused, his expression one of surprise, questioning whether he had misread. After confirming several times, he finally spoke with an unusual demeanor. Task execution count, 0. The revelation was met with astonishment from all present, including the captains, who were momentarily taken aback. It was unexpected to find someone who had not completed a single task. The captain of Team B, the most seasoned among them, had recruited over a dozen batches of outer disciples. Yet he had never encountered an individual so audacious as to have not undertaken even one task. Historically, even the least competent outer disciples would manage to execute at least 2 or 3 level 5 tasks. To find someone who had not engaged in any tasks at all was truly unprecedented. Moreover, in sensing Xiao Shi's vitality, they detected only a fluctuation consistent with the 4th level of the martial realm. While this level was commendable, the absence of any task execution led them to lose interest in him immediately. Consequently, Xiao Shi was assigned to the unremarkable Team D. This outcome was exactly as Xiao Shi had anticipated and desired. Although he had not completed any tasks, his current cultivation at the 7th level of the martial realm could potentially attract the attention of the captain of Team A if he showcased his true capabilities. After all, outer disciples typically range from the 2nd to the 5th level of the martial realm, with those attaining the 5th level considered exceedingly rare talents. Individuals like him, having reached the 7th level, were virtually non-existent and could create significant waves. He was certainly qualified to join Team A. However, Xiao Shi understood that Team A was the most conspicuous of the four, attracting undue attention and danger. For someone like him, who prioritized safety above all else, it was unlikely he would place himself in such a precarious position. He had no intention of joining Team A. Teams B and C, while not as ostentatious, still drew attention, and he deemed them unsuitable as well. He felt that Team D was the most fitting for him. The members there were largely average outer disciples, ensuring he would not attract any scrutiny. The most mundane, the least noticeable, and consequently the safest. This outcome has been a perfect score for me. Xiao Shi was thoroughly satisfied with this result. Before long, the over 700 outer disciples were assigned to the four teams, with Team D housing the largest number, over 300 members, nearly half of the total. Teams B and C each had just over 100 members. While Team A had fewer than 100, yet each member was a standout talent at this point. The four captains led their teams to their respective areas within the Night Patrol Division's D district. From this moment forth, you are the Night Patrollers of Team D. The captain of Team D, with his squinty eyes and ever-present smile, warmly addressed the group. He began distributing the standard equipment for night patrollers, a set of black attire, black trousers, shoes, and a black hat. He then provided them with their identification tokens and the exclusive cultivation method for night patrollers. The tokens not only recorded individual information but also accumulated contribution points that were valuable in Jinyun City. The cultivation method, entitled Night Tiger, was specifically designed for night patrollers, signifying the close connection between the title and the technique. You have 3 days to cultivate the Night Tiger. After 3 days, regardless of whether you have mastered it or not, you will commence your duties as night patrollers. The captain of Team D spoke gently, yet his words weighed heavily on the disciples. They had already heard that the mortality rate for newly joined night patrollers was the highest. With only 3 days to prepare, a sense of urgency arose within each of them. Under the captain's guidance, they all settled into the D district of the Night Patrol Division that very day, with all members of Team D residing together. Upon returning to their quarters, everyone eagerly retrieved the jade slips containing the Night Tiger technique to begin their cultivation. Xiao Shi was no exception. Despite his cultivation being at the 7th level of the martial realm, he recognized that such a level was insufficient for ensuring his safety as a night patroller. After thoroughly studying the jade slip, he finally understood the profound connection between the night patrollers and this particular technique. The Night Tiger technique was quite unique. Its strength lay in the significant enhancement of one's abilities during the night, amplifying all facets of performance beyond the original baseline. It could be said that once cultivated, the night would be the night patroller's most formidable period. No wonder it is a mandatory technique for night patrollers. Xiao Shi continued to read. The technique had 2 prerequisites for cultivation. Firstly, one must first practice the Red Tiger technique, as the Night Tiger was developed from it. Without mastering the Red Tiger technique, one could not advance in the Night Tiger. Secondly, cultivation must occur exclusively at night. Attempting to practice during the day would yield no results. Xiao Shi glanced outside. The sky had darkened. Meeting the second condition for cultivation, after careful consideration, he discovered that this cultivation technique, like the Red Tiger formula, was divided into 9 levels, corresponding to the 9 stages of martial entry. Each level of training required the formation of a unique circulatory pattern within the body. This circulatory pattern was distinct from that of the Red Tiger formula. The circulatory pattern of the Red Tiger formula could only operate during cultivation and would yield permanent enhancements after each cycle. In contrast, the Night Tiger's circulatory pattern would automatically activate within the body at night. The enhancements it conferred were only effective during the night, dissipating once the sun rose and the circulatory activation ceased. Without any hesitation, Xiao Shi meticulously memorized the specific method of the circulatory operation, closed his eyes, and began to attempt this new circulatory practice. Despite the Night Tiger technique being developed on the foundation of the Red Tiger formula, the 2 circulatory patterns exhibited significant differences. Even with Xiao Shi's current aptitude, he encountered numerous errors during his first attempt, resulting in failure. After reflecting on the reasons for his setbacks, he commenced a second attempt. This time, his performance was markedly improved, yet he still did not achieve success. The third, fourth attempts all ended in failure. Each failure allowed Xiao Shi to identify the problems, and by the 5th attempt, he had resolved all issues, successfully executing the first circulatory operation. Thus, He completed the first level of the night tiger cultivation. That moment, he could distinctly feel that the meridians within his body had begun to automatically engage in the night tiger's unique circulatory operation. Under this operation, he experienced neither fatigue nor drowsiness. Rather, he felt an inexhaustible energy during the night. His mind became clearer and more agile, and his body underwent a comprehensive enhancement. Not only did his strength and speed improve, but his endurance, explosive power, and recovery capabilities were all significantly greater than during the day. Is this the exclusive cultivation technique of the Night Watchers? Xiao Shi reveled in the enhancements bestowed upon him by the night, feeling as if he were a fish returned to water, utterly relaxed and remarkably nimble. This state persisted for approximately an hour. As dawn broke, the internal operation came to a halt, and all his enhancements vanished, reverting him to his previous state. Simultaneously, those who were practicing the Night Tiger technique among the Night Watchers were compelled to cease their training, emerging from their rooms to gather and discuss amongst themselves. After a night of training, apart from Xiao Shi, none had successfully cultivated this technique. The expressions of the crowd reflected their frustration, feeling that this cultivation method was exceedingly challenging. This technique is far more difficult than the Red Tiger formula. It is simply impossible to master it in a short time. The most troublesome aspect is that it can only be practiced at night. We cannot train during the day. If we cannot master it within 3 days, we will be in trouble. Just as everyone was growing anxious, a sudden burst of laughter echoed from afar. Surely you do not believe that mastering the Night Tiger within 3 days guarantees your survival during the first mission, do you? The crowd turned to see 3 seasoned Night Watchers approaching with smiles. These individuals were clearly not part of their recent cohort, but possessed considerable experience. Leading them was a short-haired young man who chuckled as he reminisced, "I was just as naive as you back in the day." How nostalgic! The faces of the crowd darkened. Xiao Shi furrowed his brow and regarded the trio of Night Watchers. Do not wear such expressions. I am not here to ridicule you, but to offer a word of caution for you newcomers, so you may prepare yourselves mentally. The short-haired youth smiled and continued, I can unequivocally inform you that whether you survive 3 days from now will depend more on your luck than your strength. Even if you manage to master the Night Tiger, the enhancement from the first level will only amount to 30% of your daytime strength. If you receive a mission of the highest difficulty, that 30% enhancement will be insufficient to resolve the issues at hand. The Night Tiger can indeed increase your chances of survival, but it also depends on the nature of the mission you undertake. A sense of heaviness settled in the hearts of the crowd. Someone furrowed their brow and asked, "Are you implying that we cannot freely choose our missions?" Indeed, the short-haired youth nodded. Missions are assigned randomly, and the type of mission you receive is purely a matter of luck. If you happen to draw the simplest patrol mission, it will be easy to complete, but if you draw the most challenging task, hey, don't think it's just you. Even we seasoned Night Watchers may not be able to accomplish it. The gravity of the short-haired youth's words cast a somber atmosphere around them. The notion that missions were assigned at random meant that everyone might face the most difficult task. At that moment, it was not just those who had failed to master the Night Tiger who felt the pressure. Even Xiao Shi wore a grave expression. He could discern that the young man was not merely attempting to instill fear, but was speaking the truth. Although Xiao Shi was unaware of the specifics of the most challenging missions, he understood that if even experienced Night Watchers found them daunting, his current strength would likely render him hopeless. This thought ignited a sense of urgency within him. Given his character, he could not afford to rely on luck, nor could he gamble on not being assigned the most difficult task, as long as there remained even a sliver of possibility that he might receive such a task. He had to ensure he possessed sufficient means to cope. He keenly realized that even if he mastered the Night Tiger now, facing the most difficult task would still be inadequate. He needed more tactics and greater strength. Yet, time was now reduced to 2 days. Even with the ability to train in the Night Tiger at night, Xiao Shi could not guarantee that he could advance to the second level within the remaining 2 nights. After all, the Night Tiger itself posed considerable cultivation challenges, and the difficulty only escalated with each level. Furthermore, even if he succeeded in reaching the second level, the enhancements from the Night Tiger alone might not suffice to tackle the most daunting task. Xiao Shi's mind raced as he contemplated the situation. After much deliberation, he realized that the only way to bolster his strength within the next 2 days was to slay a martial entry-level creature. This was the quickest method to enhance his power in a short span of time. Aside from the multicolored spirit-tailed bird within the sect, there are no other martial entry-level creatures to hunt. I wonder if there are suitable prey in this place. With this thought in mind, Xiao Shi immediately began to inquire. He focused his inquiries on whether the Night Watchers had any birds or beasts in their custody. Soon enough, he learned that the Night Watchers indeed kept a type of bird specifically for transmitting intelligence. However, this bird was even more precious than the sect's multicolored spirit-tailed bird, making it unattainable as for other birds and beasts. It was said that some Night Watchers raised spirit beasts, but these spirit beasts were akin to their companions and integral to their combat strength. They would never part with them. Perhaps I am mistaken. It is not necessary to kill martial entry-level birds or beasts. Xiao Shi pondered thoughtfully and suddenly recalled a certain place. The Night Watchers' prison. Within the 4 zones of the Night Watchers, there existed a prison in each, housing the criminals captured by the patrol teams during their missions. Xiao Shi made his way to the prison of Team D. At the entrance of the prison, 2 Night Watchers from Team D were on guard. Upon seeing Xiao Shi, they regarded him with keen interest. Newcomer? I have met you both. Seniors. Xiao Shi smiled as he produced 2 flasks of wine he had prepared earlier and offered them to the 2. The Night Watchers accepted the flasks with smiles, took a sip, and their eyes widened in astonishment. What kind of wine is this? They exclaimed in wonder, declaring they had never tasted such delicious wine before. Through these 2 flasks of wine, Xiao Shi quickly bridged the gap, seeking information about the prison from them, particularly regarding the prisoners. When we carry out our missions, we typically eliminate bandits and criminals on the spot. We rarely capture them unless the mission specifically requires it, so the number of prisoners in the prison has always been minimal. One of the Night Watchers, named Wang Changhuan, explained while sipping. Xiao Shi nodded. Then how are these prisoners usually dealt with? For those specified for capture in the mission, there are generally special arrangements from above, as for other captured individuals. They are simply kept locked up. The other Night Watcher, named Yang Zhan, added, glancing at Xiao Shi with a smile. Are you looking to practice on a prisoner? He understood that some newcomers often sought targets to practice on before their missions. The prisoners in the prison were indeed suitable for such practice. Is that permissible? Xiao Shi's eyes lit up. If it is a prisoner designated for capture in the mission, that is certainly out of the question. However, for general prisoners, as long as the person who captured them consents, you can handle them as you wish. Xiao Shi's heart raced with realization. This meant that the disposal rights of general prisoners lay with the Night Watcher who captured them. If he wished to practice on a prisoner, he would first need to obtain the permission of the capturing Night Watcher. You are in luck. Currently, there is a criminal in this prison that I have captured. Yang Zhan clapped Xiao Shi on the shoulder. If you wish to practice, I can hand him over to you, but be cautious. This individual possesses a cultivation level of 5 in martial entry, and although his strength has diminished during imprisonment, he will still be challenging to deal with. Thank you, Senior. Xiao Shi expressed his gratitude repeatedly, pausing for a moment to inquire. If I accidentally killed someone, if they're dead, they're dead, Yang Zhan replied dismissively, waving his hand. These prisoners deserve to die 1,000 times over. If they can serve as practice for us Night Watchmen before their demise, it can be considered their final contribution to this world. Xiao Shi nodded in agreement. With those words from his companion, he felt reassured. The prison was shrouded in darkness, deprived of sunlight for years. The cells were surrounded by walls on all sides, making it difficult to discern the situation inside unless the cell door was opened. When Wang Changhuan and Yang Zhan brought Xiao Shi to one of the cells and opened the iron door, Xiao Shi finally beheld the prisoner confined within. It was a burly old man. His hair disheveled, his body smeared with dirt and blood, shackled with specially designed handcuffs and leg irons, crouched in a corner. Xiao Shi, do you really not need us to protect you? Yang Zhan couldn't help but ask again. The 2 had intended to guard Xiao Shi. Should he find himself at a disadvantage or encounter danger during the battle, they would be ready to intervene and ensure his safety. They remembered that there had been Night Watchmen who had been killed by prisoners during their skirmishes. In their eyes, Xiao Shi was merely at the 4th level of martial arts. Facing a prisoner at the 5th level, who had been weakened, still posed a certain risk. However, Xiao Shi shook his head with a smile. Thank you, brothers, but I wish to face him alone. If I cannot handle such a prisoner, I doubt I would survive my future missions as a Night Watchman. The 2 nodded, deeply resonating with Xiao Shi's sentiments. As seasoned individuals, they understood that newcomers faced the highest mortality rates during their first missions, especially in their Ding squad. Typically, those who joined the Ding squad were the most ordinary and mediocre individuals. Lacking the prowess of elite or genius teams. It was common for a quarter of the newcomers to perish on their first mission. Be extra careful. We'll be waiting for you to celebrate with drinks. They ceased their persuasion and offered Xiao Shi encouragement. After he stepped into the cell, they closed the iron door behind him and waited outside. Upon entering, Xiao Shi found the cell to be even smaller than he had perceived from outside. In this confined space, there was little room to evade or maneuver. Meanwhile, the crouching prisoner slowly lifted his head, revealing a face twisted in malice. His eyes, bloodshot and filled with a savage hunger, exuded a murderous aura. Clearly the countenance of a seasoned killer, he rose from the ground, towering at nearly 2 meters tall, resembling a ferocious bear, his gaze fixed on Xiao Shi with a bloodthirsty intensity, letting out a raspy, unsettling laugh. You're the new night watchman, huh? Ha! A mere 4th-level martial artist dares to challenge me for practice. Do you have any idea how many like you I killed before I was captured? He cracked his knuckles, producing a series of sharp cracks, the ferocity in his eyes seemingly emanating a palpable intimidation that, combined with his imposing stature, created a formidable pressure. Yet, this pressure seemed to have no effect on Xiao Shi. He regarded the prisoner with a calm demeanor, as if surveying prey, his eyes even betraying a hint of unmasked exhilaration, as if the prisoner held something of great worth. This gaze momentarily stunned the blood-soaked prisoner. Chapter 13. Overexertion. I have yet to kill a 5th-level martial artist. I wonder what will emerge from such a feat? The more Xiao Shi pondered, the more he anticipated the encounter. However, he soon recognized his own peculiar feelings. Although he had traversed to this world for some time, he had yet to take a life. Regarding the imminent battle and slaughter, he discovered he felt no fear or anxiety, only an exhilarating anticipation. Is this the effect of my cultivation? Or is there another reason? Xiao Shi mused, though he quickly dismissed such thoughts. Now was not the time for such reflections. He focused on the prisoner before him, who was becoming increasingly agitated under his gaze. Although he had surpassed the prisoner in cultivation, he lacked practical combat experience, making it difficult to fully manifest the capabilities of a 7th-level martial artist in a real fight. Xiao Shi refused to underestimate the situation. He resolved to give it his all, leaving nothing in reserve, and to use this battle as an opportunity to hone his practical experience. At that moment, the towering prisoner was incensed by Xiao Shi's predatory gaze. The perception of being regarded as prey was unbearable, especially coming from a mere 4th-level martial artist. With a furious roar, his blood surged, causing his arms to swell dramatically, the veins bulging like roots. He raised his arms high. Though the handcuffs impeded his movements, they did not hinder his ability to unleash a powerful attack. With his fists clenched, he brought his arms down in a crushing motion toward Xiao Shi, creating a rush of air with a resounding crack, aiming to strike him hard. This was his signature move, particularly effective in such a confined space. He prided himself on his ability to engage head-on, fearing only those who were nimble and evasive. Yet, in this cramped environment, even the most agile opponent would find little room to escape, forcing a direct confrontation. He felt he had the advantage. At the same time, he was confident that this strike would severely injure the young man before him, believing that the moment his fists landed, the battle would conclude. However, the instant his fists descended, Xiao Shi, standing tall before him, moved with astonishing swiftness. He merely took a step forward. Whoosh! Xiao Shi's figure closed the distance to the prisoner in an instant, leaving behind a residual shadow and the sound of air being displaced. His speed was breathtakingly swift, in stark contrast. The prisoner's descending fists appeared painfully slow. A fierce glint flickered in Xiao Shi's eyes. As he reached the prisoner's front, he raised his fist, and the compressed blood energy accumulated within him erupted at the moment of impact. When his fist struck the prisoner's chest, it was as if he had pierced through a mere sheet of paper. With a sickening thud, he punctured the prisoner's torso. Shattered organs and bloodied fragments erupted from the prisoner's back, splattering against the cell's walls, staining the dark, filthy surface a deep crimson. The prisoner's eyes bulged, his arms still halfway down. Before they could even complete their descent, a gaping hole appeared in his chest. Hot, Crimson blood sprayed over Xiao Shi, his heart racing, breaths quickening, and his mind blank. Yet soon, a rush of exhilaration surged through him, flooding his consciousness and replacing the initial tension and fear of his first kill. He gazed at the slowly collapsing corpse, then at his own fist. It seems I may have exerted myself too much. This outcome was unexpected for Xiao Shi. He had intended to use this prisoner to enhance his combat skills, never anticipating that the man would be unable to withstand the full force of his punch. This realization dawned on him. His current strength, when fully unleashed, far exceeded that of a typical 7th-level martial artist. Is it the explosive power of my punch that caused this? Xiao Shi contemplated. After achieving physical refinement, his blood energy had remained in a compressed state. This explosive release was evidently far more potent than the usual blood energy discharge. It seems that after achieving physical refinement, I can enhance the explosive power of my blood energy, resulting in greater strength. Xiao Shi felt both exhilarated and regretful. The exhilaration stemmed from discovering his strength was greater than he had imagined. The regret lay in the fact that he had gained no practical experience from this encounter, as it had ended with a single punch. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Xiao Shi realized that he now felt no trace of the anxiety and fear typically associated with taking a life. This must be the effect of cultivating the Qi Hu Ju. Generally, techniques like the Qi Hu Ju not only strengthened the body and enhanced blood energy, but also imbued the practitioner with a penchant for battle and murder. This emotional shift rapidly alleviated Xiao Shi's discomfort from his first kill. He began inspecting the items that had fallen from the prisoner after death. I wonder if the items dropped from killing a person differ from those obtained from slaying other creatures. Xiao Shi mused as he spotted a small blue vial on the ground. Upon picking up the vial, information about the item immediately materialized in his vision. Name: blood corrosion liquid. Type: poison. Grade: martial level. Description: can be activated through blood or wounds, possessing powerful blood corrosive and blood energy effects. Note 1. Do not mix it into food or drink for poisoning. It will be ineffective. Note 2. This is a potent poison specifically designed to kill martial artists at the martial level. A poison? Xiao Shi paused. In fact, he already possessed several poisons in his storage bag, all of which he had acquired from slaying patterned insects during his time in the sect. These were of the mundane grade, and such common poisons were typically ineffective against martial artists. However, the poison that has emerged today is markedly different from the mundane poisons of yore. This is an entry-level martial poison. Furthermore, according to the annotations, this poison is specifically designed to target martial artists at the entry-level realm. Xiao Shi gently uncorked the bottle, revealing a slightly swirling burgundy liquid within. He attempted to pour a small amount onto the corpse of the prisoner, eager to observe the effects of the poison. Yet, when the burgundy venom dripped onto the lifeless body, it exhibited no immediate reaction. It was only when the poison trickled down the corpse and came into contact with the blood on the ground that the blood instantaneously transformed into a deep black, emitting thick white smoke and a hissing sound of searing. The toxin requires contact with blood to activate its effects. Such a venom would be most suitable for application upon weapons. Chapter 14. Team Ding's mission. The vitality and blood essence of a martial artist are of utmost importance, particularly for those at the entry-level realm. After all, the 9 tiers within the entry-level realm are determined by the strength of one's vitality. If this blood-corrosive liquid, poison can erode vitality, it could indeed pose a significant threat to martial artists at that level. However, merely corroding blood is insufficient to be fatal for them. Additionally, its application presents certain challenges. It must come into contact with blood or wounds to trigger its effects, making it difficult to poison through food or drink. After examining the corpse on the ground, Xiao Shi pondered for a moment before inflicting various wounds upon it, while also delivering a punch to himself, leaving a multitude of injuries on his own body, deliberately rendering himself disheveled and battered. This way, they should not discern the true nature of the battle. He did not wish to reveal his authentic strength, deeming such deception necessary. Otherwise, with him appearing unscathed while the prisoner bore a gaping hole, anyone would surmise that this was a lopsided confrontation. Now, he looked as though he had just emerged from a fierce battle, his body marred with wounds, exuding an air of utter disarray. After completing this charade, Xiao Shi rapped on the iron door of the cell, his voice hoarse and weary. Brother Wang, could you kindly open the door? Upon hearing Xiao Shi's voice, Yang Zhan and Wang Changhuan exchanged glances of surprise before hastily unlocking the cell door. Junior brother Xiao, are you all right? The two men surveyed Xiao Shi, bloodied and weary, and then glanced at the corpse on the ground, which was riddled with numerous wounds, allowing them to imagine the ferocity of the battle. A martial artist at the 5th level of the entry realm is indeed formidable. Fortunately, he was not at his peak. Otherwise, I would not have been able to defeat him, Xiao Shi remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Junior brother Xiao, your ability to triumph and slay him is already quite impressive. With your strength, I am confident that future missions will surely be successful, Yang Zhan encouraged, patting Xiao Shi on the shoulder. Xiao Shi grimaced in pain. My apologies. Yang Zhan, thinking he had touched a wound, quickly withdrew his hand. Wang Changhuan, meanwhile, chuckled heartily. Come, let us go drink and celebrate junior brother Zhao's successful kill. The three of them laughed and exited the prison together. During their drinking and conversation, Xiao Shi gleaned more information about the night watchman's missions from his companions. As the short-haired night watchman had previously mentioned, the missions assigned to the night watchman are typically randomized, leaving the nature of the tasks to chance. For us seasoned night watchmen, even if luck is not on our side and we receive the most challenging missions, there is no need for despair, as we can exchange tasks among ourselves, Wang Changhuan explained while sipping his drink. For instance, if I were assigned the most difficult mission, I would seek out the stronger members of Team Ding to negotiate a swap. Missions can be exchanged? This revelation surprised Xiao Shi. Indeed. Our Night Watch Division's 4 teams each have fixed mission quotas. For Team Ding, we must execute at least 1,000 missions within a 2-month period. Among these 1,000 missions, there will be approximately 50 first-tier missions, which are the most challenging, 100 second-tier missions, 150 third-tier missions, 300 fourth-tier missions, and 400 fifth-tier missions. These tasks are then distributed among us by the team leader. As far as I know, the other 3 teams allocate missions based on each night watchman's individual strength. Stronger members handle more difficult tasks, while those with lesser abilities undertake the easier ones. However, in our Team Ding, the leader typically assigns tasks randomly, Yang Zhan elucidated. Why is that? Xiao Shi inquired, puzzled by the leader's approach, as it seemed more reasonable to allocate tasks according to individual capabilities. Our team leader's management philosophy differs from those of the other 3 teams, Yang Zhan clarified. The leaders of the other 3 teams are well aware of the strengths of their respective members. Having personally selected each one, in contrast, the members of Team Ding were brought together because the other 3 teams deemed them undesirable. Consequently, our team leader does not cultivate, manage, or oversee us as the leaders of the other teams do. We are essentially left to our own devices. The leader does not pay us much attention nor invest time in assessing our strengths, allowing us to develop independently. Thus, mission distribution is also random. After all, members can exchange tasks among themselves, and those with lesser abilities will naturally seek out stronger individuals to trade with. However, for you newcomers, it heavily relies on luck, as you are not yet familiar with one another. Making task exchanges challenging, you must simply execute whatever task you receive. This is one of the reasons for the high mortality rate among newcomers in Team Ding. Xiao Shi now understood. Compared to the leaders of the other 3 teams, the leader of Team Ding seemed rather lackadaisical, but this was to be expected. The members of the other teams were personally chosen by their leaders, while Team Ding was comprised of those overlooked by others, resulting in a lack of investment in their training and management. However, one point puzzled Xiao Shi. Do strong individuals always exchange for more difficult tasks? Aren't they afraid of unforeseen circumstances? He asked. Strong individuals opt for challenging tasks not only out of confidence in their own abilities, but primarily to accrue greater contribution points, Wang Changhuan explained. Generally, the more difficult the mission, the greater the contribution points awarded upon completion. These points can be exchanged for powerful techniques, weapons, and elixirs, and are crucial for advancing to intersect disciple status. The requirement for promotion to intersect disciple is to accumulate 20,000 contribution points within 3 years of serving as a night watchman. To ascend to core disciple status, one needs a staggering 80,000 contribution points. If one merely completes standard difficulty tasks, they may only be able to rise to intersect disciple status. To become a core disciple, one must undertake the most challenging missions. Xiao Shi nodded, finally gaining insight into the mission dynamics of Team Ding. Statistically speaking, the likelihood of receiving a first-tier mission under random assignment is not high. However, given Xiao Shi's nature, he would undoubtedly prepare thoroughly whenever a possibility arose. Casually glancing around the prison, Xiao Shi considered that having discovered such an opportunity to obtain entry-level martial items, he could continue to eliminate prisoners to acquire even more valuable resources. Chapter 15. Is this the fourth level of the entry realm? As night fell, the moonlight poured down like water, accompanied by a refreshing breeze. Upon the arrival of night, Xiao Shi felt a surge of vitality coursing through his body, his state unprecedentedly invigorated. The meridians within him began to autonomously circulate the first cycle of the Night Tiger technique. The first layer of Night Tiger can provide an approximate 30% boost to my daytime strength. Should I cultivate it to the second layer? I could achieve a 60% increase, and upon reaching the third layer, my nighttime strength would double that of my daytime power. Contemplating the punch he had delivered to the prisoner during the day, Xiao Shi was eager to ascertain the formidable power he could unleash if he were to cultivate the Night Tiger to its third layer and strike with such force at night. However, mastering the Night Tiger was exponentially more challenging than the Red Tiger technique. Xiao Shi had already experienced the difficulties of the first layer. Had he not consumed a potential enhancing elixir, he would not have been able to complete the introductory training in a single night. As he began to work on the second layer of Night Tiger, he quickly realized that its training difficulty was at least tenfold greater than that of the first layer. Even with his current aptitude, he encountered continual obstacles during the training, making swift mastery impossible. As I suspected, Xiao Shi was not surprised. From the outset, he had not intended to rely on the Night Tiger technique. He knew that even with his talents, it would be impossible to cultivate the Night Tiger to a level sufficient to support him in undertaking the most arduous tasks within 3 days. The true means of rapidly enhancing his strength lay in eliminating entry-level martial prisoners. With this thought in mind, as dawn broke, Xiao Shi ceased his training and made his way to the prison. The previous day, he had informed Yang Zhan and Wang Chonghuan of his intention to continue honing his skills against prisoners. However, the current number of prisoners in the jail was limited. The remaining 2 or 3 prisoners had not been captured by them, and thus the authority to deal with them did not rest with Yang Zhan and Wang Chonghuan. They would need to obtain permission from the night watchman who had made the captures. In light of this, Xiao Shi offered them a few jars of wine. The 2 individuals eagerly expressed their willingness to assist Xiao Shi in contacting the night watchman responsible for apprehending the prisoners. When Xiao Shi arrived at the prison, in addition to the 2 of them, there was a young man present. Through their communications over the night, they discovered that only 1 night watchman remained at the Night Watch Bureau. Who was the young man before them? The others were out on missions. Upon hearing that Xiao Shi possessed fine wine, the young man immediately agreed to join them. As he encountered Xiao Shi, he could hardly contain his excitement and asked, "I've heard you have high-quality wine in your possession?" In a perilous profession like that of a night watchman, many developed a penchant for drinking. Here, wine could be considered a hard currency, greatly favored by many. Xiao Shi was acutely aware of the allure of the fine wine he held. With such wine in hand, he could effortlessly secure assistance within the Night Watch Bureau. After producing a flask of wine and offering it to the young man, he merely took a sip before being utterly captivated by its exquisite flavor. Without hesitation, he relinquished the authority to deal with the prisoner to Xiao Shi, while also cautioning him, "This individual has reached the 6th level of the martial entry realm and possesses formidable combat capabilities. Among those at this level, he is considered one of the elite. It took me considerable effort to capture him. Although his strength has diminished while imprisoned, he remains a difficult adversary. A formidable opponent at the 6th level of the martial entry realm?" Xiao Shi pondered, contemplating that such an opponent should not be easily dispatched with a single blow. Wang Chonghuan and Yang Zhan chuckled. "Let us first break one of his hands and one of his feet. That way, even if he is at the 6th level of the martial entry realm, Xiao Shi will still be able to handle him." They were evidently concerned that Xiao Shi might struggle. However, Xiao Shi felt it unnecessary. He understood that with his superficial cultivation at the 4th level of the martial entry realm, defeating the 5th level prisoner from the previous day had already pushed his limits. Killing this intact 6th level prisoner today would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Thus, he accepted the 2 night watchmen's suggestion, saying, "Thank you, brothers." In the cell, a piercing scream echoed as Yang Zhan and Wang Chonghuan incapacitated the prisoner by breaking his hand and foot. "It's over to you now, Yang Zhan," seeming to have a habit of patting people on the shoulder, gave Xiao Shi another reassuring pat before departing the cell with Wang Zhen, locking the iron door behind them. Xiao Shi regarded the prisoner, who could only move one hand and one foot, and felt that if he employed the same tactics as the previous day, it would surely devolve into yet another tedious battle. After some contemplation, he realized that while acquiring items of the martial entry level was paramount, practical combat experience was equally crucial. Given the rare opportunity to hone his skills before undertaking a mission, there was no need to end the fight with a single punch. He resolved not to utilize his swift movement technique, arc flash. Stepping forward with his left foot, he unleashed a powerful right punch. Xiao Shi was acutely aware that his ability to defeat the 5th-level prisoner yesterday was not solely due to strength. The explosive speed afforded by arc flash had played a significant role. As a foundational technique of the Earth tier, arc flash could produce an astonishing burst of speed, allowing Xiao Shi to strike first, even against opponents who initiated their attacks, without employing arc flash now. The prisoner had a moment to react. As Xiao Shi's punch approached, the prisoner instinctively raised his remaining left hand to block. A glimmer of coldness flickered in the prisoner's eyes. Although he had sustained injuries, he believed that even in this state, he could handle a 4th-level martial entry practitioner. At worst, he thought, he would be unable to kill his opponent, but he could certainly defend himself. After all, the disparity in their cultivation was significant. A 4th-level martial entry practitioner cannot possibly harm me. The prisoner was confident. Yet, at the moment their hands collided, Xiao Shi's fist met the prisoner's blocking hand. An unexpected force far beyond what he anticipated sent him hurtling backward, crashing against the prison wall. His left hand throbbed with excruciating pain, feeling as though it might shatter. This is the power of a 4th-level martial entry practitioner? The prisoner was momentarily bewildered. Xiao Shi, however, felt that he had managed to control his strength perfectly, ensuring he would not deliver a fatal blow with a single punch. "Let us continue," he exclaimed enthusiastically, advancing with fists and feet flying in a flurry of attacks. Though his strikes were not swift, each one felt to the prisoner like being struck by a boulder. After merely a few blocks, the prisoner sensed his hand nearing the breaking point. This cannot possibly be the strength of a 4th-level martial entry practitioner. Panic surged within the prisoner as he felt an overwhelming sense of crisis. Chapter 16. Celestial Tier Secret Technique. Inside the cell, the prisoner lay face down on the ground, his body cold, having become a lifeless corpse. That was completely insufficient for a challenge. Xiao Shi sighed in frustration. He had hoped that by refraining from employing arc flash and controlling his strength, he could engage in a back-and-forth exchange to enhance his practical experience. Yet, it had turned into a one-sided affair. The prisoner had never stood a chance. After struggling to fend off a few punches, he had collapsed. This left Xiao Shi feeling disheartened. When it came to practical combat experience, he found himself at a loss. The 2 battles he had encountered were far too simple and direct, lacking the kind of back-and-forth exchange where each combatant traded blows. Both had ended with a single punch. "What a bore," Xiao Shi muttered. Glancing at the items that had fallen from the slain prisoner, on the ground, there sparkled a resplendent crystal. It was a type of crystal Xiao Shi had never seen before, diamond-shaped, approximately the size of his thumb. Glistening with brilliance, upon picking it up, relevant information immediately surfaced in his vision. Name: Dust Seal, Celestial Tier. Type: Secret Technique. Grade: Martial Entry Level. Description: An ancient secret technique lost to time. Once revered as the strongest secret technique of the martial entry realm. Note: a practitioner capable of condensing seals is truly formidable. This is actually a secret technique. And moreover, a celestial tier secret technique. Xiao Shi's heart raced, and his breath quickened. Based on the information he possessed, secret techniques were far more precious, rarer, and more potent than standard manuals. Even the prestigious Qi Hu sect lacked secret techniques. It was said that only the mightiest sect, the Feiyuan Palace, possessed secret techniques. However, even within the Feiyuan Palace, not everyone was qualified to cultivate them. Secret techniques were typically regarded as the foundation of a sect, reserved for the most crucial core disciples. Like manuals, secret techniques were categorized into 4 tiers: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Yellow. Even the lowest yellow tier secret techniques could drive people to madness. Celestial tier secret techniques, Xiao Shi could scarcely fathom their astonishing value. This was undoubtedly the most valuable item to have dropped among all he had encountered thus far. Neither the Supreme Potential Pill nor the body-refining Flame Phoenix Fruit could compare to this celestial tier secret technique. This realization affirmed Xiao Shi's understanding that the stronger the martial entry practitioner he defeated, the more likely he was to obtain higher-value items of the martial entry level. Although defeating a first-level or a ninth-level martial entry practitioner would yield martial entry-level items, the value of these items varied significantly. The celestial tier secret technique he had just acquired was of immeasurable worth, surpassing all previous drops. The prisoner he had just slain was the strongest he had faced to date. Making it easy to deduce this point, at the same time, Xiao Shi recognized that defeating martial entry practitioners increased the chances of obtaining higher-tier items. It was akin to when he had slain mosquitoes and received potential pills, or when he had defeated patterned insects and received storage bags. However, the likelihood of obtaining higher-tier items was exceedingly slim. Nevertheless, Xiao Shi mused that if he were to defeat a particularly powerful martial entry practitioner, such as one at the 9th level, the odds of acquiring higher-tier items might also improve. Should he grow stronger in the future and require higher-tier items but find no suitable targets, he might consider targeting numerous 9th-level martial entry practitioners to acquire such items. As he pondered, Xiao Shi placed the crystal into his storage bag. The description and notes did not provide specific usage methods for this secret technique crystal. He would have to investigate further later. After inflicting additional injuries on the prisoner's corpse, he waited a while before knocking on the iron door of the cell. This time, he did not disguise himself as a battered individual. Instead, he presented a weary appearance, drenched in sweat. After all, it was unlikely that the prisoner, with only one hand and one foot, could inflict any significant injuries on him. If he feigned injury, it would seem implausible. What he needed to convey was that the opponent was particularly difficult to kill. When Wang Changhuan and Yang Zhen opened the iron door, Xiao Shi, appearing sweaty and panting, exclaimed, "A 6th-level martial entry practitioner is incredibly hard to kill. Even with just one hand and one foot, I couldn't manage him. I was fortunate to have my trump card." The two outside the cell shared a knowing smile, seemingly having anticipated the combat scenario Xiao Shi described. Their intention in breaking the prisoner's limbs was to prevent Xiao Shi from getting hurt. With only one hand and one foot, the prisoner was destined to be on the defensive, unable to launch any counterattacks. Since Xiao Shi primarily sought to practice, they allowed him to attack without restraint. They did not inquire about the nature of Xiao Shi's trump card. Their sole desire was to join him for a drink. As evening descended, Xiao Shi, Wang Changhuan, and Yang Zhen, having indulged in libations, began to inquire about the specific applications of the secret arts within the night patrol department. Earlier, during their drinking session, Xiao Shi had posed questions to them. Yet both were woefully ignorant of the secret arts. Thus, Xiao Shi was compelled to seek information from others. The night patrol department boasted a multitude of patrollers, yet not all were as amiable as Wang Changhuan and Yang Zhen. Many exhibited a cold demeanor, creating an air of exclusivity. However, their aloofness swiftly transformed into friendly smiles upon Xiao Shi presenting them with wine. They were forthcoming with answers to all of Xiao Shi's inquiries. Regrettably, the secret arts were exceedingly rare in Qixing Prefecture, and even these somewhat seasoned patrollers possessed only a limited understanding of them. Their responses largely consisted of information that Xiao Shi already knew. With no other recourse, Xiao Shi turned to Captain Ding for further inquiries. "You wish to know about the intelligence on the secret arts?" Captain Ding took a sip from the wine Xiao Shi offered, his eyes sparkling, evidently captivated by the exquisite flavor of the drink. While he was curious about Xiao Shi's interest in the secret arts, he harbored no doubts regarding Xiao Shi's possession of such techniques. After all, the secret arts were scarce throughout Qixing Prefecture. Aside from Feiyuan Palace, no other faction wielded them, and they were not like heavenly treasures that could manifest spontaneously. The secret arts were typically the creations of formidable beings, representing a form of legacy. Even if Xiao Shi were to claim he possessed a secret art, Captain Ding would remain skeptical. "As I understand it, the secret arts differ from martial techniques. They cannot be recorded in books or jade slips, but must be inscribed onto special crystals to be preserved," Captain Ding explained. Even if an ordinary person were to acquire a secret art crystal, without the correct method to activate it, they would be unable to access the contents of the secret art. "What must one do to activate the secret art crystal?" Xiao Shi inquired, striking at the heart of the matter. Different levels of secret art crystals require different activation methods. For a martial entry-level secret art, one must use their own vital energy to activate it. As night fell and darkness enveloped the surroundings, the numerous patrollers in the night patrol department returned to their quarters. The night was their time to cultivate the night tiger. Unless tasked with specific duties, the majority of patrollers opted to train within their chambers. Xiao Shi, too, had returned to his room, the information gleaned from Captain Ding echoing in his mind. Activate it using my own vital energy, he pondered. Retrieving a crystal from his storage pouch, he held it tightly in his hand and summoned his vital energy, causing it to surge within him. In an instant, his vital energy erupted explosively, an astonishing display. Yet, he soon realized that this vital energy could not escape his body, rendering it ineffective upon the crystal in his grasp. After some contemplation, Xiao Shi extracted a knife from his storage pouch. This weapon had been dropped by a spotted insect he had slain, and he possessed many such mundane weapons in his pouch. He held the knife and drew its blade across his palm. Attempting to cut through the skin, however, the blade merely glided over, leaving his palm unscathed, not even breaking the skin. Typically, such mundane weapons struggled to injure a martial entry-level warrior, especially one like Xiao Shi, who had undergone body refinement. He exerted considerable effort, finally managing to slice open a small wound on his palm, the blade becoming slightly bent in the process. In the nighttime, both his defensive and restorative capabilities had significantly enhanced. The wound on his palm began to heal gradually. Xiao Shi hastily pressed the crystal against the wound, channeling his vital energy to allow it to flow out through the cut, enveloping the secret art crystal for activation. As his vital energy surged, the crystal swiftly melted in his grasp, successfully activated through his vital energy. In that moment, a jolt surged through his mind. As the crystal dissipated from his hand, a wealth of knowledge regarding the secret art of dust seal flooded his consciousness. The dust seal primarily revolved around the formation of seals. Mastering this secret art would enable one to inscribe seals onto various materials, be it soil, sand, wood, metal, or others, each yielding different impressions. However, these seals could not be applied to oneself but could be inscribed onto weapons, garments, or even onto others. Contemplating this, Xiao Shi retrieved a variety of metal ornaments and a wooden sword from his storage pouch. Following the seal formation method outlined in the secret art, he prepared to attempt to inscribe a seal using the metal ornaments on the wooden sword. He swiftly enacted the secret art. The metal ornaments promptly dissolved at a visible rate, transforming into a golden liquid, which coalesced under Xiao Shi's guidance and flowed onto the wooden sword, swiftly forming a golden seal upon it. The seal was circular, roughly the size of a bottle cap. The moment the seal took shape, Xiao Shi felt a unique sense of perception and control over it. Let us give it a try, he thought. Activating the seal, the wooden sword was instantly enveloped in a metallic layer, transforming it from a wooden sword into a blade forged entirely of metal. Xiao Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement. He drew the metallic sword across the ground, leaving a long, deep gash with ease. Its sharpness was incomparable to that of the previous wooden sword. He squeezed the blade, noting that beyond its sharpness, its weight and sturdiness were also fundamentally different. This was a profound transformation, a complete metamorphosis from a wooden sword to a metal sword. Alas, the changes wrought by the seal were not permanent, they were bound by time. After 2 hours, the metallic layer began to fade, reverting the sword back to its original wooden form, and the seal itself dissipated accordingly. The seal can only be activated once. The material used to create the seal serves as its energy. Once the energy is expended, the seal vanishes, Xiao Shi realized. According to the records of the secret art, what he had just demonstrated was merely one application of the seal. Xiao Shi continued to extract more metal ornaments from his storage pouch, once again forming a golden seal on the wooden sword. However, this time he opted for a different method to activate the seal. Explode, Xiao Shi commanded with a sharp gaze. The golden seal on the wooden sword detonated instantly, producing a shock wave of gold. Under this force, the wooden sword shattered, erupting into a flurry of fine wood chips. Impressive power, Xiao Shi remarked, quite pleased. This was the second application of the seal, the explosive seal. The stronger the material used to form the seal, the greater the explosion's power. For instance, a seal formed with flames would undoubtedly possess greater explosive force than one made with metal. This type of seal is suitable for slaying foes. Xiao Shi pondered the possibility of inscribing seals on his enemies. If he could do so without them noticing, it would be ideal. However, to inscribe a seal on a person undetected, the material used must be something they inherently possessed. If he were to use metal, it would be conspicuous, certain to be noticed. What could be something the enemy possesses that wouldn't be detected? Xiao Shi fell into deep thought. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed through his mind. I've got it. Vital energy. If I inscribe the seal using my own vital energy, it will surely go unnoticed. Xiao Shi felt a surge of confidence in this idea. After all, every person possesses vital energy. When a seal formed from vital energy appeared on another, it would blend seamlessly with their own, making it difficult to detect, as long as he concealed it well, ensuring it wasn't placed in a visible area. It would remain undetected. It's worth a try. A thrill coursed through Xiao Shi. If he could successfully inscribe imperceptible vital energy seals on others, he would undoubtedly gain a powerful means of assassination. Even when facing formidable foes, he could lurk in the shadows and launch surprise attacks by detonating the seals. However, whether this would be feasible remained to be seen after he tested it. Thus, the following day, Xiao Shi ventured to the prison, where he drank with Yang Jian and Wang Changhuan, discreetly attempting to inscribe vital energy seals on them. He inscribed the seals on their backs, shielded by their clothing, rendering them invisible to the naked eye. Xiao Shi observed them closely, noting that neither exhibited any abnormal reactions. They remained completely unaware of the seals he had inscribed upon them. If I were to detonate the seal now, they would be caught off guard and likely sustain serious injuries. Xiao Shi assessed the situation in his mind. Moreover, in addition to detonation, I could also enhance them through the seal. He attempted to activate the seal. Yang Jian and Wang Changhuan, engrossed in their revelry, suddenly paused. Xiao Shi, does your wine enhance vital energy? Why do I feel as though my vital energy is more abundant than usual? Yang Jian asked, a puzzled expression gracing his face as he looked at Xiao Shi. I feel the same. Wang Changhuan echoed, equally astonished. I have no idea. I'm drinking too, so why haven't I experienced any enhancement? Xiao Shi stared at them, bewildered. In his heart, he began to grasp the potential enhancements that the Qi blood mark could offer. This mark was distinct from the previous metallic insignia. Should it have been a metallic mark, Xiao Shi believed their bodies might temporarily transform into metal. However, the enhancement provided by the Qi blood mark manifested in the realm of vital energy. To avoid causing too much commotion, Xiao Shi only activated a small portion of the mark's power. Were he to unleash the full extent of the mark, their vital energy would reach astonishing heights. Furthermore, Xiao Shi made an unexpected discovery. After he inscribed the mark upon the two individuals, he found himself endowed with a unique sense of perception, seizing the moment while their focus was solely on enhancing their vital energy. Xiao Shi closed his eyes. Through the control of the mark, he could sense every move they made within his mind. Their figures materialized in his thoughts, allowing him to observe their every action, even with his eyes shut. Such an effect is indeed remarkable. Xiao Shi exclaimed with delight. He concocted an excuse to leave the area and move to a position further away from the two. To his astonishment, even from a distance, he could still sense their locations and perceive their behaviors in his mind. Truly, this is a celestial secret art. Its power is unparalleled. Xiao Shi marveled inwardly. He had not anticipated that beyond enhancement and detonation, the mark also possessed the ability of perceptual tracking, and a remarkably potent tracking ability at that. However, Xiao Shi suspected that this perceptual tracking might come with a range limitation, and he planned to test the limits of this perception. With this thought in mind, he continued to walk further away. Upon reaching a distance of approximately 3 miles from Yang Jian and Wang Changhuan, he found that he could no longer sense them. The limit is 3 miles. If I exceed this range, my perception will be lost. Xiao Shi understood this well. Though this distance was not particularly far, it would suffice for covert operations. Yet, to leave an undetectable mark on an enemy, it could only be the Qi blood mark. However, creating such a mark using his own vital energy carried its drawbacks, namely, it would continuously deplete Xiao Shi's vital energy. Each time he formed a Qi blood mark, a portion of his own vital energy would diminish. Should he create too many marks, he might suffer a significant loss of vital energy, leading to a decline in his cultivation. Additionally, the mark had a temporal limitation. Even when inactive, it could only last for a day at most. It would not endure indefinitely, but if activated, its duration would be even shorter. Once the time elapsed, the mark would dissipate. Despite these minor flaws, they did not detract from the formidable nature of this secret art. With this powerful celestial secret art at his disposal, Xiao Shi felt a newfound confidence regarding the impending Night Watcher mission. Regrettably, there were no prisoners left in the prison to eliminate. The remaining prisoners' fates were entirely in the hands of the Night Watchers who captured them. And those Night Watchers were currently outside on their missions, unable to exercise that authority. As night fell, it marked the final evening before the execution of their tasks. The Night Watchers, each in their respective rooms, seized the last moments to engage in their Night Tiger training, hoping to attain mastery of the Night Tiger in this final hour. Xiao Shi, too, immersed himself in the practice of the Night Tiger. However, unlike the other Night Watchers, he was attempting to master the more challenging second layer of the Night Tiger. I hope to achieve the second layer of the Night Tiger today. His expression was earnest. Repeatedly, he performed the unique circulatory motions of the Night Tiger. Both the Night Tiger and the Red Tiger techniques required a certain level of innate talent. The higher the talent, the quicker the progression. Yet, the difficulty of mastering the Night Tiger meant that even someone of Xiao Shi's exceptional talent could not advance swiftly. Or perhaps, from another perspective, his current speed was already quite rapid compared to others. Unless my innate talent can be elevated to an even higher level, Xiao Shi mused that if he could obtain elixirs to enhance his talent and accumulate such elixirs over time, he would undoubtedly progress more swiftly in his cultivation. However, achieving kills in the martial realm was challenging. It was not as simple as slaying the spotted worm, where he could amass kills daily. Shaking his head, Xiao Shi dismissed these thoughts and resumed his Night Tiger training earnestly. The night swiftly passed. With the arrival of dawn, despite their reluctance, everyone had to cease their training and step out of their rooms. Light rain fell from the sky, and the participants donned their hats, the faces beneath revealing a solemnity. The difficulty of mastering the Night Tiger had left them all unsuccessful in their training endeavors. Even the one who progressed the fastest would still require another 1 or 2 nights to have a chance at mastering the Night Tiger. This weighed heavily on their hearts, leaving them to hope that they would not draw a particularly arduous task. Once all had gathered, the squint-eyed Captain Ding appeared before them, his face adorned with his usual smile. After surveying the group, he spoke. Today marks the commencement of your official Night Watcher duties, which will also determine your suitability for this role. As long as you successfully complete your tasks, you will earn corresponding contribution points. These contribution points will be crucial for your potential promotion to Inner Disciples 3 years from now. Now, without further ado, I shall begin assigning your tasks. At Captain Ding's words, tension rippled through the crowd. None wished to draw the most challenging assignments. Captain Ding retrieved his identity token and, after performing a series of operations on it, raised his head to announce, "The tasks have been allocated. You may now check your respective assignments using your identity tokens." As soon as Captain Ding finished speaking, everyone promptly took out their identity tokens to review their tasks. Xiao Shi was no exception. He quickly retrieved his token to check his assignment. Chapter 19. Level 2 Task. Rescue the wife of the Huaihai building's owner. Task difficulty, Level 2. Task information. The wife of the Huaihai building's owner was abducted 3 years ago by the chief of the Wild Wind Stronghold and remains trapped within it. Please proceed to the Wild Wind Stronghold for her rescue. Task time limit, 5 days. Reminder, this task has seen dozens of Night Watchers fail in their execution. Proceed with caution. Xiao Shi gazed at the information on the token, falling into contemplation. Although Level 2 tasks are not as challenging as Level 1 tasks, they are by no means simple, especially considering that this particular task has seen numerous Night Watchers fail. It is quite unusual. If Xiao Shi's assumptions were correct, the initial difficulty of this task was likely not as high as Level 2. It might have started as a Level 3 or Level 4 task. However, as the number of failed Night Watchers increased, the difficulty was adjusted accordingly, thus elevating it to Level 2. Xiao Shi speculated that if he were to fail, this task could very well be downgraded to a Level 1 task. I must treat this as if it were a Level 1 task. Xiao Shi's expression grew grave. He understood that the Night Watch Bureau's classifications of task difficulty were not always accurate. After all, the Bureau often categorized tasks based on the intelligence they possessed at the time. However, this information could merely be superficial and subject to change at any moment. This could lead to tasks that appear to be Level 4 or 5 in difficulty proving to be much more challenging in practice. Xiao Shi felt that the task he had received was of this nature. As everyone reviewed their tasks on their identity tokens, their expressions varied. Those who received simpler assignments visibly relaxed, while those with more challenging tasks wore expressions of despair. As night watchers, they were obligated to complete the tasks they had received. If a task failed during execution, there were typically no penalties. However, if one refrained from executing a task due to fear, the consequences could be severe, resulting in the loss of cultivation and expulsion from the sect. Time was of the essence. After receiving their assignments, the group did not linger in the Night Watch Bureau and promptly set off to fulfill their tasks. Xiao Shi decided to first visit the Huaihai building to gather information from the owner regarding the situation. The Huaihai building was situated in a modest location within Jinyun City, merely a mid-sized tavern. Numerous similar establishments dotted the city. As the bustling streets were filled with people, Xiao Shi occasionally spotted night watchers patrolling the area, each assigned to simple tasks within the city. Before long, Xiao Shi arrived at the Huaihai building and met the owner. The man, in his 30s, emanated an air of frailty. He appeared pale, with a gaunt figure, stubble covering his chin, and a receding hairline that made him look much older, as if he were in his 40s or 50s. After explaining his purpose, the owner began recounting the events of that fateful day. His wife had been abducted outside the city at the time. They had just celebrated their first wedding anniversary and were preparing to visit their hometown when they encountered the chief of the Wild Wind Stronghold, who subsequently kidnapped his wife. As for the Wild Wind Stronghold, the task also contained pertinent information. It was a bandit stronghold located on Luyue Mountain outside of Jinyun City. The chief, Su Feng, was a martial artist at the 6th level of the martial realm, commanding a group of subordinates at the 3rd and 4th levels. Attempting a solo rescue mission into the stronghold would be fraught with difficulty, and Xiao Shi could not guarantee success. Although his current strength would make it relatively easy for him to breach the 6th level of the martial realm, and those at the 3rd or 4th levels would be no challenge at all, it is imperative to remember that this is the territory of the enemy. One cannot overlook the potential traps and ambushes that may lie in wait. Even if he possesses greater strength than the bandit leader, recklessly charging in would undoubtedly expose him to significant risks and the possibility of a disastrous outcome. Yet, this is not the most critical concern. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that Luyue Mountain itself is a vast stronghold of bandit forces. There are dozens of varying bandit encampments scattered throughout the mountain, forming a formidable organization. Within this organization, not only are there formidable warriors at the 9th level of the martial realm, but there are also rumored to be those at the Qi martial realm. If Xiao Shi intends to dismantle this stronghold single-handedly, he will inevitably face support from the other encampments. Should he attract the attention of a 9th-level martial realm expert or a Qi martial realm master, he would find himself in grave danger. Historically, no night watchman has ever resorted to a direct assault on the Stormwind stronghold. They all understood that attacking the Stormwind stronghold would be akin to pitting oneself against an entire bandit organization alone, a most unwise approach. No one would undertake such a strategy. Previous night watchmen have infiltrated the encampment under false identities, seeking ways to rescue those in need. While it may pose a challenge for ordinary individuals to infiltrate these bandit strongholds, it is considerably easier for the night watchmen. After all, within each encampment, there are undercover agents placed by the Night Watch Division. These agents not only gather intelligence but also assist in forging identities, enabling the night watchmen to masquerade as members of the bandit forces. "My lord, you must help me rescue my wife," the owner of Huihai Tower implored bitterly. Xiao Shi regarded the weary and frail proprietor with a complex expression. In this world, it is rare to find someone so deeply devoted. His wife had been abducted for 3 years, and had it been anyone else, even upon her return, they would likely harbor resentment. Yet, he not only refrained from such feelings but has persistently sought to rescue her. Xiao Shi is well aware that individuals of their standing must often pay a hefty fee to enlist the aid of the Night Watch Division. Although the residents of Jinyun City are under the protection of the Qihu sect, this only extends to their safety within the city. If the owner of Huihai Tower's wife had been taken within the city, the Night Watch Division would undoubtedly pursue the matter to its conclusion. However, events occurring outside the city fall beyond their jurisdiction. It is clear that the owner of Huihai Tower has exhausted his entire fortune over the past 3 years to ensure the Night Watch Division continues to address this issue. Such rare love. Xiao Shi mused inwardly. Regardless of the motive, having accepted this task, he would strive to fulfill it to the best of his abilities. However, this task, which superficially appears to be of second-tier difficulty, is in reality fraught with first-tier challenges. Xiao Shi believes that the method of disguising oneself and infiltrating the encampment to rescue someone is unlikely to succeed, as evidenced by the failures of previous night watchmen. A new plan began to formulate in his mind, one that only he could execute. Chapter 20. The action plan as a high-end establishment in Jinyun City. Wanfeng Tower is far superior to the likes of Huihai Tower. At this moment, in a private room of Wanfeng Tower, Xiao Shi, clad in black attire and wearing a wide-brimmed black hat, sat at a round table, the brim casting a shadow over much of his face. With a goblet in hand, he contemplated his strategy. Knock. Shortly thereafter, a knock echoed from the door. The door is not locked. Please come in, Xiao Shi replied nonchalantly. The door to the private room swung open, revealing a figure cloaked in a gray robe, their face obscured by the hood, who promptly took a seat across from Xiao Shi. Greetings, my lord, the man in gray said, removing his hood to reveal a weathered face marred by a scar spanning 2 fingers in length, a middle-aged man who appeared somewhat menacing. With a vital energy fluctuation around the 4th level of the martial realm, he displayed utmost respect in Xiao Shi's presence. Are you the Yin Serpent? Xiao Shi inquired. This individual had been summoned through the Night Watchman's unique communication method, and unless otherwise indicated, he is the agent placed in the Stormwind stronghold by the Night Watch Division. Indeed. The middle-aged man produced a token to confirm his identity. Xiao Shi nodded. What do you know about the owner of Huihai Tower's wife? Yin Serpent pondered for a moment, casting a glance at the goblet before him. With Xiao Shi's nod of approval, he lifted the goblet and took a sip, stating, ever since the bandit leader abducted the owner of Huihai Tower's wife, she has been confined in a separate courtyard within the stronghold. No one is permitted to approach that courtyard without the leader's consent. Few within the stronghold have seen the owner of Huihai Tower's wife. The leader has never allowed her to step outside the courtyard. Xiao Shi considered this thoughtfully and asked, were you the one who arranged for the previous night watchman to infiltrate the stronghold to rescue her? Partially, Yin Serpent acknowledged. Some were arranged by other agents, but those agents were subsequently apprehended, leaving only me. Xiao Shi took a sip of his drink. From the information provided by Yin Serpent, it is evident that the bandit leader is aware of the continual efforts by night watchmen to rescue individuals, and has undoubtedly taken precautions against such attempts. Even without having seen the courtyard, Xiao Shi can infer that it is likely heavily guarded by the bandit leader's traps and defenses. Perhaps this is also why the leader forbids anyone from approaching the courtyard. How did the previous night watchman fail? Xiao Shi inquired further. In terms of identity, they were well disguised and did not reveal any flaws, yet they were unsuccessful in their rescue attempts, Yin Serpent replied, shaking his head. He, too, was unsure of the exact reasons for their failures, as his role was merely to provide them with identities to facilitate their infiltration, not to accompany them on their rescue missions. Contemplation filled Xiao Shi's eyes. If he were to follow the same path as the previous night watchman, the chances of success would be exceedingly slim. Indeed, he must adhere to his own plan. I need to know how many people are in the Stormwind stronghold on a typical day, he said, looking at Yin Serpent. After a moment's thought, Yin Serpent replied, the stronghold houses approximately 2,000 individuals, but visitors from other encampments occasionally arrive, making the numbers variable. 2,000? Xiao Shi frowned. This figure is significantly higher than he had anticipated, which complicates his plan. What is the layout of the Stormwind stronghold? Do you have a map? Xiao Shi inquired again. I do. Yin Serpent produced a rudimentary map, evidently one he had drawn himself, depicting the general distribution of the stronghold. Xiao Shi focused intently on the location of the separate courtyard, while also asking Yin Serpent various other questions to gain a comprehensive understanding of the Stormwind stronghold. After analyzing the information in conjunction with his plan, he concluded, this should work. Do you need me to arrange an identity for you? Yin Serpent asked. No need, Xiao Shi shook his head. He would not employ the same tactics as those who had failed before. The bandit leader was clearly aware of their methods of rescue and had fortified his defenses accordingly. Yin Serpent was taken aback. Without arranging an identity for infiltration, he could not fathom how Xiao Shi intended to rescue anyone. Surely he would not attempt to storm the stronghold alone. Yin Serpent regarded this night watchman with curiosity, sensing that he was unlike any he had encountered previously. What do you require of me? He asked. Intrigued. I need you to help me transport a batch of wine into the stronghold, Xiao Shi replied, gently swirling the liquid in his cup, his gaze flickering. Transport wine. Ine Serpent was even more puzzled. My lord, do you intend to poison the wine? He speculated. Xiao Shi shook his head. While he had considered the idea of poisoning, it was not feasible. The toxin in his possession, blood corrosion, requires contact with blood to activate. If it were mixed into the wine and consumed, it would not yield any effect. Furthermore, even if it were effective, it would be impossible to poison every inhabitant of the Stormwind stronghold. As soon as one person exhibited symptoms, others would realize the wine was tainted. If it is not to poison, then for what purpose do you require the wine? Ine Serpent pondered in confusion. You only need to help me deliver this batch of wine, and then find a way to host a banquet, inviting all the members of the Stormwind stronghold to partake, Xiao Shi instructed. Understood. Though Ine Serpent was not privy to Xiao Shi's specific plan, as an agent of the Night Watch Division, he was bound to comply with the Night Watchman's directives. Before Ine Serpent departed, Xiao Shi provided him with a flask of wine to take back to the stronghold, ensuring the bandit leader would be aware of the exquisite drink in his possession, hinting that in 2 days' time, even more of such wine could be acquired. Xiao Shi was confident that once the bandit leader tasted the wine, he would undoubtedly support Ine Serpent in organizing the banquet. As for how Ine Serpent would explain the origin of the exquisite wine, that was not a concern for Xiao Shi. As a competent agent, Ine Serpent would surely devise a plausible rationale. 2 days for preparations should suffice. After leaving Wanfeng Tower, Xiao Shi began to set his plan into motion. His first task was to gather a substantial quantity of insects, birds, and other creatures to increase his supply of fine wine through their elimination. Although he currently possesses a considerable amount of fine wine, the supply this time is rather substantial, and the stock he has at hand may not suffice. It is not a challenging task to locate these insects and creatures in Jinyun City. Xiao Shi directly hired a group of individuals to gather them. Within less than a day, he had amassed nearly 10,000 of these insects and creatures. Chapter 21. The Gale Bandit Stronghold with a sudden pop. Blood splattered as a fully green lizard exploded in Xiao Shi's hand, crushed by his grip. A wine flask fell from its remains. Xiao Shi swiftly caught it, uncorked the bottle, and brought it to his nose for a whiff. His eyes gleaming with delight. This was precisely the type of wine he sought. Among the assortment of wines he had collected, there existed a particularly intoxicating variant. A mere few sips would lead to inebriation. Regardless of one's cultivation or tolerance, a certain quantity would inevitably cause one to succumb to drunkenness. Xiao Shi intended to use this wine to intoxicate the members of the Gale Bandit stronghold. Once they were all incapacitated by drink, it would be a simple matter for him to enter and rescue his targets. His only concern was whether he had sufficient wine. Though, given the distribution of the Gale Bandit stronghold, it was unnecessary to inebriate all members. Merely incapacitating the bandits within would suffice. Nonetheless, a substantial quantity of wine was still required. The amount he currently possessed was somewhat lacking. However, he still had an abundance of insects and creatures. Should it prove insufficient, he could always hire more people to gather additional supplies. These ordinary insects and creatures were quite common and relatively easy to acquire. The only drawback was that the process of extermination could become time-consuming once their numbers increased. As he continued to slay, the spoils multiplied, and the quantity of wine steadily grew. After 2 consecutive days of slaughter, not only had he successfully accumulated enough wine, but he had also garnered other rewards. Name: Black Gold Sword. Type: Weapon. Grade: Entry Martial Level. Description: A sword forged from black gold, renowned for its sharpness. Note: Standard weapon for practitioners at the entry martial realm. Xiao Shi gazed at the entirely golden sword in his hand. He had finally acquired a weapon of entry martial level. Although the Night Patrol Bureau also possessed such weapons, they required contribution points for exchange, and the cost was exorbitant. Upon seeing the prices, Xiao Shi had refrained from making a purchase, as his contribution points were limited. It had proven wise to wait for drops instead. However, he noticed that the probability of obtaining entry martial level items from ordinary creatures was diminishing. He recalled that the last time he had acquired an entry martial level item from an ordinary creature was when he had slain a multitude of spotted insects in the sect. After vanquishing thousands of them, he had finally obtained an entry martial level storage bag. This time, he had to slay tens of thousands of insects and creatures to receive just one entry martial level item. Following this pattern, the next time he sought to acquire an entry martial level item from ordinary creatures, he might have to eliminate hundreds of thousands. This realization underscored the inefficiency of acquiring entry martial-level items through the slaughter of ordinary creatures. It was far more effective to target practitioners at the entry martial realm directly. My lord, are you certain that this wine will be effective? After Xiao Shi handed over the numerous flasks to Xiao Shi, the latter could not help but inquire. Although the Gale bandit leader had praised the taste of the wine he had previously brought back, and appeared excited upon hearing that Xiao Shi could procure more, he still did not comprehend Xiao Shi's true intentions. After all, following the tasting, the Gale bandit leader had only expressed enjoyment, without any notable reactions. Simply follow my instructions, Xiao Shi replied, offering no further explanation. His decision to provide Xiao Shi with only one flask was primarily due to the fact that excessive consumption of this wine would lead to intoxication. However, even if the Gale bandit leader became inebriated, he would merely revel in the exquisite taste of the wine without concern for the effects of drunkenness. Nonetheless, to ensure safety, Xiao Shi opted to supply a smaller quantity. Will I also be required to drink? Xiao Shi harbored a lingering unease regarding the wine, fearing that it might pose a risk. Rest assured, this wine is harmless, Xiao Shi assured him. He understood that only natural, unadulterated wine could serve his purpose. Should he introduce poison into the wine, it would only arouse suspicion and render his plan ineffective. As Xiao Shi took the wine away, Xiao Shi commenced his preparations. Luyue Mountain is situated 70 miles north of Jinyun City. The mountain is immense, resembling a crescent moon when viewed from a distance, a shape that is quite rare. From the foot of Luyue Mountain to its peak, numerous bandit strongholds can be found. The Gale bandit stronghold lies nestled along the mountainside. When Xiao Shi arrived near Luyue Mountain, dusk had already fallen. He began his vigil at the mountain's base, awaiting the evening's banquet. The timing of the banquet was set for nightfall, as this was when he, as a night patrolman, would be at his most formidable. Although his plan dictated that, if successful, he would not need to engage in combat to rescue his targets, his capabilities would be maximized under the cover of darkness, allowing him to respond effectively to any unforeseen circumstances. If I can successfully intoxicate the internal bandits, I might as well eliminate them all while I'm at it. A glint of cold light flickered in Xiao Shi's eyes, and anticipation stirred within him. Such an opportunity to slay numerous practitioners at the entry martial realm was rare. Should he succeed, he would amass a considerable haul of entry martial level items. He bore no moral qualms about eliminating these nefarious bandits. Yet, upon further contemplation, Xiao Shi deemed it prudent to prioritize the rescue of his targets before resorting to violence. Should he engage in slaughter first, the arrival of other bandits or unforeseen circumstances could force him to flee, leaving no chance to save his intended victims. Ultimately, the primary objective of this operation was to rescue those in need. I can first extract the targets and secure them in a relatively safe location, then return to deal with the bandits. This way, even if the commotion draws attention, I can escape without hesitation. A comprehensive plan began to form in Xiao Shi's mind. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the moon ascended, the onset of night invigorated him, enhancing his physicality. He did not rush into action, but instead calculated the timing until deep night fell. Now is the moment. With a swift motion, Xiao Shi transformed into a shadow and began his ascent up the mountain. Armed with a detailed map of Luyue Mountain's terrain, he was acutely aware of the precise locations of each stronghold. He deftly navigated around them, remaining undetected. Although the mountain was dotted with numerous strongholds and some bandits patrolled within, Xiao Shi skillfully evaded them all in the darkness. Not only had his speed and agility improved, but his senses, sight, hearing, and smell, were also significantly heightened. It could be said that his night vision surpassed even his daytime capabilities, allowing him to see farther and clearer. The enhancement of his senses enabled him to detect even the slightest disturbances in the surroundings. With ease, he made his way from the foot of the mountain to its midsection. Ahead, he beheld a stronghold enclosed by a tall wooden fence. The Gale bandit stronghold had been reached. Chapter 22. Fishing. The wooden fence surrounding the Gale bandit stronghold consisted of stout stakes driven deep into the ground, interconnected to form a formidable barrier. The gate was forged from exceptionally thick black ironwood, rendering it nearly impregnable. Flanking the gate were two towering watchtowers, each manned by 4 or 5 vigilant bandits scanning the vicinity. Moreover, both the interior and exterior of the Gale bandit stronghold were patrolled by guards, maintaining a commendable level of vigilance. However, Prior to Xiao Shi's arrival, he had already acquired a clear understanding of the stronghold's layout and the positions of the patrolling personnel through the map provided by Xiao Shi. He proceeded directly to the area with the weakest defenses. With a graceful leap, he scaled the wooden fence and slipped inside. The Gale Bandit stronghold was divided into two layers. The outer layer comprised the living quarters and activity areas of ordinary bandits, where one could typically observe a significant number of individuals. However, on this day, many had retreated indoors to partake in the banquet, leaving Xiao Shi to infiltrate with little more than the patrolling bandits in sight. Utilizing the mental map he had memorized, Xiao Shi navigated seamlessly through the stronghold as if he had visited before, heading straight for the residence where the wife of the Huaihai Lu's proprietor was kept. Along the way, he passed a spacious area that served as the banquet venue. Even from a distance, he could detect the overwhelming scent of alcohol wafting through the air. Observing the numerous bandits sprawled on the ground inebriated, a murderous intent flickered in Xiao Shi's eyes. Each of these bandits represented a potential entry martial level item, presenting a strong temptation. Taking a deep breath, he restrained the impulse to strike them down one by one. His nature favored caution. He believed it best to proceed in the most prudent manner, first rescuing the captives. With this thought in mind, he refrained from casting another glance and continued on to his destination. This was a quaint and elegant villa, adorned with flourishing flowers and picturesque scenery, exuding a certain charm. The guards who typically monitored the villa had also vacated for the banquet, leaving the area eerily quiet. Illuminated only by the warm glow of lights emanating from within the villa, Xiao Shi did not rashly step into the villa. Instead, he retrieved a variety of miscellaneous items from his storage bag and began tossing them into the courtyard, preparing to check for any potential traps on the ground. However, after the debris was hurled, nothing transpired. All remained tranquil. Yet, Xiao Shi still felt uneasy. He cast his gaze upon the flowers and grasses in the courtyard, suspecting they were not mere flora, but rather some toxic plants capable of emitting poisonous gas. Thus, he swiftly rummaged through the miscellaneous items in his storage pouch and, from a distance, hurled them to shatter the plants completely. He then proceeded to scrutinize the ground tiles and walls of the other courtyard, leaving no corner that could potentially harbor traps unexamined. His brows gradually knitted in contemplation. Is it possible that there are no traps whatsoever? No other precautionary measures? This was quite beyond his expectations. He had presumed that this courtyard would be ensnared in a web of defenses. Yet, the reality starkly contradicted his assumptions. Everything appeared normal. Xiao Shi pondered deeply. After weighing his options, he boldly stepped into the other courtyard and approached the door. Upon confirming that there were neither toxins nor traps on the door, he delivered a powerful strike, shattering the entrance and swiftly tossing a wooden puppet inside. A woman's piercing scream echoed from within the room. Xiao Shi peered inside, reassured that there were no traps and that the puppet he had thrown remained intact, before cautiously entering the chamber. At this moment, Xiao Shi was adorned with a wide-brimmed black hat and a black veil, a distinctive fabric designed not merely for concealment, but primarily to shield against toxic gases. Upon entering the room, his gaze immediately fell upon a woman within. She was a stunningly voluptuous lady, her figure graceful, her features exquisite, and her large, watery eyes framed by thick eyelashes, exuding the unique charm of a mature woman. Reminiscent of a flourishing begonia, the allure was palpable, especially as her delicate, sheer garment accentuated her splendid figure, radiating an intense allure. Prior to his arrival, Xiao Shi had already heard the proprietor of Huihai Tower describe his wife's beauty and had even requested a portrait. Given his prudent nature, he naturally considered the possibility that the bandit leader might employ another woman as a decoy. Before rescuing her, he needed to ascertain what Huihai Tower's owner's wife truly looked like. From the proprietor's descriptions and the painting, Xiao Shi had already surmised that she must possess considerable beauty. However, he was taken aback by her breathtaking presence upon seeing her in person. Xiao Shi now comprehended why the bandit leader sought to abduct her to serve as his consort. Faced with Xiao Shi's sudden intrusion, the beautiful woman gazed at him in terror. However, upon discerning his attire, her fear diminished somewhat. "Are you a night patrolman?" Xiao Shi nodded. "Time is of the essence. We must depart from here swiftly." The beautiful woman nodded vigorously, preparing to make her move. Suddenly, a series of applause erupted from outside. Two figures strode into the room. One of them was none other than the bandit leader, Su Feng, who should have been thoroughly intoxicated. He appeared quite different from Xiao Shi's expectations. Xiao Shi had envisioned these mountain bandit leaders as brutish, muscle-bound men, fierce and intimidating. Instead, Su Feng was tall and slender, exuding an air of elegance, a handsome man carrying a long knife on his back. Moreover, the fluctuation of his vital energy revealed that he was no longer merely at the 6th level of martial cultivation but had ascended to the 7th. Accompanying him was an elderly man in black, also at the 7th level of martial cultivation. Xiao Shi's expression darkened instantly as he could not help but ponder where the plan had gone awry. Could it be Shi? He reflected carefully. From Shi's various behaviors, he should not betray the night patrol. Yet, an instinct told Xiao Shi that the failure of this plan was indeed linked to Shi. Could it be that? A thought stirred within him, leading to a possible realization. As the bandit leader Su Feng and the elderly man clapped and entered the room, they cornered Xiao Shi. I must say, among all the night patrolmen who have infiltrated my windy bandit camp, you are the most cautious, the most intelligent, and the one with the greatest potential for success. Su Feng remarked with a smile. Had you been the first night patrolman to infiltrate my camp, I believe you would have succeeded by now. Unfortunately, I have known all along that Shi is a mole planted by your night patrol. The reason I have not killed him and allowed him to continue as your mole is to use him to lure you night patrolmen into a trap. When Shi delivered wine to me, I suspected you would take action. While I could not fathom your specific plans, I knew it had to do with this wine. Thus, I haven't taken a single sip today. Xiao Shi sighed inwardly. Indeed, it was as he had suspected. Unfortunately, he had come to this realization too late. He had ultimately been negligent. In truth, when Shi had informed him that previous night patrolmen had been exposed after their failures, he should have recognized this. Shi had successfully aided several night patrolmen in infiltrating the Windy Bandit camp, yet all the other moles had been unearthed. Why should he be any different? He should have realized that Shi's identity had long been exposed. Whatever actions he took, Su Feng would remain particularly vigilant regarding this mole. Using a mole from our night patrol to bait us is indeed something I had not anticipated. However, you have also committed a grave error. A profound smile emerged on Xiao Shi's face. Su Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Chapter 23. The villain falls due to excessive chatter for reasons unknown. Despite feeling that victory was assured and that he had perfectly ensnared Xiao Shi, the bandit leader Su Feng, upon hearing Xiao Shi's words and witnessing the smile on his face, suddenly felt an ominous premonition arise within him. This feeling was utterly absurd. After all, from every conceivable angle, Xiao Shi was merely a fish waiting to be slaughtered, caught in his trap. You tell me this only to showcase your intellect and cunning, to demonstrate your wisdom through my surprise, to satisfy your own sense of superiority. Yet, this behavior has another connotation. The villain perishes due to excessive chatter. As soon as Xiao Shi's words fell, a fierce glimmer flashed in his eyes, and he silently commanded, "Explode!" In an instant, Su Feng and the elderly man in black both changed countenance dramatically. Their bodies erupted with a thunderous roar, blood mist bursting forth from them. The moment Su Feng and the black-clad elder entered, Xiao Shi had discreetly cast a seal upon them. A celestial-level secret technique. The dust seal did not require physical contact. As long as it was within 10 meters of Xiao Shi, he could perform the seal on them. However, such sealing typically required some time. If they had attacked immediately upon entering, Xiao Shi would not have had the time to seal them. Yet Su Feng's lengthy exposition allowed him to successfully inscribe marks upon both individuals. When Xiao Shi detonated the seals formed from his own vital energy, the resulting explosion not only mangled their backs but, even more critically, the chaotic eruption of their vital energy directly disrupted their internal flow. This consequence was far more severe than their external injuries. After all, vital energy was paramount for martial artists at the entry level of martial cultivation. Once their vital energy became chaotic, they would be rendered incapable of wielding their full strength. Simultaneously, the moment Xiao Shi detonated the seals, he surged forward with lethal intent. With his agile movement, he resembled a bolt of lightning, swift as a flash, creating a series of explosive sounds in his wake. In a single stride, he reached the side of the black-clad elder and, as he moved, his right hand swiftly grasped something from his storage pouch. a golden sword, the very weapon he had obtained after slaying numerous insect-like beasts earlier. The Wujin sword. With a flash of golden light, Xiao Shi swung the Wujin sword, aiming it at the black-clad elder before him. This man was his primary target for elimination, blood already drenching the black-clad elder. The explosion from the seal had severely injured him, and coupled with the chaos within his vital energy, his condition was dire. He could scarcely comprehend how Xiao Shi had appeared before him. Only vaguely perceiving a golden light descending, an overwhelming sense of lethal danger enveloping his entire being in the face of such imminent peril, he instinctively raised his arms, crossing them in front of his chest to block. Thud! The golden sword's light sliced through the black-clad elder's arms as though it were a fine thread, severing them cleanly from his body and sending them flying into the air. Not only that, but the golden thread continued its relentless assault, striking the elder's chest. Thud! A torrent of blood erupted from the black-clad elder's chest, the force of the strike sending his body hurtling backward, collapsing heavily onto the ground. Convulsing, barely clinging to life. His arms lay severed, and a gaping wound marred his chest, through which one could glimpse the writhing of his internal organs. Although he had not died instantly, such grievous injuries meant he would be unlikely to survive. Xiao Shi's expression remained cold as he approached the black-clad elder, thrusting the Wujin sword into his chest. Thud! The sword tip pierced the elder's heart, ending his life immediately. His speed had been astonishingly rapid. From the moment he drew his sword to the moment of the kill, the entire process flowed seamlessly, taking no more than 3 seconds. It was so swift that one could scarcely react in time. After accomplishing all of this, Xiao Shi chose not to immediately retrieve the items dropped by the deceased old man in black, but instead turned his gaze towards Su Feng. He needed to ascertain through this individual whether others could perceive the items that had dropped after his kill. He had long desired to conduct this verification but had consistently found it challenging to locate an appropriate opportunity. If he were to randomly select someone for verification, what if that person could indeed see the items? How would he justify such a situation? Surely, he would not resort to outright murder to silence them. Only someone like Su Feng, who was destined to die, would serve as the most suitable target for his verification. Regardless of whether Su Feng could see the items or not, Xiao Shi was resolute in his intention to eliminate him. He fixed his gaze on Su Feng, closely observing his expression. Should Su Feng possess the ability to see, his gaze would undoubtedly linger upon the location of the items. However, Xiao Shi soon discerned that even though Su Feng's eyes briefly swept over the position of the items, he did not pause there in the slightest. This clearly indicated that he could not see the items. If he could see, there would be no possibility of him not pausing at the sight of an item suddenly appearing on the ground. Upon confirming this, Xiao Shi, right before Su Feng's eyes, picked up the item dropped by the deceased old man in black. It was a long, slender vial. For the moment, Xiao Shi did not focus on the information regarding the item but remained fixated on Su Feng. Soon, he observed, the instant he grasped the item, Su Feng's gaze abruptly focused on his hand, a look of surprise crossing his face. Through Su Feng's reaction, Xiao Shi immediately comprehended. In other words, the items that drop after my kill are invisible to ordinary individuals until I pick them up. A realization dawned upon him as he casually stored the item in his storage bag. This moment, although Su Feng was astonished by Xiao Shi's sudden grasp of the vial, he felt even more overwhelmed by fear and horror at the death of the old man in black. You are not at the 4th level of martial entry. The fluctuations of vitality that Xiao Shi had consistently exhibited were at the 4th level of martial entry. Yet in the instant he made his move, Su Feng sensed an overwhelming surge of vitality far exceeding that level. This was something he had never encountered before, nor had he ever heard of such a phenomenon. Xiao Shi, however, offered no further words. After completing his verification, he swiftly advanced towards Su Feng. At this point, Su Feng was already on guard, unlike the previous old man in black, who had been caught completely off guard. However, the injuries caused by the explosion of the imprint, along with the turmoil within his own vitality, meant that he could only hastily draw the long knife strapped to his back, attempting to fend off Xiao Shi's descending sword strike. Clang! The clash of blade and sword sparked a flurry of dazzling sparks. Su Feng was forced to retreat rapidly, blood spewing from his mouth. Due to the chaos within his vitality, he was unable to unleash his full strength, rendering him incapable of withstanding Xiao Shi's strike. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Xiao Shi's eyes as he noted the long knife in Su Feng's hand. It was evident that this weapon was also an item of martial entry level, which was the fundamental reason he was able to withstand Xiao Shi's blow. Had it been an ordinary weapon, it would have been impossible to withstand such a strike. Xiao Shi's sword would have surely dispatched it. Nevertheless, even if Su Feng managed to block this strike, Xiao Shi was confident he could ensure his demise within 3 strikes. Chapter 24, You Make Me Feel Sick. Whoosh, Xiao Shi unleashed another strike. Su Feng could only rely on his long knife for defense. Although he managed to barely hold his ground, the astonishing force behind each of Xiao Shi's strikes sent him reeling, causing him to continually cough up blood and sustain injuries. Had it not been for the turmoil within his vitality, he would not have been in such a predicament. The explosion of Xiao Shi's imprint felt as though it had sealed away his power, rendering him utterly incapable of retaliating. The intense sense of impending death led him to deeply comprehend the meaning of dying from excessive chatter. At this moment, drenched in blood and with a dispirited aura, he collapsed to the ground, his hand gripping the knife trembling as it cracked from the force of their clashes, blood flowing freely. Xiao Shi raised his black gold sword, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Given Su Feng's current state, he was utterly incapable of blocking this strike any longer. It was time to bring this to an end. Just as Xiao Shi's sword was about to descend, 3 slender silver needles suddenly surged from behind him at incredible speed. The tips of the needles glimmered with a dark green luminescence, imbued with deadly poison. Whoosh! The silver needles darted forward. Behind Xiao Shi stood a stunningly voluptuous woman. Her previously delicate and fearful expression transformed into one of coldness. In her hand, she held a small, slender bamboo tube, aiming it at Xiao Shi as she unleashed 3 silver needles. This was originally a special type of concealed projectile. Its power formidable. If used correctly, even an ordinary person could slay a martial entry-level warrior. After all, the needles within the bamboo tube were specifically designed to eliminate martial entry warriors, capable of easily piercing through their bodies. Coupled with the deadly poison at the tips, it could cause most martial entry warriors to perish instantly. In an instant, the 3 silver needles reached Xiao Shi, piercing through his back and emerging from his chest. They struck the ground in front of him, embedding themselves deep into the earth and creating 3 holes. A cold smile curled at the corners of the beautiful woman's lips. Had it been when she was first abducted, she would have eagerly awaited someone to rescue her. However, now, she had no intention of leaving this place. Throughout these 3 years, she had truly experienced the joys of being a woman, something she had never felt with her previous husband. She adored her current life and relished in it. Although Su Feng was a bandit leader, he was handsome, powerful, and treated her with great care, far better than her former husband. Even if she were to be driven away now, she would not go. No one shall disrupt my happiness. The woman's eyes were filled with malice and satisfaction. She was confident that the patrolling man before her would never anticipate her attack at this moment. Yet, when she saw Xiao Shi, pierced by the silver needles, not collapsing or bleeding, but rather gradually fading into a blur, her smile froze in an instant. She had merely struck at the afterimage left by Xiao Shi's rapid movement. No, it can't be. The beautiful woman exclaimed in disbelief. How could he have known I would strike? It makes no sense. Equally astonished was Su Feng, who was sitting on the ground. He understood better than the beautiful woman that Xiao Shi's evasion was not a reaction born out of sensing danger. Rather, he had prepared to evade the moment she lifted the bamboo tube. It was as though his back had eyes, allowing him to perceive all the movements of the person behind him. Whoosh! Xiao Shi's figure swiftly flickered, solidifying behind the beautiful woman. A glint of cold light sparkled in his eyes. Since arriving at this secluded residence, he had harbored a question upon not encountering any traps or mechanisms. How had the previous patrollers failed? Given that there were no traps within this residence, it should not have been difficult to rescue someone from here. Yet everyone had failed. This was indeed perplexing. It was only when he laid eyes upon the beautiful woman that his suspicions began to solidify. From the very first moment he saw her, or rather, the moment he observed what she was wearing, a conjecture formed in his mind. As a woman who had been forcibly abducted into the mountain stronghold, if she truly yearned to escape her suffering, why would she adorn herself in such revealing and suggestive attire? Although this alone did not provide him with complete certainty, it did instill a sense of caution within him. Thus, upon entering the room, he established a blood imprint on the beautiful woman, ensuring that every one of her movements remained under his control. Even though he had never believed this woman possessed the capacity to harm him, his cautious nature compelled him to expend his own vitality to maintain awareness of her every action. Now, as the woman made her move, Xiao Shi's suspicions were entirely validated. "You were the one who killed those previous patrollers, weren't you?" The cold voice emanating from behind sent a shiver through the beautiful woman. "You two conspired together, deliberately leaving a hidden trap to lure one patroller after another to their demise. How tragic for those patrollers, only to realize too late that the target they were meant to rescue was the greatest danger." Xiao Shi's gaze bore into the beautiful woman's graceful silhouette. Yet his mind was flooded with memories of the distressed plea from the owner of Huihai Tower. This only deepened his aversion towards the woman before him. "Your husband sacrificed everything he had over these 3 years to rescue you. Yet you exploited him." The beautiful woman trembled even more violently, the cold killing intent radiating from behind her, coupled with the faint sense of guilt towards her husband, made it difficult for her to bear at this moment. She cried out in despair, "Enough! I merely sought the happiness I desired. What wrong have I committed? I once believed I was happy, but only after coming here did I realize what true happiness is. I refuse to return to that previous life. I despise it. I simply wish to live a better life. What wrong have I done?" Bang! Xiao Shi's palm struck her neck. He had no desire to hear her further nonsense. "You make me feel sick," he said coldly. "There is nothing wrong with pursuing one's own happiness. However, to betray and harm someone who loves you deeply, to exploit them and lead them to financial ruin while seeking rescue, only to ambush those who come to aid with the intent of profiting from their demise, such a person is not worth lamenting. If it were not for the fact that this woman is tied to his mission, he would have preferred to eliminate her without hesitation. The strike he delivered moments ago was far more than a mere act of rendering her unconscious. With her collusion with the leader of the Windstorm Bandits to slay the Night Watchman, he was certain that, upon returning with her, she would have no chance of survival. Very well, such a person is better off dead, he thought. Xiao Shi turned his gaze towards Su Feng, who lay on the ground, devoid of any capacity to resist. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Chapter 25. Survival is enough. The once imperious leader of the Windstorm Bandits now wore a bitter expression. His face ashen, utterly consumed by despair. The beautiful woman's sudden ambush had been his last hope for a comeback. Previously, the Night Watchmen had mostly met their end at her hands. He had believed this time would be no different. Yet, to his astonishment, the enemy had managed to anticipate her attack. With a swift motion, Xiao Shi's black gold sword descended, severing Su Feng's head. He also seized the formidable weapon in Su Feng's grasp, stowing it away in his storage pouch. Acquiring a weapon of such caliber was a commendable gain. He then began to inspect the items dropped post-mortem. As a 7th-level martial artist in the martial entry realm, Su Feng had a high probability of yielding valuable items upon death. However, just as Xiao Shi prepared to examine the spoils, he suddenly noticed in Su Feng's other hand lay a shattered jade slip. Not good. Xiao Shi realized the gravity of the situation upon spotting the jade slip. He recognized it as a means of communication. Shattering it would alert allies in times of crisis, summoning them for rescue. This man had likely crushed the slip while Xiao Shi's attention was diverted to the woman. Consequently, the bandits from the other camps of Luyue Mountain had probably received his distress signal and would arrive swiftly. A sense of urgency surged within Xiao Shi. He knew well that within the bandit forces of Luyue Mountain, there existed martial artists at the 9th level of the martial entry realm, and even those at the Qi martial realm. If such powerful foes were to come, the consequences would be dire. I must leave at once. Realizing the imminent danger, Xiao Shi hastily gathered the items dropped by Su Feng. He quickly scanned the contents. Name: Restoration Pill, Peerless. Type: Pill. Grade: Martial Entry Level. Description: Can restore all injuries in a brief period. The higher the quality, the faster the recovery. Note: Pay attention to the timing of use. Must be used before death. This was a potent pill capable of rapidly healing injuries, comparable in quality to the last rare pill he had acquired. Xiao Shi swiftly placed the restoration pill into his storage pouch, then hoisted the beautiful woman onto his shoulder and fled with utmost urgency. as he passed the banquet area, witnessing the bandits sprawled drunkenly on the ground. Hesitation crept into Xiao Shi's heart. Su Feng had allowed his men to indulge in drink to lure him into a trap. Originally, eliminating these bandits had been a part of Xiao Shi's plan. But now, with the potential arrival of 9th-level martial artists or even those at the Qi martial realm, he found himself reluctant to engage. After all, each second spent here heightened his peril. Yet, to abandon this opportunity, his heart wavered. Such chances to eliminate multiple martial artists of the martial entry realm were rare. After a brief internal struggle, Xiao Shi gritted his teeth and resolved not to be greedy. He would make his escape. His cautious nature prevailed. He did not wish to take such risks. If the Qi martial realm experts arrived due to his actions, it would surely spell his doom. While it was indeed regrettable, he understood that as long as he continued to strengthen himself, he would have ample opportunities to crush Luyue Mountain in the future. There was no need to rush. With this thought, Xiao Shi ceased his hesitation, shouldered the beautiful woman, and executed his swift escape. Employing his movement technique to maximize his speed, he had refrained from using this technique earlier due to the noise it generated, which could easily betray his position. But now, he cared not for such concerns. He would run as fast as possible. The explosive speed generated by his technique sent shockwaves through the air, attracting the attention of the patrolling bandits. Yet, even at full speed, Xiao Shi moved too swiftly for them to register his presence. Before they could react, he had already vanished far from sight. In truth, this movement technique was not ideal for fleeing. It consumed tremendous stamina and required significant physical strength to maintain such exertion. Most individuals could only utilize it sparingly during combat. If someone like Xiao Shi were to sustain its use continuously, he would quickly exhaust himself, potentially even injuring his body. However, after his physical training, Xiao Shi found himself capable of executing this technique without any strain. Fully supported by his enhanced physique in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the entrance of the Windstorm bandit encampment. Without a moment's pause, he barreled into the solid gate, propelled by the momentum of his speed. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the heavily fortified gate, forged from black ironwood, shattered into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. A shard struck the leg of the woman he carried, and Xiao Shi vaguely heard the sound of bone breaking. He glanced back. As long as she was alive, he pressed on. The bandits witnessing this spectacle stared wide-eyed, as if confronted by a ghost. Upon breaking free from the encampment, Xiao Shi maintained his astonishing velocity as he raced down the mountain. At this point, he no longer cared about revealing his location. He charged forth like a high-speed tank, crashing through any obstacles in his path, be they trees or boulders. His robust physique absorbed the impacts without consequence. The woman he carried, however, fared poorly, suffering injuries throughout her body. The pain jolted her awake momentarily, only to faint again from the agony. Xiao Shi glanced back. As long as she was alive, he continued his descent. From the mountainside to the foot of the mountain, numerous bandit camps lay in wait. Upon hearing the commotion, they surged forth to confront him. A few reckless bandits dared to block his path, only to be sent flying, dead on impact. Xiao Shi swiftly collected the items they dropped, stowing them in his pouch, and continued his relentless dash. Thus, he surged from the mountainside to the base in less than half the time it took him to ascend. Finally, upon breaching Luyue Mountain, he let out a sigh of relief. At last, I'm down. But just then, a wave of intense danger surged from behind him, causing Xiao Shi's expression to change. He immediately hurled the woman from his shoulder. He knew that if he did not discard her, she would surely perish when the impending attack struck. Thud! The woman was flung aside like refuse, crashing heavily to the ground, her injuries worsening. As long as she is alive, Xiao Shi remarked coolly. Chapter 26. Frenzy. In the very moment he tossed the woman aside, Xiao Shi swung his black gold sword behind him with all his might. The golden sword light stirred the air, and the threat looming behind him left him no room for restraint. He unleashed his full power in a single strike. Clang! The sound of their clash rang out as his sword met an arm enveloped in a tempest of qi and blood. Not only did his strike fail to inflict any harm, but the overwhelming force from the arm sent him reeling backward. Qi and blood unleashed. Xiao Shi's feet skidded against the ground, uncontrollably retreating. Leaving a long scar in his wake, blood trickled from his mouth, and pain surged through his sword arm, nearly forcing him to drop his weapon. His heart sank as he realized the truth. This ability to manifest qi and blood was a power only accessible to those at the 9th level of the martial entry realm. The reason this adversary could withstand the impact of his black gold sword with mere flesh and blood was due to the formidable protection afforded by their externalized qi and blood, a defense far superior to that of any armor or shield. Even unarmed, they posed a threat to those wielding weapons. Indeed, there is a 9th level martial artist pursuing me. Xiao Shi's expression turned grave as he beheld his foe. The man before him bore a grim visage, with piercing triangular eyes that resembled a cold, venomous serpent, exuding an aura of danger. Under his gaze, Xiao Shi felt as if he were trapped in the depths of winter. The most terrifying aspect was the astonishing fluctuation of vital energy emanating from his body, accompanied by the powerful essence that surged around him like a tempest. All of this imposed an unprecedented immense pressure on Xiao Shi. A flicker of astonishment crossed Mu Zhang's cold visage. At this moment, he remained unaware that Xiao Shi had already slain the leader of the Stormwind gang. Upon receiving the plea for help through the jade slip from the gang leader, he had hastily made his way to the Stormwind gang. By the time he arrived, the gang's gate lay in ruins, and the assailants had fled. After a moment of contemplation, he chose not to investigate the condition of the gang leader, but instead opted to pursue the assailants. He understood that others would attend to the gang leader. The paramount concern was to apprehend the culprits. He chased them down to the foot of the mountain before finally catching up. In his estimation, with a strike at the 9th level of the martial realm, he could at least seriously injure or, if fortune favored him, even slay the opponent. Yet, to his astonishment, the adversary merely staggered back from his attack. This unexpected outcome left him bewildered. Just now, when he struck, there was a conspicuous fluctuation of vital energy beyond the ordinary. Mu Zhang pondered carefully. It must be the vital energy fluctuation of someone approaching the 8th level of the martial realm. On the surface, he appears to be at the 4th level of the martial realm, yet he possesses the strength of the 7th level. It seems he is concealing a treasure that can hide his vital energy. Mu Zhang's gaze narrowed. He understood well that the ability to conceal one's vital energy could stem from either rigorous physical training or the possession of a special treasure. Given the stringent conditions for physical training, it was highly improbable. Comparatively, the likelihood of a special treasure being the cause was significantly greater, enticing Mu Zhang. Such treasures capable of concealing vital energy were rare. If he could slay this individual, the treasure would be his. This is dire. Xiao Shi's expression turned grave. If he were facing an opponent at the 8th level of the martial realm, he might still have a fighting chance. But against someone at the 9th level, the challenge was insurmountable. From their previous exchange, he had already sensed the disparity between them. Compounding the issue was the fact that, although he had escaped from Luyue Mountain, he had not ventured far. If he lingered here too long, should another 9th level martial realm warrior or a powerful Qi martial realm expert arrive, hope would be utterly extinguished. I must resolve this swiftly. Xiao Shi's gaze sharpened as he turned towards Mu Zhang and spoke. You. He had barely uttered a word when, boom, Mu Zhang had already lunged forward, striking with alarming speed. There was no time for the villain to utter any more words. Damn it. Xiao Shi's expression shifted. This individual was unlike Su Feng, who would waste time with words. He would not grant Xiao Shi the luxury of dialogue. As a result, Xiao Shi found himself without the time to gather his strength. The speed of Mu Zhang was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Xiao Shi, raising his right fist, surrounded by vital energy, and delivering a powerful blow. Xiao Shi dared not confront him head-on and quickly executed a swift maneuver to evade to the side. Causing Mu Zhang's punch to miss, however, it seemed Mu Zhang had anticipated this very moment. After previously pursuing Xiao Shi, he had already discerned the latter's remarkable speed. Otherwise, he would not have had to chase him all the way down the mountain to catch up. As Xiao Shi dodged, Mu Zhang's right leg shot out instantaneously, creating a shockwave in the air, preemptively locking onto Xiao Shi's evasion route and sealing off all avenues for escape. With no other option, Xiao Shi gritted his teeth and slashed out with his sword, attempting to intercept Mu Zhang's incoming leg. Boom! A tremendous force sent both Xiao Shi and his sword soaring backward, his arm shattering under the impact, and his body tumbling through the air, landing several dozen meters away. The ebony sword in his hand splintered and cracked. This was untenable. Mu Zhang's strength was overwhelming. There was no hope of victory. Blood spurted from Xiao Shi's mouth. In addition to his shattered arm, his internal organs had also sustained damage. The vital energy swirling around Mu Zhang's body not only provided him with incredible protection, but also significantly amplified his offensive capabilities. This was the might of a 9th-level martial realm warrior. The unleashed vital energy rendered them immensely powerful, far surpassing those of other tiers within the martial realm, despite the mere 1-level difference between the 8th and 9th levels. The gap was far more staggering than that between the 1st and 8th levels of the martial realm. If this continued, his demise was inevitable. At this juncture, there was no choice but to gamble everything. Xiao Shi steeled his resolve, a perilous idea flashing through his mind. He rose from the ground, a manic glint igniting in his eyes, and instead of fleeing, he executed a swift maneuver, charging towards Mu Zhang. He is still not dead. Mu Zhang's brow furrowed deeply. It was unfathomable that the opponent could withstand such an assault and still rise. Typically, he would dispatch any 7th-level martial realm warrior with a single punch. Yet this individual, after being struck twice, was still advancing towards him. His physical resilience far exceeded that of an ordinary 7th-level martial realm warrior, perhaps even surpassing that of most 8th-level warriors. Such a physique was simply inconceivable. However, even if Xiao Shi's physical prowess was extraordinary, his cultivation level ultimately fell short. The gulf between them was insurmountable. A murderous intent ignited in Mu Zhang's eyes. The vital energy emanating from his body surged, and he unleashed a punch with all his might. This strike was far more ferocious and violent than the previous two. Yet, in the midst of the assault, Xiao Shi did not falter or evade. His face alight with madness, crack! The ear-piercing sound of shattering bones echoed as Mu Zhang's fist caved in Xiao Shi's chest, pulverizing his ribs. Simultaneously, as Mu Zhang's punch connected with Xiao Shi, the latter hurled a small blue vial towards him. A crimson liquid burst forth from the bottle, splattering all over Mu Zhang. Chapter 27. Poison on the blade sizzle. As the wine-red corrosive liquid splashed onto Mu Zhang, a resounding burning sound erupted, accompanied by wisps of white smoke rising from his body. Mu Zhang's expression shifted. Looking down, he noticed the vital energy enveloping him transform into a sinister black, emitting a terrifying heat as if it were being corroded. This is poison? He instantly grasped the gravity of the situation and hastily channeled his vital energy in an attempt to dispel the toxin. However, not only did he fail, but the circulation of his vital energy accelerated the spread of the poison, rapidly engulfing his entire body and corroding all the vital energy he had released. How is this possible? Mu Zhang panicked. He had never encountered such a potent toxin, nor had he even heard of it. What terrified him most was that this toxin was not only eroding the vital energy surrounding his body, but also infiltrating his very core. Should his internal vital energy become corrupted, the consequences would be dire. Mu Zhang was a ruthless individual. Without hesitation, he severed all external vital energy, his face pale as he quickly retreated from the corrosive aura. Sizzle. The vital energy continued to burn, emitting thick white smoke. Mu Zhang's expression rapidly waned, plunging him into an extremely weakened state. After all, the external vital energy accounted for 90% of his total energy, leaving him with only a mere 10%. This remnant was barely enough to sustain his life. What on earth is this poison? Such a thing exists in this world. His mind was thrown into turmoil, deeply shaken by the horror of the toxin, which had corroded all his external vital energy in mere seconds. Such a lethal toxin could undoubtedly be deemed a nightmare for martial realm warriors, while he had managed to sever the corrupted vital energy in time. Any other tier of martial realm warrior would have faced certain death if their vital energy was tainted. Cold sweat drenched Mu Zhang's back, and he felt a wave of dread wash over him. He had narrowly escaped a lethal exchange with this 7th-level warrior. To perish at the hands of such an opponent would be utterly ludicrous. Yet, even if he survived, the cost was steep. His vital energy was reduced to a mere fraction. Recovery would require at least 2 to 3 years. This individual is extraordinary. He must possess something valuable that could compensate for my losses. As Mu Zhang contemplated, he began to approach the fallen Xiao Shi. Intent on collecting his spoils, however, as he took a step forward, The prostrate Xiao Shi rose from the ground. Mu Zhang halted abruptly, his eyes widening in horror, akin to witnessing a ghost, and he gasped in disbelief. This is impossible. His punch had obliterated Xiao Shi's ribs. There was no way he could still be standing, no matter how formidable his physique. After rising, Xiao Shi swayed slightly but quickly regained his balance. His pale face began to regain color, gradually returning to a more normal hue. The horrifying indentation in his chest, the shattered ribs, and the broken arm were visibly mending at an astonishing rate. This bizarre scene struck Mu Zhang's psyche with an indescribable force. Although he was aware that the night watchman possessed some regenerative abilities during the night, such a recovery was beyond reason. At the current rate of healing, within a minute, Xiao Shi would fully recover from all his injuries. This restoration is enough to plunge one into despair. Xiao Shi felt the astounding recovery brought about by the unparalleled restoration pill. The exceptional quality of the elixir was indeed extraordinary. Even the gravest of injuries, as long as one was not dead, could be healed in a short span of time. Furthermore, upon witnessing the effects of the corrosive blood on his opponent, he realized that his decision this time was indeed the right one. The corrosive blood was not merely capable of eroding blood. Its true purpose lay primarily in corroding vital energy. When confronting martial artists at other levels of the martial entry realm, the application of corrosive blood often required it to be smeared on weapons. Only when the weapon broke the skin and reached flesh could it exert its effects. In this instance, simply splashing it would yield no results if it only made contact with the skin. However, the outward projection of vital energy from a 9th-level martial entry practitioner made the use of corrosive blood much easier, as it could simply be splashed to reach and corrode the vital energy. It could be said that this poison possessed a formidable restraint against 9th-level martial entry warriors, coupled with the exceptional restoration pill in his possession. As long as he could withstand a single blow from his opponent without succumbing to death, there would be an opportunity to turn the tide. The risk of this endeavor primarily rested on whether he could endure a strike from his adversary. Although the attacks of a 9th-level martial entry warrior were terrifying, Xiao Shi held a certain confidence in his physically refined body. The outcome unfolded just as he had anticipated. Though that punch severely injured him, it did not result in his immediate demise. Now, his wounds were steadily healing, and the collapse in his chest was gradually restoring to its former state. Meanwhile, his opponent, under the corrosive effects of the corrosive blood, had only a tenth of their vital energy remaining. Appearing utterly dispirited, the situation had completely reversed. Before Xiao Shi lay two choices. One was to flee. Given Mu Zhang's current condition, he no longer had the capacity to prevent his escape. The second was to strike. Attempting to eliminate him, the murderous intent that flickered in Xiao Shi's eyes immediately alerted Mu Zhang to his choice. He intends to kill me. A sense of absurdity surged within Mu Zhang. A 7th-level martial entry warrior, actually contemplating the assassination of a 9th-level martial entry practitioner. It was utterly laughable. Although he now had only a tenth of his vital energy remaining, it would not be so simple for Xiao Shi to kill him in such a short time. He merely needed to find a way to stall for time until other 9th-level martial entry warriors from the mountain arrived for assistance. With this in mind, he decisively produced a distressed jade slip and crushed it. If he wants to kill me, at least he will need 10 minutes, while help can arrive within 5 minutes. I can lead him to strike. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Mu Zhang's eyes as he deliberately feigned weakness, hoping to entice Xiao Shi into attacking him. Whether his ruse was effective or if Xiao Shi's intention was to kill him all along, the latter picked up the black gold sword once more. In a burst of power, he hurled the sword directly towards Mu Zhang. Gotcha! Mu Zhang's lips curled into a smirk. The entire black gold sword transformed into a streak of golden light under Xiao Shi's throw. Hurtling towards Mu Zhang at breakneck speed, in an instant, it was upon him. Just as Mu Zhang prepared to raise his hand to defend, Xiao Shi, from a distance, silently intoned, "Explode." The mark that Xiao Shi had quietly inscribed on the black gold sword was detonated at that moment. The already cracked black gold sword shattered into countless fragments, scattering and hurtling towards Mu Zhang. Although Mu Zhang had not anticipated such a maneuver from Xiao Shi, he remained calm, swiftly shielding his vital points. Numerous shards pierced his flesh during their flight, but under his protection, they merely inflicted superficial wounds, insufficient to prove fatal. Yet at that moment, Mu Zhang suddenly sensed something amiss. He discovered that the vital energy within him was emitting a hissing sound of burning and rapidly turning black. Succumbing to corrosion. The sword is poisoned. His complexion changed drastically. The shards, upon piercing his flesh, quickly released the toxic substance that permeated into his vital energy, while external vital energy could be severed when corroded. Once the internal vital energy was compromised, death was inevitable. Fear gripped Mu Zhang as panic set in. His vital energy was already scarce, and under the corrosive effects of the poison, death loomed ever closer. No! With a piercing scream, he collapsed heavily to the ground. All his internal vital energy had been corroded away, resulting in instant death. Chapter 28. Gathering rewards. This was the method Xiao Shi devised to swiftly eliminate his opponent. Earlier, during the recovery process with the restoration pill, he had discreetly inscribed a mark on the black gold sword. However, this mark was not formed using his own vital energy. Rather, he had concentrated the scant remaining corrosive blood onto the black gold sword, thus creating the mark. Consequently, when the mark detonated, every fragment would be tainted with the toxic liquid of the corrosive blood. Unless Mu Zhang could evade all the flying shards, once any shard pierced his body and made contact with his blood, he would succumb to corrosion. Although this would result in the black gold sword being rendered useless, it was the only feasible method to swiftly kill his opponent. From the onset of his battle with this individual, Xiao Shi had understood that this confrontation must be resolved quickly, without delay. If another 9th-level martial entry warrior were to join, he would have no capacity left to kill. I must leave at once. Xiao Shi dared not linger in that place any longer. At the fastest pace possible, he gathered the items dropped by his fallen foe. Although he was immensely curious about the treasures that a 9th-level martial entry warrior might leave behind, he knew this was not the time for inspection. He hastily tossed the items into his storage bag, hoisted the unconscious woman from the ground, and executed a swift maneuver to depart the area as quickly as possible. Throughout his flight, Xiao Shi did not dare to reduce his speed in the slightest. He was uncertain whether other powerful individuals from Luyu Mountain would choose to pursue him upon witnessing Mu Zhang's demise. After all, there existed a considerable distance between Luyu Mountain and Jinyun City. Should he slow down and be pursued, the consequences would be dire. Xiao Shi raced onward, ever vigilant of the slightest rustle behind him, his mind taut with tension, not daring to let his guard down. He sprinted from the depths of the night until dawn broke. As the sky brightened, he finally returned to Jinyun City, shaken but unharmed. I'm safe now. Only at that moment did Xiao Shi breathe a sigh of relief. Once he was back in Jinyun City, he no longer had to harbor any concerns or worries. Even the powerful practitioners of Luyu Mountain would not dare to brazenly come to Jinyun City to commit murder. Carrying the unconscious woman, Xiao Shi made his way back to the Night Patrol Division, where he turned her in while providing a brief report on this mission. Naturally, he omitted the details regarding his slaying of the 9th-level martial entry warrior. And the Night Patrol Division did not delve into specifics. They merely required a general overview. Xiao Shi had no concerns about exposing anything. Next, he awaited the Night Patrol Division to verify the information and finalize the mission settlement. At last, it is completed. Once back in his room, Xiao Shi collapsed onto the bed. Reflecting on the experiences of this mission, he could not help but marvel at its peril and difficulty. Although it was rated as a Level 2 task, given the circumstances, it undoubtedly reached the standard of a Level 1 difficulty. After all, a 9th-level martial entry warrior had been involved. Such a mission, not even newly inducted night patrollers could accomplish it, let alone those with certain qualifications. Fortunately, I have accumulated quite a number of items. Otherwise, this time would have been a certain disaster. Xiao Shi mused. Through his encounter with the 9th-level martial entry warrior, he had truly witnessed their formidable nature. While there might still be instances of overcoming opponents of higher ranks in other levels of the martial entry realm, to defeat a 9th-level martial entry warrior was nearly impossible. The reason Xiao Shi was able to kill his opponent this time was not due to personal strength, but rather the exceptional items he had obtained previously. These items were not ordinary, particularly the corrosive blood, which possessed astonishing lethality and a remarkably evident restraining effect. However, in this battle, he had exhausted an entire vial of corrosive blood, used his only restoration pill, and rendered the black gold sword unusable. Fortunately, his gains were also substantial. First and foremost were the items dropped by the slain 9th-level martial entry warrior. Although Xiao Shi had yet to examine them, he knew that the stronger the martial entry warrior, the more likely they were to drop high-quality items upon death. He believed that the treasures dropped by the 9th-level martial entry warrior would undoubtedly hold significant value. Additionally, he still had the items from the black-clad elder he had killed, which he had not had the chance to examine, as well as the belongings dropped by the bandits he had collided with while descending the mountain. Xiao Shi calculated that there were a total of 6 items he had yet to inspect. This prompted him to rise from the bed in anticipation, eager to explore the rewards of this mission. Through his battle with the 9th-level martial entry warrior, he had genuinely realized the power and benefits of these items. His heart filled with expectation and desire. Let us see what treasures await. He began to extract the unexamined items from his storage bag, the first being a long, slender vial. Xiao Shi remembered that this was an item that had dropped after he killed the black-clad elder. At the time, he had refrained from inspecting it to test whether the leader of the Windstorm gang could notice it. Now, as he scrutinized it carefully, relevant information about the item surfaced before his eyes. Name: Duxing Tianxue. Type: Celestial Materials. Grade: Entry Martial Level. Description: The water from the Duxing Mountain is frigid and bone-chilling. Note: Do not attempt to use it without a sufficiently strong physique, or you may be frozen into an ice sculpture. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Xiao Shi's eyes. At long last, he had unearthed another celestial material. With this, he could continue his body refinement using these precious resources. During his recent confrontation with a 9th-level entry martial realm expert, Xiao Shi had already felt the benefits that body refinement could bring. Without the formidable physique gained from prior refinements, even with these treasures, he would have been unable to defeat that 9th-level adversary. The mere force of their attacks would have been unbearable, leaving no opportunity to splash his corrosive blood upon them. Xiao Shi eagerly anticipated the enhancements that would come after his next refinement. In his excitement, he retrieved a second item. It was a black stone over a meter long, astonishingly heavy. Name: Hymo Stone. Type: Material. Grade: Entry Martial Level. Description: An incredibly weighty ink stone, primarily used in weapon forging. Note: It is indeed extraordinarily heavy. A spark of realization ignited in Xiao Shi's gaze. Though he lacked expertise in forging, this Hymo stone held a different potential in his hands. For instance, if he could condense this stone into a seal and imbue it into a weapon, it would bestow upon the weapon the remarkable weight of the Hymo stone. In dire circumstances, should an explosion be necessary, the resulting fragments would each carry a terrifying weight, enhancing their lethality. Xiao Shi then proceeded to unveil a third item. Name: Lingjin Grass. Type: Material. Grade: Entry Martial Level. Description: Rare spiritual herb resembling a sword, exceptionally sharp and suitable for forging. Note: If it were not so soft, it could truly serve as a sword. Xiao Shi gazed at the sword-shaped grass, which measured over a meter in length. Its edges razor-sharp. He attempted to slice the ground, and the hard tiles parted like tofu, effortlessly cut through. Its sharpness surpassed even that of his previous Wujin sword. If I could condense it into a seal, it would undoubtedly enhance its sharpness tremendously. Xiao Shi mused as he produced a fourth item. Name: Enemy Detection Talisman. Type: Talisman. Grade: Entry Martial Level. Description: Capable of sensing hostile intent. Note 1. By affixing it to oneself, it can detect all hostile intent within a radius of 300 meters. Note 2. When one cannot see into another's heart, this may provide clarity on who the true enemy is. Xiao Shi then turned his attention to the fifth item. Name: Extreme Insight Pill. Rare. Type: Pill. Grade: Entry Martial Level. Description: A pill that enhances one's comprehension. Note: Comprehension is also a crucial indicator of genius. A pity it is merely of rare quality, Xiao Shi lamented inwardly. The Extreme Insight Pill he had obtained this time was only of rare quality, falling short of the supreme grade. He understood that this was primarily due to the fact that the pill had been dropped by an ordinary bandit, whose strength was lacking. Only with greater strength would the dropped items possess superior quality. With this thought, Xiao Shi turned to the final item, which he anticipated the most. This was an item dropped by the 9th-level entry martial realm warrior upon their demise. Chapter 29. Second Body Refinement. Though Xiao Shi had not examined it closely at the time, He remembered that the item dropped by the 9th level entry martial expert was a completely black jade slip. As he retrieved the jade slip, pertinent information immediately materialized before his eyes. Name: 9 refinements of the diamond body, heavenly grade, type: body refinement technique, grade, Qi martial level, description: the foremost of the 3 great body refinement techniques of the Star Calamity. Achieving great mastery grants one an indomitable diamond body. Note: the requirements for cultivation are exceedingly stringent. Those capable of cultivating it are as rare as phoenix feathers, 1 in 10,000. It was indeed a body refinement technique. Moreover, it was a heavenly grade Qi martial body refinement technique. A surge of ecstatic joy coursed through Xiao Shi. Body refinement techniques are even rarer and more precious than celestial materials. The scarcity of practitioners capable of body refinement is due not only to the rarity of celestial materials, but also to the dearth of body refinement techniques. Typically, even a Huang-grade body refinement technique is enough to drive people into a frenzy. The value of a heavenly grade body refinement technique is beyond imagination, of course. Within the entry martial realm, body refinement techniques are not necessary. However, to elevate one's physique to the Qi martial realm, one must possess an appropriate body refinement technique. This implies that even the most basic body refinement techniques are of Qi martial level. There are no entry martial level body refinement techniques. Had there not been an unexpected drop, Xiao Shi would have had to reach the Qi martial realm before having the chance to obtain a body refinement technique through killing. He had not anticipated that this time. Following his initial kill of a 9th level entry martial warrior, he would successfully acquire a Qi martial level item, specifically, a body refinement technique. Indeed, only by vanquishing powerful entry martial warriors can one expect to obtain higher tier items. Xiao Shi was immensely thrilled. Although he had yet to reach the level of cultivating body refinement techniques, the joy within him made him eager to explore the specifics of this technique. Grasping the jade slip, he discovered that its activation differed significantly from ordinary slips. This one required blood to unlock. Without hesitation, Xiao Shi used the previously acquired Lingjin grass to cut his finger and let his blood drip onto the jade slip. The black jade slip swiftly absorbed his blood. After a brief flicker, only a scant amount of information was revealed. It assesses my physical strength through my blood, sensing that my physique is insufficient, hence not disclosing all the information. Xiao Shi pondered thoughtfully. Although the visible information was limited, it still yielded substantial insights. According to the body refinement techniques displayed information, one could undergo a total of 9 refinements in the entry martial realm. After every 3 successful refinements, certain additional changes and enhancements would occur. To cultivate the 9 refinements of the diamond body, one must first complete these 9 refinements. This is a prerequisite for mastering the technique. Furthermore, only upon completing all 9 refinements can one access the subsequent content of the technique. Truly a heavenly grade technique. The requirements are indeed high. Xiao Shi reflected with a sense of awe. For the vast majority of individuals, achieving a single body refinement is already an impressive feat. 9 refinements? That is utterly fanciful. After all, celestial materials are exceedingly rare. To undergo 9 refinements, at least 9 types of celestial materials are necessary. Considering the rarity and preciousness of celestial materials, even a sect as prominent as the Red Tiger sect could scarcely procure such quantities. Often, acquiring just one celestial material is regarded as a treasured possession of the sect. Obtaining 9 types of celestial materials would be impossible in the 7-star state. However, for Xiao Shi, although it presents a considerable challenge, it is not insurmountable. At the very least, he had already secured 2 celestial materials through his continuous kills. As long as he persistently hunts down entry martial realm experts, the hope of acquiring celestial materials remains. Moreover, judging by the drop rate, it seems the likelihood of obtaining celestial materials is not too low. Naturally, this requires him to slay entry martial warriors of a certain caliber. If he only targets those at the 3rd or 4th levels of entry martial, he would likely need to eliminate many before any drops occur. 9 refinements. Xiao Shi took a deep breath. This would be his goal moving forward. He would spare no effort in hunting to acquire more celestial materials. Now then, it's time to proceed with the second body refinement. Xiao Shi glanced at the elongated vial nearby, which contained the celestial material douching Tianshui that had recently dropped. Following the method from his previous refinement, he promptly drank the douching Tianshui from the vial, and no sooner had it entered his stomach than an agonizing chill radiated from within, enveloping his entire being. Amidst this biting cold, Xiao Shi felt a sharp, needle-like pain erupting from every corner of his body. Soon after, his legs, arms, shoulders, and back began to swell with muscle. However, once the swelling reached a certain point, it abruptly ceased. It then began to undulate inward. As if flowing like water, his entire inflated physique rapidly contracted, becoming increasingly solid and heavier. His flesh and bones produced a sound akin to mud being stirred. This was the inner organs and tissues continuously increasing in density. The entire body refinement process was, as always, excruciatingly painful. Yet, this suffering was a necessary passage, a profound test of will. Xiao Shi could distinctly feel that amidst the pain, his body was undergoing rapid enhancement, with the power contained within every ounce of flesh becoming increasingly ferocious. His vitality surged immensely before undergoing high-density condensation, elevating his vitality from the 4th level of entry martial to the 5th level. And once unleashed, his vitality would rival that of an 8th level entry martial warrior. An hour later, the body refinement finally concluded. The fiery patterns that had appeared on his forehead after his previous successful refinement manifested once more, albeit with some changes this time. Yet, it was quickly suppressed by Xiao Shi. Such ostentatious markings of body refinement were unnecessary for him. With a sigh of relief, Xiao Shi rose to his feet. After the first body refinement, the condensation of his flesh and bones had rendered him somewhat smaller in stature. Originally, he harbored some concerns that if every instance of body refinement proceeded in such a manner, after 9 rounds, he might inevitably become a dwarf. Fortunately, not every round of body refinement resulted in a diminutive stature. This time, there was no such occurrence. Instead of shrinking, his physique appeared even more robust than before. At least no longer looking frail, Xiao Shi clenched his fist, savoring the enhancements brought about by the refinement. In addition to improvements in strength and vitality, his physical defenses had ascended to a new level. With his current physique, even if he were to endure a full-force strike from a 9th level warrior of the martial entry realm, he would certainly sustain injuries, but his chest would not cave in, nor would his ribs shatter. Nonetheless, there remained a significant gap between him and a 9th level powerhouse. However, Xiao Shi believed that as long as he completed the 8th cycle of the Chi Tiger scripture, thereby advancing to the 8th level of the martial entry realm, this disparity would once again diminish. Chapter 30. Bounty Hunter. Within a maximum of 4 days, I shall achieve the 8th cycle of the Chi Tiger scripture, Xiao Shi concluded, simultaneously picking up the previously acquired Extreme Enlightenment pill. If this pill can enhance my comprehension further, perhaps I can shorten the time needed. He was well aware that while the cultivation of the Chi Tiger scripture primarily depended on one's innate talent, comprehension also played a vital role in accelerating the learning process. With this thought, Xiao Shi resolutely consumed the Extreme Enlightenment pill. As the elixir dissolved within him, he distinctly felt his mind becoming clearer, his thoughts more agile, and his understanding of the Chi Tiger scripture elevating to a new level. He simultaneously recognized that he had previously taken many unnecessary detours in his cultivation of both the Chi Tiger scripture and the Night Tiger. What would have originally required 4 days to achieve the 8th cycle of the Chi Tiger scripture, he now realized he could accomplish in just 3. This realization invigorated him. This Extreme Enlightenment pill is merely of rare quality. If just a rare quality can grant me such enlightenment, then if it were of unparalleled quality, I fear I would need even less than 4 days to reach the 8th cycle of the Chi Tiger scripture immediately. At that moment, Xiao Shi's desire for various items surged intensely. Whether it be heavenly materials and earthly treasures or combat-related items, including pills that could enhance his cultivation speed, he longed for them all. If not for his insufficient strength, he would have been eager to obliterate the numerous bandit strongholds of Luyue Mountain, convinced that dismantling such a force would yield considerable rewards. During the day, Xiao Shi focused primarily on the cultivation of the Chi Tiger scripture, while at night, he commenced his training with the Night Tiger. He had now advanced the Night Tiger to its 2nd tier. The various enhancements brought by the Night Tiger during his mission had proven significantly beneficial. Should he manage to elevate the Night Tiger to its 3rd tier, his strength at night would double that of his daytime prowess. However, the training for the Night Tiger was exceedingly arduous. Even with his enhanced comprehension, there was little improvement in his training speed. This realization led him to understand that the cultivation of the night tiger was not solely dependent on talent and comprehension. Other factors might also be at play. After some investigation, Xiao Shi confirmed this notion. To expedite the training of the night tiger, one often required a dew known as night frost dew. As an auxiliary, it was said that this dew was exceedingly difficult to collect but immensely beneficial for the night tiger's cultivation. It could be exchanged directly at the Night Watch Bureau, albeit at a steep price of 300 contribution points for a single vial. Xiao Shi pondered for a moment, deciding against an immediate exchange, opting instead to wait until after the task settlement to determine whether to redeem it based on his available contribution points. Thus, he continued his training for 2 consecutive days until the task settlement finally arrived. Typically, the contribution points gained from completing a secondary task range between 500-700. Given the circumstances of Xiao Shi's task, he received the maximum of 700 contribution points. Despite the task's conclusion, Xiao Shi remained puzzled by the actions of the Windstorm bandit leader, who had instigated the ambush against the Night Watchman. Although slaying the Night Watchman allowed for the acquisition of their possessions, Xiao Shi felt that the rewards did not seem proportional to the risks involved. After all, not every Night Watchman was wealthy, and the benefits following their demise might not be substantial. Additionally, hunting Night Watchmen inherently carried significant risk, as there were also 9th-level powerhouses among them. Should such a powerful individual be drawn into the fray? Even with the woman's ambush, success would be far from guaranteed. Xiao Shi speculated that the Windstorm bandit leader must have had reasons unknown to him for daring to hunt Night Watchmen. To clarify his doubts, he went directly to the prison to drink with Yang Zhan and Wang Chong, casually inquiring about the situation. Upon seeing Xiao Shi return safely from his task, Yang Zhan and Wang Chong expressed their relief, as they had previously harbored concerns for him. After all, the mortality rate for newcomers on their first mission was exceedingly high. After the first mission, subsequent tasks can be synchronized with the other Night Watchmen. If you receive a task that you are unable to complete, you may exchange it with another Night Watchman, Wang Chong remarked with a smile. Xiao Shi nodded in acknowledgement. Typically, Night Watchmen undertook a mission every 10 days, with most tasks having a deadline within that time frame. Completing a task ahead of schedule allowed for more time to rest and prepare for the next mission. Given that Xiao Shi had finished his task relatively early, he had several days remaining until the next task assignment. After some light conversation, Xiao Shi broached his doubts. After taking a sip of his drink, Yang Zhan explained, "This is quite normal. The corpses of our Night Watchmen can fetch quite a bounty. In the 7 Stars Prefecture, many covet our demise." Bounty? Xiao Shi was taken aback. Wang Chong elaborated, "In the 7 Stars Prefecture, aside from forces led by the Feiyuan Palace like us, there exist opposing factions as well. Sinluo is a massive organization that stands in opposition to the Feiyuan Palace. This organization is quite mysterious, with erratic movements that make it difficult to eradicate. They operate throughout the 7 Stars Prefecture, maintaining numerous hidden bases. In addition to frequently assassinating martial artists under the Feiyuan Palace, they have also established a bounty board. This board lists not only the various strong individuals and prodigies affiliated with the Feiyuan Palace, but anyone associated with the Feiyuan Palace can have their corpse redeemed for a bounty upon being slain. As a subsidiary sect of the Feiyuan Palace, our Qi Tiger sect is naturally included in this category. Thus, should someone slay our Night Watchman, they can claim a bounty for our corpses." Xiao Shi suddenly understood. No wonder the Windstorm bandit leader was willing to take such risks to hunt Night Watchmen. His intentions were not merely to acquire the possessions of the Night Watchmen, but rather the bounties that could be claimed for their corpses. Organizations like Luyue Mountain, though bandit-like, do not dare to brazenly target us. They can only seize opportunities, much like in your recent mission, to stealthily strike from the shadows. However, there are certain individuals we must remain particularly vigilant against. The bounty hunters from the Sinluo organization who specialize in assassination. Yang Zhan's expression turned serious. These bounty hunters employ a myriad of tactics, are elusive, and possess formidable strength. They typically target those listed on the bounty board. Once, a bounty hunter infiltrated our Golden Cloud City to assassinate a Night Watchman listed on the board and successfully escaped after the deed. Chapter 31. Target. Yang Zhan's words cast a heavy pall over Xiao Shi's heart. Previously, he had believed that Night Watchmen were safe within Golden Cloud City. After all, as the main city under the Qi Tiger sect's control, if forces from other factions could freely kill Night Watchmen here, what face would the Qi Tiger sect have left? In truth, the Chi Tiger sect took this matter very seriously. Those who dared to lay hands on night watchmen within Golden Cloud City were dealt with mercilessly, which deterred many surrounding factions from causing trouble within the city. Yet the Sunluo organization was an exception. Unfortunately, the Sunluo organization, being the most enigmatic and troublesome faction in the Seven Stars Prefecture, employs numerous tactics. Not only are we ill-equipped to guard against them, but even the Feiyuan Palace cannot fully protect against the bounty hunters from Sunluo, Yangjin lamented. However, these bounty hunters typically target the strong and talented individuals listed on the bounty board. Ordinary night watchmen like us are not worth their time. Yet if misfortune befalls us and we encounter these bounty hunters, they would not hesitate to eliminate us if it served their purpose. Regardless, you must remember, even within the city, one cannot afford to be complacent in these chaotic times. Nowhere is absolutely safe. Xiao Shi nodded. For night watchmen like them, bounty hunters indeed posed a significant threat and risk. Furthermore, while the bandit factions like Luyue Mountain may not dare to openly target the night watchmen, they remained vigilant and would strike if the opportunity arose. The bounty for slaying a night watchman could entice many. This reality made Xiao Shi acutely aware of the dangers associated with the night watchman role. Previously, he had thought the primary threats arose from the missions undertaken, but he now realized the dangers extended far beyond that. Even while patrolling within the city, peril could lurk around every corner. To survive in this brutal and chaotic world, one must possess sufficient strength. This urgency for power has intensified for Xiao Shi. Upon returning home that day, he seized the opportunity to commence the operation of the 8th cycle of the Qi Hu Ju. After several days of diligent practice, he had grasped the essential techniques for the operation of the 8th cycle and was confident that he could complete it within the day. After systematically traversing the previous 7 cycles without pause, Xiao Shi directly engaged in the operation of the 8th cycle. Although the process was somewhat clumsy and obstructed, it remained uninterrupted. To successfully execute the 8th cycle, not only is a certain level of innate talent required, but the strength of the physical body is paramount. The stronger the body, the easier the operational process becomes. With Xiao Shi's enhanced physical strength following his second refinement, the difficulty of the operation had been reduced to a minimum. After 2 hours of sustained effort, Xiao Shi successfully completed the operation of the 8th cycle, thereby breaking through and officially entering the realm of martial mastery at the 8th level. In that fleeting moment of breakthrough, he distinctly sensed a surge of vital energy and blood within him. Initially, upon the success of his second body refinement, his vital energy had already experienced a significant increase, and now it surged once more. This vital energy became highly concentrated within him, reflecting outwardly as merely the level of a 5th-tier martial master. Yet, in reality, the vital energy coursing through him far exceeded that of a typical 8th-tier martial master. Being at least double the usual amount, however, the gap to the 9th tier of martial mastery remained considerable. It is said that the vital energy of a 9th-tier martial master is over 10 times that of an average 8th-tier martial master. Xiao Shi recalled the vital energy of a 9th-tier powerhouse he had encountered, and it seemed to align with that assessment. This realization deepened his appreciation for the vast chasm between the 8th and 9th tiers of martial mastery. Following his successful breakthrough, Xiao Shi wasted no time and, before nightfall, decisively exchanged 300 contribution points for a vial of night frost dew. After checking the contribution points on his token, he found he had 900 remaining. Initially, he possessed a total of 1,200 contribution points, 700 of which were rewards for completing tasks, while the remaining 500 came from selling the feathers and blood of the 5-colored spirit-tail sparrow to the sect in terms of contribution points. Xiao Shi held no grand aspirations. He merely aimed to accumulate the 20,000 points required for promotion to an inner sect disciple within 3 months. As night fell, Xiao Shi immediately utilized the acquired night frost dew to commence his night tiger training. After evenly applying the dew across his body, he began the unique cycle operation of the night tiger. It must be said, the effects of this dew were truly remarkable. Xiao Shi could distinctly feel an enhancement in his training speed. At this rate, in no more than 3 days, I shall attain the 3rd layer of night tiger, he thought to himself with excitement. A single vial of night frost dew could be used approximately 5 times, sufficient for him to break through to the 3rd layer of night tiger. The 300 contribution points spent felt incredibly worthwhile. However, if future training of night tiger required the constant use of night frost dew, Xiao Shi would have to consider whether he could bear the financial burden of such an expense. Time flew by, and before long, it was time for the second task execution. During this interval, Xiao Shi devoted almost all his time to training. He practiced the Qi Hu Ju by day and the Night Tiger by night. Now, he had successfully cultivated the Night Tiger to the third layer. Although reaching the ninth cycle of the Qi Hu Ju posed considerable challenges and was not something that could be achieved in a short time, Xiao Shi continued to strive diligently. Before he took on the role of the Night Watchman, he had thought that attaining the 8th tier of martial mastery would be sufficient for self-preservation. However, after experiencing the last task and understanding the disparity between the 9th tier and other levels of martial mastery, coupled with the bounties issued by the Sen Luo organization, he realized that merely being at the 8th tier was far from adequate. If he were to encounter a 9th tier martial master, he would stand no chance of resistance. This urgency propelled him to enhance his strength. Simultaneously, Xiao Shi began to gather information on the bandits and gang forces surrounding Jinyun City, hoping to identify any relatively weaker evil factions. He contemplated that if he could eliminate a weaker evil faction, he would undoubtedly reap numerous rewards. Unfortunately, all the powers capable of establishing themselves around Jinyun City were fortified by strong individuals, with the weakest boasting at least a 9th-tier martial master. This made his plans difficult to execute. Unless I can reach the 9th tier of martial mastery, Xiao Shi's current goal was to break through to the 9th tier. He understood that the 9th tier represented a significant threshold, a qualitative transformation. Once he attained the 9th tier, he could target the surrounding evil factions. Each one he dismantled would yield abundant rewards. Chapter 32. Inspection. When Xiao Shi arrived at the assembly point, numerous night watchmen from various squads had already gathered. Most of these night watchmen were seasoned veterans, and the number of newcomers in this batch was considerably fewer than during the last assembly, as many had perished in previous tasks. Wang Chonghuan and Yang Zhan were also among the crowd. Upon seeing Xiao Shi, they both smiled and nodded at him. Their previous task had been guarding the prison, which was the easiest and safest assignment. The squint-eyed captain of the Ding squad was once again the last to arrive. He surveyed the crowd with a smile, and after a few brief remarks, he produced a token and began distributing tasks to everyone. Compared to the last time, Xiao Shi and the others felt significantly less anxious. After all, even if assigned a more challenging task this time, they could exchange it with other night watchmen, avoiding the need to tackle assignments beyond their capabilities. Xiao Shi resolved that if he were assigned a second or first-tier task again, he would certainly seek to exchange it with other night watchmen. Although he had narrowly completed the last task, he did not wish to take such risks again. In the previous task, he had no choice but to execute it. This time, with the option to exchange, his cautious nature would not allow him to undertake a difficult task. Until he possessed sufficient strength, he wished to avoid facing stronger warriors and instead focus on quickly advancing to the 9th tier of martial mastery, subsequently eradicating the nearby evil factions to bolster his own power. By that time, he would possess ample ability for self-preservation. Soon, as the Ding squad captain concluded the task distribution, Xiao Shi promptly checked his assignment through his identity token. Task: Patrol Jinyun City. Task difficulty: Level 5. Task duration: 10 days. Xiao Shi felt a wave of relief wash over him. Patrolling Jinyun City ranked just below guarding the prison in terms of danger. It perfectly aligned with his current desire to quietly cultivate within the city. The only drawback was that the contribution points awarded would be relatively modest. The contribution points for this task were calculated based on daily patrol performance. In the absence of any incidents, he could earn 30 contribution points per day. However, should any situations arise during his patrol, he would receive varying amounts of additional contribution points based on the nature of each incident. For instance, if he encountered a ruthless individual committing atrocities within the city, simply slaying or apprehending them would grant him extra contribution points. Typically, the more challenging an incident was to resolve, the greater the contribution points awarded afterward. This realization made Xiao Shi aware that to accumulate a substantial number of contribution points during the patrol, it would depend on whether anyone caused trouble within the city. If the city remained peaceful and orderly, he would only earn 30 contribution points daily. Conversely, if disturbances were frequent, he would gain a considerable amount of contribution points. That day, after accepting the task, Xiao Shi began his patrol in the city. Over 100 night watchmen were executing this task, as the vastness of Jinyun City necessitated a large workforce. Today, Xiao Shi was primarily responsible for patrolling the eastern district of Jinyun City. He glanced at the token he had just received. Typically, Patrol duties not only involved maintaining order, but also required expelling those who had failed to pay their residence fees. As the main city governed by the Qihu sect. Entering Jinyun City meant receiving its protection. However, the Qihu sect was not a charity. They would not shelter everyone without compensation. Therefore, every individual entering and residing in Jinyun City was required to pay a daily residence fee. Under normal circumstances, the fee was 5 martial coins per day, or it could be paid with equivalent items. If the time expired without renewal, they would be expelled from Jinyun City. To monitor individuals' residence durations. One needed to wear the received tokens. Xiao Shi immediately attempted to affix the token to his chest. A flash of light appeared before his eyes, and the next moment, he noticed green lines resembling health bars appearing above the heads of the residents he observed. Every individual who had paid the fee would receive a special seed, which would gradually diminish over time. The green lines visible to Xiao Shi represented the remaining duration of these seeds. The shorter the green line, the less time remained. If an individual appeared with no green line above their head, it indicated their residence time had expired, and they would need to be expelled from Jinyun City if they failed to renew their payment. Each successful expulsion would yield an additional 5 contribution points. Upon realizing this, Xiao Shi began to keenly observe the green lines above the heads of every individual during his patrol. It was not until evening that he finally encountered someone devoid of such a mark. After expelling the individual from Jinyun City, Xiao Shi consequently earned an additional 5 contribution points. Although the reward was modest, it was commendably effortless and devoid of peril. Within Jinyun City, no one dared to openly defy the night watchman's enforcement. Even the bounty hunters of the Sanluo organization resorted to assassination tactics rather than brazenly confronting the night watchman. Thus, he continued his patrol in Jinyun City for 2 consecutive days, during which the city remained tranquil. Aside from expelling those whose residency duration had expired, no extraordinary events transpired. The newcomers to Jinyun City were well aware of its regulations and dared not cause disturbances, which consequently resulted in Xiao Shi's modest accumulation of contribution points over these 2 days. It was not until the afternoon of the 3rd day that, while conducting his usual patrol, Xiao Shi was suddenly startled by a resounding explosion. A skirmish was evidently taking place not far away, where one individual, eyes wide with fear, was desperately fleeing, pursued with lethal intent by another. Upon spotting Xiao Shi ahead, the fleeing individual rushed towards him, shouting for help, while the pursuer displayed an anxious determination to close the distance. "Stop!" Xiao Shi commanded forcefully. Within Jinyun City, combat was strictly prohibited, a rule established by the Qihu sect. Anyone entering Jinyun City was required to adhere to this regulation without exception. With a swift motion, he positioned himself between the two, raising his hand to intercept the assailant. However, the pursuer, blinded by rage, swung his long knife at Xiao Shi, growling, "Get out of my way. Do you dare to strike at me?" Xiao Shi raised an eyebrow. Recognizing the individual had clearly lost his senses, attacking a night watchman within Jinyun City was undoubtedly a path to certain death. A punch, swift as lightning, surged past the assailant, reaching his chest before the long knife could descend. Thud! It instantly pierced through his chest. Accompanying the fallen body was a small vial. However, given the crowd, Xiao Shi did not rush to retrieve the vial from the ground. As long as he refrained from picking it up, others would remain oblivious. There was no need for haste. The commotion he had caused drew a gathering of onlookers, and even 2 night watchmen hurriedly approached upon hearing the noise. Yet, upon seeing that Xiao Shi had already resolved the situation, they chose not to linger. One of the night watchmen, before departing, expressed his envy, saying, "You are quite fortunate. Such fools are rare. We must celebrate with drinks tonight." Of course, Xiao Shi replied with a smile. He enjoyed a good rapport with the fellow night watchmen, all of whom were eager for the liquor he possessed. Moreover, this was indeed a matter worth celebrating. For them, the night watchmen, the most gratifying sight was that of rule breakers. After all, for every such incident they managed, they earned extra contribution points. Naturally, the more, the better. Particularly, those who dared to attack the night watchmen were regarded as prime targets, as not only could they gain additional contribution points through their defeat, but all spoils thereafter belonged entirely to them. They would gladly welcome a daily influx of such fools. However, incidents like this were rather uncommon in Jinyun City. Although many entered the city seeking the protection of the Qihu sect to evade vengeful pursuers, Not every enemy was foolish enough to recklessly challenge them within Jinyun City. The occurrence of individuals blinded by hatred was exceedingly rare. As the crowd slowly dispersed, Xiao Shi approached to collect the items dropped by the deceased. Relevant information materialized before his eyes. Name: healing liquid. Type: potion. Grade: entry-level martial. Description: a potion capable of healing. Note: it can only heal to a certain extent. If the injury is too severe, do not expect it to restore full health. This was a relatively common healing potion. Its efficacy paled in comparison to medicinal pills, being merely average. Xiao Shi found no surprise in such a quality item dropping from this individual, as he was merely a fourth-tier martial artist. The probability of high-quality items dropping was inherently low. After placing the healing liquid into his storage pouch, Xiao Shi proceeded to rummage through the deceased's belongings. Aside from various useless trinkets, he discovered a palm-sized black skull. This is the Sanluo organization's item. Xiao Shi's expression turned grave. He had not expected the individual to possess something from the Sanluo organization. He scrutinized the black skull, and after some contemplation, attempted to place his palm upon it. Instantly, a piece of information surged from the skull into Xiao Shi's hand, revealing a list within his mind. It was the bounty list of the Sanluo organization. The bounty list was primarily divided into the strongest list and the genius list. The one Xiao Shi was currently viewing was the latter. It listed a total of 500 geniuses under the influence of the Feiyuan Palace. The individual at the top was named Xiao Shi, reputed as the foremost figure of the Feiyuan Palace's outer sect, possessing a 9th-tier martial cultivation. His bounty reached a staggering 1 million martial coins. Additionally, it could be exchanged for treasures valued at the same amount. The Sanluo organization, with its vast resources, possessed an enormous treasury filled with numerous treasures. Occasionally, they would sell rare items from their treasury to the public, often offering treasures as bounties. This Xiao Shi is truly valuable, Xiao Shi mused. He continued to peruse the list, and was astonished to find that all 10 entries were individuals from the Feiyuan Palace. It was only upon reaching the 20th position that he discovered a member of the Qihu sect. Through this genius bounty list, Xiao Shi gained a preliminary understanding of the many talents under the Feiyuan Palace's influence. He also deduced that, based on his training duration and current cultivation level, he too could make the list, albeit not within the top 100. The individuals in the top 100 had all achieved 9th-tier martial cultivation in a remarkably short period. Xiao Shi realized from this list that even among those at the 9th-tier martial cultivation, there existed considerable disparities. The genius list consists of entry-level martial artists, so the strongest list must include those at the Qi martial realm or even higher, such as the blood martial realm. Xiao Shi thought, coming to a realization. This was the sole purpose of the skull he possessed, to display the genius bounty list. Such skulls were relatively common throughout the 7-star province, deliberately distributed by the Sanluo organization. Although Sanluo's bounty hunters targeted individuals listed, this bounty list simultaneously attracted others from different factions to take action against its members, as the bounties behind these geniuses were immensely enticing. While Xiao Shi's strength was sufficient to make the list, it represented not glory for him, but rather a source of constant trouble. He would do everything in his power to ensure his name never appeared on it. Lost in thought, he casually tossed the skull into his storage pouch and resumed his patrol of Jinyun City. Thus, Xiao Shi spent his days alternating between patrolling and diligently cultivating. The journey from 8th tier to 9th tier martial cultivation required a considerable amount of time. Even with Xiao Shi's aptitude and understanding, achieving it in a short span was unfeasible. As for his patrols, he encountered no further individuals daring to take action within Jinyun City, at least not in the area under his watch. One day, while patrolling as usual, accompanied by another night watchman, they had just finished surveying one region and were preparing to move on to the next. Have you heard? Recently, a tremendous talent has emerged in Team A. As a newcomer, not only has he reached 7th tier martial cultivation, but he has also completed a first-level mission, the night watchman beside Xiao Shi remarked. Although most night watchmen in Team A are extraordinary, talents like this are indeed rare. Xiao Shi nodded in agreement. While 7th tier martial cultivation was not particularly remarkable, completing a first-level mission certainly indicated considerable skill. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted ahead. Soon, Xiao Shi and his companion beheld. In the broad street, an enormous beast lay sprawled. It was a colossal creature, entirely black, with thick fur covering its body, robust limbs, standing at least 10 meters tall, with gaping jaws and menacing fangs, exuding a formidable sense of oppression. Yet, this colossal beast lay bleeding on the ground, bound by chains, dragged along by a diminutive figure. The one dragging this massive creature was a girl clad in white, not particularly tall, with a full and graceful figure. Her skin fair and smooth like milk, she effortlessly towed the immense beast behind her, advancing step by step without the slightest hint of strain. The stark contrast between the two, one large, one small, created an intensely striking image. Capturing the gaze of everyone present, the crowd looked at the girl as if she were a monster. I was talking about her. The night watchman beside Xiao Shi gulped, his eyes wide with astonishment. A genius. Xinqingzi. Xinqingzi? Xiao Shi's mind stirred. The name sounded somewhat familiar. He pondered carefully. Suddenly, he recalled why this name felt so familiar. He had previously encountered it on the genius bounty list of the Sanluo organization, albeit at a lower rank. Nonetheless, it was a rising talent of recent prominence. It is said that such newly emerged geniuses are the most likely to attract bounty hunters. Xiao Shi surveyed his surroundings, pondering whether any of the individuals in the crowd might be concealing the identity of a bounty hunter. Chapter 34. The big fish. His suspicion stemmed primarily from the high likelihood of newly listed geniuses being targeted by bounty hunters. Take Xiao Shi, the top-ranked individual on the bounty list. Despite the substantial bounty on his head, the difficulty of eliminating him was equally formidable. For an ordinary bounty hunter, attempting to take down Xiao Shi would be tantamount to delivering oneself as prey. Consequently, it was rare for bounty hunters to set their sights on him. In contrast, newly listed geniuses were undoubtedly far easier to kill. While their bounties might not rival those of the top-ranked individuals, they were still considerable. Most crucially, they presented a relatively simple target with a lower degree of difficulty. Thus, many bounty hunters would prioritize these emerging talents as their targets. At present, no one could guarantee whether Xinqingzi had already attracted the attention of bounty hunters. After all, with the remarkable camouflage abilities of bounty hunters, it was exceedingly difficult to discern their disguises before they struck. Perhaps even now, a bounty hunter lurked among the throng, fixated on their prey. Xiao Shi's gaze swept across the crowd. Perhaps I should give it a try. He raised his hand and retrieved a talisman from his storage pouch, the enemy detection talisman. This talisman served the purpose of sensing hostile intent. By affixing the enemy detection talisman to himself, he would be able to detect all hostile intent within a radius of 300 meters. This hostility did not need to be directed at Xiao Shi specifically. Any presence of hostile intent, regardless of its target, would be detected within that 300-meter range. Of course, this was only effective against those at the martial entry stage and below, proving ineffective against those above that threshold. At that moment, Xiao Shi discreetly affixed the enemy detection talisman to his right leg. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes as he immediately scanned the crowd. He quickly spotted a middle-aged man, clad in plain attire, with a vacant expression that rendered him almost unnoticeable. Above his head, a massive red orb of light was coalescing. The appearance of such a red orb indicated the presence of hostile intent. The larger the orb, the stronger the hostility. Given the size of the orb hovering above this man's head, his hostile intent was exceedingly intense, and his gaze was completely fixated on Xinqingzi, clearly indicating that his hostility was directed solely at her. While Xiao Shi could not definitively conclude that this individual was a bounty hunter based solely on this observation, he nonetheless recognized that something was amiss. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he passed through the crowd, and as he walked by the unremarkable middle-aged man, he subtly left behind a mark on him. Whether he is a bounty hunter will soon be revealed. In the ensuing moments, Xiao Shi focused intently on this man's every movement. As long as the individual remained within a 3-mile radius, Xiao Shi could sense his actions through the mark, even if he was outside of his line of sight. Through careful observation, Xiao Shi became increasingly convinced that this man was indeed suspicious. He noted that the middle-aged man consistently appeared in places where Xinqingzi was likely to be found. Just as Xiao Shi was monitoring his every move, the man was also keeping a watchful eye on Xinqingzi. Initially, Xiao Shi had only harbored suspicions, but now, he felt certain that this man was most likely a bounty hunter. No wonder there have been instances where bounty hunters successfully assassinated targets in Jinyun City and escaped unscathed. Such disguises are truly astonishing. Xiao Shi reflected with a sense of awe. If it weren't for the enemy detection talisman, even if he suspected that Sun Qingzi had been targeted by a bounty hunter, he would have had no way to identify this middle-aged man amidst the crowd. The man's disguise not only allowed him to blend in as an ordinary individual, but, more alarmingly, his cultivation level was completely concealed. Were it not for the mark Xiao Shi had placed on him, allowing him to perceive the fluctuations of his internal energy, he would have remained oblivious to the fact that this was a bounty hunter with an 8th-level cultivation in the martial entry stage. An 8th-level martial entry stage individual attacking a 7th-level counterpart inherently held a significant advantage in terms of cultivation. If he were to launch a surprise attack, his chances of success would be even greater. Xiao Shi analyzed the situation in his mind. Bounty hunters from the Sunluo organization were notorious for their assassination skills. They cared little for martial ethics. In their eyes, only slaughter mattered. They would stop at nothing to eliminate their targets. At the same time, they were exceedingly cautious. Even when possessing a clear advantage in cultivation, they would meticulously observe their surroundings, looking for the most opportune moment to strike. When they chose to act, it would be with lethal intent. Through the mark, Xiao Shi kept track of the man's every movement, while also contemplating whether he could defeat this bounty hunter. In his eyes, this individual was akin to a prized catch. Especially for Xiao Shi, who at present lacked suitable targets for elimination, this big fish was undoubtedly quite enticing. After all, his only means of obtaining valuable items was by defeating those who caused disturbances in the city. However, such individuals were scarce, and even if encountered, they were likely to be martial artists of lower cultivation. Like the 4th-level martial entry stage warrior he had previously killed, which had yielded only a bottle of mediocre healing liquid. What Xiao Shi truly needed were rare treasures. He sought pills that could enhance his aptitude and comprehension, thereby accelerating his cultivation speed. He yearned for weapons that would empower him in battle. All of these items were more likely to drop from powerful martial entry stage warriors. This bounty hunter, without a doubt, represented an ideal target for elimination. With his 8th-level cultivation in the martial entry stage, defeating him would yield a significant probability of obtaining high-quality items. Perhaps he might even acquire something he desperately needed. This thought stirred Xiao Shi's ambitions. Yet, his cautious nature prevailed, without a certain degree of confidence. He would never act recklessly. 8th-level martial entry stage. I have yet to engage in battle with one of their caliber. As a bounty hunter, he is bound to possess combat prowess exceeding that of an average 8th-level martial entry stage warrior. My advantage lies in the element of surprise. If I strike with all my might while he is unprepared, I may have the opportunity to eliminate him in one fell swoop. Xiao Shi's mind raced with various scenarios, weighing the pros and cons, while also considering numerous potential outcomes. Based on his analyses, he concluded that he had approximately an 80% chance of successfully killing him. I can give it a try. A flicker of murderous intent gleamed in his eyes. While he was inherently cautious, he understood that not every situation could afford him 100% certainty. Having an 80% assurance was already sufficient grounds for him to take action. With his decision made, Xiao Shi began to meticulously plan his approach. Having resolved to carry out the assassination, he needed to ensure success. There was no reason to let such an opportunity slip through his fingers. Chapter 35. A single strike as the night deepened and the winds howled. The moon cast a chilling glow. Under the dense shroud of darkness, the vacant-faced Dijin concluded his training for the day, his eyes snapping open to reveal a glimmer of hidden sharpness beneath his dull exterior. He reached into his robe and produced a purple-black skull, gripping it tightly as he spoke in a low voice. I plan to make my move at noon tomorrow. The rest will be left to you to arrange. Understood. A somewhat indistinct voice emanated from the skull's mouth. Dijin lightly drummed his fingers on the table, his mind replaying the intelligence he had gathered over the past few days. Sun Qingzi, 7th-level martial entry stage, possesses formidable combat strength, capable of contending with 8th-level warriors. It is rumored that she possesses treasures that can enhance her power. It is said that when she employs these treasures, she can slay 8th-level warriors. However, this woman is lacking in vigilance and does not exhibit a strong defensive awareness. If I catch her off guard, I have an 80% chance of killing her in one strike. I will not grant her the opportunity to utilize her treasures. Dijin analyzed the situation in his mind. The reason he chose noon rather than the night was due to the fact that nighttime represented the peak strength of the patrolling guards. Naturally, he could not attack during the enemy's most powerful hours. After observing for several days, Dijin felt no concern about his ability to eliminate Xinqingxi, as a bounty hunter. Although he belonged to the lowest tier and was among the weakest, this was not his first time targeting a newly emerging genius. He understood well that while these rising talents possessed considerable aptitude, high growth potential, and combat strength surpassing their own realm, their arrogance was a common flaw. Even when aware of bounty hunters lurking nearby, they tended to underestimate them. Although Xinqingxi was not the typical arrogant genius, she clearly had not faced significant setbacks, rendering her excessively complacent, particularly in Jinyun City, where she exhibited no caution, treating the place as her home. She believed she was completely safe. Such a genius was undoubtedly the easiest to kill, and Dijin's eyes. Xinqingxi had essentially become a corpse. He had already communicated the timing of his strike to the informants within Jinyun City, who would make arrangements to assist him in fleeing the city afterward. While he meticulously planned the actions for the following day, he remained acutely aware of the dangers inherent in conducting an assassination within Jinyun City. Just as Dijin immersed himself in his scheming, he suddenly sensed a fluctuation of energy within his body. A wave of doubt surged within his heart. The reason the bounty hunters of the Sanluo organization possess formidable disguise abilities primarily lies in a unique cultivation technique they practice. This technique enables them to maintain their vital energy in a state of stillness, devoid of fluctuations, rendering them indistinguishable from ordinary individuals, thus preventing others from gauging their true cultivation level through the disturbances in their vital energy. Logically speaking, his vital energy should be in such a still state at this moment. Why then did it suddenly exhibit fluctuations? Moreover, Dijin felt the overall tumult of his vital energy intensifying. Within mere seconds, it transformed from a placid surface into a raging torrent, causing the full force of his 8th-level martial prowess to erupt, becoming impossible to conceal. Everything unfolded so swiftly that Dijin had yet to react when his internal vital energy began to boil and surge. With a resounding explosion, his body erupted into a mist of blood. The blast triggered by his vital energy left him grievously wounded, his flesh torn and bleeding profusely. Beneath the moonlight, a shadowy figure silently lurked atop the roof of the inn where Dijin resided. At the moment he ignited the mark, the figure plummeted through the roof in a single leap. Xiao Shi wielded a long blade, a trophy acquired after slaying the leader of the Quangfeng gang. A weapon of the martial level, perfectly replacing the Wujin sword. As he descended from the rooftop, he raised the long blade, channeling the force of his fall into a fierce downward slash aimed at Dijin below. The circulation of the night tiger's energy within him amplified the might of this strike, rendering it far more ferocious and powerful than it would have been in daylight, tearing through the air with a sharp crack. Xiao Shi's eyes burned with murderous intent, fueled by an unyielding resolve. In this moment, he intended to unleash his most formidable strike. As the blade descended, Xiao Shi's heart roared once more, "Activate." He initiated the mark on the blade, a formation forged from a piece of black inkstone. With the mark's activation, the incredible weight of the inkstone was immediately transferred to the blade, rendering it extraordinarily heavy. The sudden increase in weight accelerated the blade's descent to an astonishing speed, compelling Xiao Shi to feel as though his entire body was being dragged down by this formidable mass. From the moment Xiao Shi ignited the mark to the instant he shattered the rooftop and unleashed his ultimate strike, the entire sequence transpired in mere seconds, too rapid for Dijin to react. Yet, as a bounty hunter, Dijin instinctively responded in this dire moment. He thrust both hands forward, attempting to catch the descending blade between his palms to block it. However, the instant he made contact with the blade, an indescribable force of dread surged forth, emanating from the weapon. With a sharp crack, both of his arms broke simultaneously. His legs trembled uncontrollably, rendering him unable to stand, and he collapsed to the ground. What is happening? Dijin's face contorted in terror. With his arms shattered, he could no longer catch the long blade. The blade's light flashed directly above his head, slicing through his body and cleaving the ground beneath him, creating a massive, straight fissure that extended behind him. Fear, horror, trepidation, and shock etched themselves permanently upon Dijin's visage. A line of blood appeared on his forehead, swiftly cascading down to his chin, then across his chest. Trailing downward, with a splatter, blood erupted, and his entire body split in two at the center of that bloodline. Xiao Shi, with the swiftness of lightning, seized the items that fell from Di Jin's lifeless form, along with the immensely heavy long blade, and tossed them into his storage pouch. He then executed a swift maneuver, crashing through the wall of the room and bursting forth from the inn. Racing down the narrow path outside, as he ran, he quickly shed his clothing and discarded it into the storage pouch, donning the attire of a night patroller. After completing these tasks, he abruptly halted, turned, and headed back in the direction he had come from, resembling a night patroller responding to commotion in the distance. Chapter 36. An unnamed night patroller. The murder of Di Jin stirred a considerable uproar within the night patrol division that evening. Although such slaughters are rare in Jinyun City, they are not entirely absent. Despite the presence of numerous night patrollers conducting surveillance daily, it is impossible to monitor every corner of the city. Typically, when such killings occur, the night patrol division conducts investigations, but they do not delve too deeply, as the perpetrator may have already fled the city on the same day. Even if they do identify the killer, it would be inconsequential unless the victim were a night patroller, which would change the dynamics entirely. However, this particular murder drew the night patrol division's heightened attention, as the victim was a bounty hunter from the Sanluo organization. Have we confirmed the identity? Is this person truly a bounty hunter? In a grand hall of the night patrol division, the leaders of teams A, B, C, and D gathered. Based on the items found on him and his distinct characteristics, we can ascertain that he is indeed a bounty hunter, stated the serious-faced leader of Team B, his eyes narrow and a black mark on his visage. Preliminary investigations suggest that this individual infiltrated Jinyun City with a high likelihood of targeting San Qingzi, added the imposing leader of Team C, resembling a towering iron statue. While San Qingzi is not the only talent on the bounty hunters list in Jinyun City, she is the only newcomer to the ranks. Coupled with the bounty hunter's level of strength, it is easy to deduce the intended target. This revelation caused the leader of Team A, sporting a high purple ponytail, to pale, gripped by apprehension. As a night patroller under her command, she was well aware of San Qingzi's lack of vigilance. Were it not for the mysterious figure who eliminated this bounty hunter, San Qingzi might have faced grave peril. Our foremost priority is to swiftly ascertain who was responsible for the elimination of this bounty hunter, pondered the leader of Team B. From the conditions at the scene, it is highly likely that this bounty hunter was directly cleaved in two by a single strike. Only a 9th-level martial artist possesses the capability to accomplish such a feat. Furthermore, we can rule out the possibility that the assailant belongs to our night patrol. If it were one of us, there would be no need for concealment in slaying a bounty hunter. Such an act would be a significant achievement. Could it be that someone from the Sanluo organization turned against their own? As the three leaders speculated, the ever-quiet leader of Team D, with squinty eyes, suddenly stood and turned to exit. This action momentarily stunned the other three leaders. "What are you doing?" In response, the leader of Team D turned back with a smile. Rather than conjecturing aimlessly here, it would be prudent to report this matter to the chief for a decision. Upon returning to his room, Xiao Shi, although unable to see the situation among the four leaders, could easily surmise that this incident would undoubtedly capture the attention of the night patrol's higher-ups. Nevertheless, he harbored no concerns about exposure. Throughout the entire affair, he had not revealed any flaws. To everyone else, he merely appeared as an ordinary night patroller, and no one would cast their gaze upon such a figure. These bounty hunters are not as formidable as I imagined. Reflecting on the entire process of the kill, Xiao Shi felt he may have exerted excessive force. Even without utilizing the mark formed by the black inkstone, he could have slain Di Jin with a single blow. After all, by that point, Di Jin's vital energy had been destabilized due to the detonation of his mark, and facing Xiao Shi's full-force strike, he would have been unable to withstand it. This realization significantly diminished the threat these bounty hunters posed to him. When he first heard Yang Zhan and Wang Changhuan mention bounty hunters, he had been filled with trepidation. Yet after their confrontation, he now understood they were merely ordinary. Let us see what treasures this fellow has dropped. Xiao Shi rubbed his hands together in anticipation, opening his storage pouch to retrieve the items that fell from the deceased bounty hunter. What he found was a palm-sized mushroom. Name: ice crystal mushroom. Type: rare treasure. Grade: martial level. Description: shaped like a mouth mushroom. It enhances the internal organs and viscera. Note: it will continuously generate ice crystals within the body. Do not use it without a robust physique. Indeed, Only powerful martial artists of the martial level are likely to drop rare treasures. Xiao Shi's heart soared with joy. The previous time he had slain a 7th-level martial artist, he obtained a rare treasure. This time, it was an 8th-level martial artist. Through these 2 kills, it became evident that the drop rate of rare treasures for martial artists above level 7 is quite high. If he continues to eliminate martial artists of this caliber, he firmly believes that accumulating 9 rare treasures and completing 9 body refinements will not be a daunting task. Under this drop mechanism, martial artists below the 7th level suddenly seemed far less appealing. Although they also have a chance of dropping rare treasures and other high-quality items, the probability is quite low. It is still faster to defeat martial artists above the 7th realm of martial arts. Xiao Shi picked up the entire ice crystal mushroom, his eyes gleaming with excitement. According to the records of the 9 refinements of the diamond body, after successfully refining the body 3 times in the 9th stage of martial arts, some extraordinary changes and enhancements will occur. He was eager to discover what those changes and enhancements would be. With that thought in mind, Xiao Shi immediately began his 3rd round of body refinement using the ice crystal mushroom in his hand. Meanwhile, in a study room within the Night Watch division, Captain Ding, with his squinting eyes, stood with his hands at his sides, having already reported the incident to the director of the Night Watch division. The director, a man in his 40s with phoenix eyes, prominent eye bags, thick eyebrows, and a beard that accentuated his mature masculinity, exuded an air of elegance and authority. His formidable strength, surpassing the realm of martial arts, ensured that Jinyun City remained as solid as a rock under his watch. After hearing Captain Ding's report, he lifted a teacup, gently blowing on the steaming tea, took a sip, and spoke calmly. No need to investigate further. If the other party is unwilling to reveal themselves, there must be a reason. To be able to slay a bounty hunter at the 8th realm of martial arts with a single strike and vanish without a trace in such a short time is not something an ordinary 9th realm martial artist can achieve. Since the other party has no intention of revealing themselves, if we forcefully seek them out, we would only offend them. It is unwise to make enemies of such powerful beings. We should extend our goodwill instead. Captain Ding nodded, puzzled, and asked, "What should we do?" The director took another sip of tea. "Now, besides us, the Sanluo organization is undoubtedly eager to know who killed their bounty hunter. In that case, we shall assist this powerful individual by creating a diversion. Shortly, you will publicly declare that the one who killed the bounty hunter is an unnamed night watcher. This will not only confuse the Sanluo organization, but also instill a sense of caution towards us." Captain Ding's eyes lit up with understanding, unable to suppress a compliment for the director's astuteness. They all knew that the likelihood of this mysterious powerhouse being a night watcher was almost zero, and by declaring the individual as such, they could effectively assist the powerful figure, create confusion, and win that person's favor. Simultaneously, it would send a message to the Sanluo organization that the Night Watch Division harbors a mysterious force dedicated to hunting bounty hunters. Chapter 37. The eruption of vital energy in the room. Xiao Shi was in agony as the ice crystals continuously formed within him, inflicting immense pain upon his body. Every organ, meridian, flesh, and bone was persistently covered in ice crystals. Under this icy layer, it felt as though he were being pricked by needles and sliced by knives, an unbearable discomfort. Despite having undergone 2 previous rounds of body refinement, the suffering during this process remained undiminished. Each instance a tremendous test of his willpower. After an hour, the refinement finally concluded. Xiao Shi sensed the changes within him. This time, the refinement did not alter his physique. He neither grew shorter nor more robust. However, within him, a monumental transformation had taken place. Every internal organ, blood vessel, and meridian was enveloped in a layer of pale white membrane. This membrane was incredibly resilient, capable of dissipating a considerable amount of force, providing formidable protection. Once this membrane was established, the originally fragile organs would become unbreakable. The previous 2 rounds of body refinement had indeed enhanced his internal organs, yet none compared to the magnitude of this enhancement. This round was entirely focused on fortifying the inner body. Following this substantial reinforcement, Xiao Shi's internal defenses surpassed even those on the exterior. And all of this was merely the enhancement from normal refinement, not the additional boost obtained after 3 refinements. The extra enhancement following 3 refinements was the vital energy. At this moment, Xiao Shi's vital energy had surged astonishingly, compressing even tighter within him, making him feel as though his body had gained considerable weight. Furthermore, the vital energy within him possessed the ability to regenerate autonomously. This capability was typically only attainable upon breaking through to the 9th realm of martial arts. Before reaching the 9th realm, the expended vital energy could not recover. Only upon achieving the 9th realm could the vital energy gain this restorative ability. Just like when Xiao Shi had corroded the vital energy of that 9th realm martial artist down to a mere 10%, given 2 years, that individual could restore their vital energy to 90%. If my vital energy can recover, I will no longer need to worry about the marks formed by the vital energy diminishing my reserves, leading to a decline in my cultivation. Xiao Shi's eyes sparkled with hope. The issue of vital energy reduction due to excessive imprinting had always been a concern. Now that he possessed the ability to restore it, that worry was eliminated. Since I can restore my vital energy, could I also achieve another ability of the 9th realm? The externalization of vital energy? A thought sparked in Xiao Shi's mind, prompting him to attempt it. Boom! He unleashed the compressed vital energy within him, filling his entire being with an overwhelming surge of it. Release. With a tremor of his body, the vital energy smoothly erupted from within, swirling around him. It actually works. Xiao Shi's spirit soared. That moment, he resembled that 9th realm martial artist, surrounded by a multitude of swirling vital energies. In his excitement, he threw a punch forward. Whoosh! The enhancement from the vital energy propelled his punch's speed and power to several times greater, producing a sharp sound as it sliced through the air. Is this the additional enhancement after 3 rounds of body refinement? Xiao Shi inhaled deeply, calming the tempest of emotions within him. He clearly understood that the might of a 9th realm martial artist lay primarily in the externalization of vital energy. This was the most significant chasm between the 9th and 8th realms. A martial artist at the 9th realm, equipped with the ability to externalize vital energy, would undoubtedly be beyond the reach of an 8th realm martial artist. Even for some exceptionally powerful 8th realm practitioners, and now, he had successfully grasped the externalization of vital energy at the 8th realm. This would render him invincible within the 8th realm. He could even contend against 9th realm opponents. The only minor drawback was that his vital energy had yet to reach the 9th realm level. Xiao Shi carefully recalled and noted that the swirling vital energy surrounding him was not as abundant as that of the 9th realm martial artist he had encountered. Despite the increase in his vital energy after each successful refinement, he still had a way to go before reaching the level of the 9th realm. In fact, the slow progression from the 8th to the 9th realm was due to the immense amount of vital energy required. Nonetheless, even if his vital energy had not yet reached the 9th realm level, he already possessed the strength to engage in battle. Even if he could not triumph, he could certainly ensure his own safety. The next additional enhancement comes after 6 rounds of body refinement. I wonder what kind of enhancement awaits then. Xiao Shi's heart brimmed with anticipation, and his desire for rare treasures intensified. Simultaneously, in a concealed cave within Qixing Prefecture, several figures were gathered in the cavern. Di Jin's assassination failed. And now there is a vacancy for targeting the genius bounty hunter ranked 473. Xin Qing Ci. Is there anyone willing to undertake this mission? A deep, hoarse voice resonated within the cave. When the Sinluo organization's bounty hunters select targets, it is usually one bounty hunter corresponding to one target. If the chosen target has already been selected by another bounty hunter, they must choose a different target. This system is in place to prevent multiple bounty hunters from attempting to assassinate the same person, leading to competition. Only when the assassin fails can others select that target. I will go. A chilling voice echoed in the cave. If it weren't for that waste Di Jin getting there first, this target would have been mine to assassinate. A bounty hunter who can't even handle a target of this level is nothing but a disgrace to our profession. The figure that spoke in a deep, hoarse tone cast a glance at him and replied solemnly. According to reports from our informants in Jinyun City, Di Jin was killed before he could even initiate his mission, which is an extremely rare occurrence. And the one who killed Di Jin is said to be an unnamed night watcher from the Night Watch division. Although we do not know how this individual discovered Di Jin's identity, the scene indicated that Di Jin was cleaved in two by this mysterious night watcher, demonstrating that this person possesses at least the strength of a 9th realm martial artist. You, like Di Jin, are merely at the 8th realm if you encounter this mysterious night watcher. You will not stand a chance. The shadowy figure nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. However, I do not believe he can see through my disguise before I make my move. Dijin's failure was likely due to his own carelessness or other reasons. I will not make such a foolish mistake. Moreover, although I too have attained the 8th level of the martial entry realm, my strength far surpasses that of the worthless Dijin. Even if I am not a match for someone at the 9th level of the martial entry realm, I am confident in my ability to escape from him. The figure, whose voice was low and hoarse, nodded slightly. He too believed that Dijin's discovery was either due to a grave error on his part or some fortuitous coincidence. Given the disguise capabilities of their organization, Sinluo, he found it hard to believe that the adversary could identify Dijin's identity before he made a move. If the Night Watchman possessed such abilities, then there would not have been instances of bounty hunters successfully assassinating targets within Jinyun City and retreating unscathed. With his intellect, he immediately discerned that the Night Watch Bureau was deliberately attempting to create an impression that this mysterious Night Watchman could see through the identities of bounty hunters, thereby intimidating their organization and dissuading their hunters from carrying out assassinations in Jinyun City. Such tactics were merely effective against ordinary folk. The Sinluo organization would not be easily intimidated. Chapter 38. The Fish is Hooked. The following morning, Xiao Shi continued his routine patrol through Jinyun City, only to find that the entire city was abuzz with a singular topic. Have you heard? Yesterday, a bounty hunter from the Sinluo organization was taken down in the city. It is said that he was killed by an unnamed night watchman. In the past, it was always the bounty hunters hunting the night watchman. Who would have thought this time it was the reverse? Do not underestimate the night watchman. There are indeed powerful individuals among them, just like this mysterious one. But speaking of this unnamed night watchman, he is exceedingly enigmatic. Reportedly, only the bureau chief knows his identity. Xiao Shi wore a peculiar expression. What was this nonsense about being unnamed? He was certain he had not exposed himself nor raised any suspicions. Yet, judging by the reaction of the Night Watch Bureau, it seemed as if the night watchman who had executed the deed had voluntarily reported the situation to the higher-ups, but was unwilling to disclose his name. Others might not perceive any issues, but as the person involved, Xiao Shi saw through the Night Watch Bureau's intentions. They aimed to leverage this incident to intimidate the Sinluo organization, making our bounty hunters hesitant to assassinate in Jinyun City. They are using me as a figurehead to frighten the Sinluo organization. Xiao Shi had not anticipated that the Night Watch Bureau would employ such cunning tactics. If the bounty hunters of the Sinluo organization are truly deterred and refuse to come to Jinyun City for assassinations, then I will have no suitable targets to eliminate before I reach the 9th level of the martial entry realm. Xiao Shi furrowed his brow. Having experienced the benefits of killing bounty hunters, he was eager for the Sinluo organization to send more of them into the city to assassinate talents like Sun Qingzi. If they were frightened off due to this incident, it would not bode well for him. However, upon reflection, he realized that the Sinluo organization, being a formidable power capable of contending with the Feiyuan Palace and having stood firm against it for years, should not be so easily deceived. Regardless, I must keep a close watch on Sun Qingzi these days and see if any big fish come within reach. Although Xiao Shi had acquired the ability to externalize his vital energy and blood, granting him the strength to contend with those at the 9th level of the martial entry realm, he had not yet reached that level himself in terms of vital energy in a true confrontation. He might not necessarily be a match for those at the 9th level. Furthermore, through the talent bounty list of the Sinluo organization, he had already realized that even among those at the 9th level of the martial entry realm, there existed significant disparities. Given his cautious nature, he would not recklessly assume confidence due to his increased power and rush to eliminate the surrounding evil forces. It was better to wait until he broke through to the 9th level before taking action. Thus, Xiao Shi continued his daily patrols while keeping an eye on Sun Qingzi by placing enemy detection talismans around her vicinity. He could detect any hostile entities nearby, thereby identifying any hidden bounty hunters. Although Sun Qingzi had not encountered danger last time, she had clearly faced reprimand from the captain of Team A afterward and felt a lingering fear. After all, she had been oblivious to the fact that someone was watching her all along. Had it not been for the unnamed night watchman striking before the bounty hunters, her life might have been forfeit. This made her immensely grateful to the mysterious night watchman, while also realizing her need for heightened vigilance. She was now considerably more alert than before. Xiao Shi found some amusement in observing her tense demeanor. Though she possessed remarkable talent and the ability to fight above her level, she still lacked sufficient experience in the martial world. Even with her increased vigilance, should a bounty hunter come after her again, she would still likely not detect their presence. Simultaneously, she would not make it any more difficult for the bounty hunters to assassinate her. Having such bait is advantageous. It could attract a big catch. Xiao Shi chuckled. Now that Sun Qingzi had completed her round of tasks, the colossal beast she had dragged into the city with chains was the key to her recent mission. Consequently, before the next round of tasks began, she would not need to leave the city to carry them out. This ensured that this bait would remain within the city for the foreseeable future. Should she venture outside the city? He could not guarantee that this bait would not be devoured by a larger fish. After waiting a whole day, as night fell, the fish was finally hooked. Through the enemy detection talismans affixed to him, Xiao Shi detected an individual near Sun Qingzi who harbored intense hostility. The enormous red orb of light hovering above the person's head was exceedingly conspicuous. It was nearly impossible to overlook. This person appeared to have dark skin, an unremarkable face, and wore a naive smile, resembling a simple, honest farmer. Seemingly very unpretentious point one had to admit, this individual's disguise was far superior to that of the previous bounty hunter. Every expression and gesture seemed utterly natural, without any discernible flaws, as if he were an ordinary farmer with no signs of disguise. This once again left Xiao Shi astounded by the impressive camouflage skills of these bounty hunters. Regrettably, in the presence of his enemy detection talismans, no matter how skillfully they disguised themselves, they would still be easily identified by him. As was his custom, Xiao Shi marked him with a sign. Through this mark, he could sense the individual's vital energy, which he discerned was at the 8th level of the martial entry realm. However, it was more robust than that of the previous bounty hunter, placing him among the strongest of the 8th level. Usually, such individuals could navigate their way through challenges unless they encountered someone at the 9th level. Had this been before Xiao Shi's 3 body refinements, he might have needed to prepare more thoroughly. But now, tonight, I shall resolve this matter. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened. The sparse stars twinkled in the night sky like flickering fireflies in a graveyard. Hardly worthy of adornment, it was a night well suited for slaughter. The moonlight cast a cold sheen upon the ground, reflecting in the shadows, as Xiao Shi, clad in black and with his entire face concealed beneath a wide hood, approached a modest dwelling based on the location indicated by the mark. Through his senses, even with a wall between them, he could envision the bounty hunter sitting at a table, seemingly lost in thought. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Xiao Shi's eyes. Boom. The vital energy within him, compressed to its utmost limits, erupted violently, causing his vital energy fluctuations to soar rapidly from the 5th level of the martial entry realm to the 8th level in an instant. Release. Xiao Shi roared internally. The vital energy within him burst forth, swirling around his body like a gust of wind. He stepped forward, employing the arc flash technique, transforming into a streak of crimson lightning, crashing into the wall of the house outside. Chapter 39. Uninvestigatable boom. The wall of the entire dwelling crumbled under Xiao Shi's impact, as fragile as tofu, collapsing in an instant. Debris flew in all directions. Tong Pei, who had been seated at a table against the wall, quietly strategizing his next move, was suddenly startled by the tremendous noise as the wall before him exploded. A figure, radiating with vital energy, barreled through the wall, shattering the table and colliding directly into him before he could even react. In that moment, Tong Pei felt as though he had been struck by a meteor. His eyes bulged, blood seeping from his mouth and nose, and the sound of shattering bones echoed from his chest and abdomen. Even as bits of his internal organs mixed with blood erupted from his mouth. Boom. His entire body flew backward like a ragged sack, crashing into the wall behind the house, causing the opposite wall to collapse as well. Hurling him out of the dwelling, he skidded across the ground, leaving a long trail that extended from the room to the outside. Tong Pei lay on the ground like a dead dog. Bones shattered, blood gushing from his body, he struggled to lift his head, attempting to discern who had attacked him. However, due to his severe injuries, his vision was blurred, and he could not see clearly. All he felt was a hand gently pressing down on the back of his head. Pfft. Xiao Shi pressed Tong Pei's head down against the ground, blood splattered. Thus, he ended Tong Pei's nefarious existence. The entire process of the kill was significantly easier compared to the previous assassination. This experience allowed Xiao Shi to acutely perceive the immense enhancement he had undergone after 3 rounds of body refinement through practical combat. Even when facing the most formidable category of 8th-tier warriors, he found the act of slaying them to be remarkably effortless. Although there was an element of surprise involved, even when his opponents were somewhat prepared, Xiao Shi was confident in his ability to easily eliminate them. As long as they were beneath the 9th tier of martial entry, he could dispatch them with ease. With a swift motion, he collected the items that had fallen to the ground, his figure vanishing into the shadows as he rapidly departed. This time, he had no intention of appearing as a night watchman. If he were to consistently show up at the scene of the bounty hunter's demise, it would inevitably raise suspicions. He planned to return directly to the Night Watch office, feigning ignorance of the events that transpired. Given his current familiarity with Jinyun City and his remarkable speed during the night, he successfully evaded numerous patrolling night watchmen, reaching an area far removed from the crime scene. From there, he made his way back to the Night Watch office without drawing any attention. Upon quietly returning to his quarters, Xiao Shi eagerly retrieved the spoils of his endeavor. "It's a pity that no rare treasures fell this time," he lamented, feeling a slight regret. What he desired most were those extraordinary materials. Although defeating warriors of the 7th tier and above often yielded such treasures, it was not guaranteed with every encounter. Shaking his head, he examined the item in his hand, a flag no larger than the size of his palm. Under his gaze, information about the item swiftly materialized before him. Name: Martial Array. Type: Formation. Grade: Martial Entry Level. Description: a powerful formation established by a master of formations. Inserting the array flag into the ground will activate the array. Note 1. The marsh formed by the array is no ordinary marsh. Note 2. The array has a limited number of uses, a total of 3 times. Please use it judiciously. To his surprise, it was a formation. Xiao Shi was somewhat taken aback. For formations were exceedingly rare in the Qixing prefecture, primarily due to the lack of skilled formation masters. Although the description and notes did not specify the exact function of this formation, the name itself suggested that it was likely a type of confinement array. However, with only 3 uses available, attempting to activate it now would waste one of its precious uses. Naturally, he could not afford to do that. The items dropped by an 8th-tier martial artist upon their demise are invariably high-quality goods at the martial entry level. I am confident that the power of this formation will not disappoint, Xiao Shi mused, placing the array flag into his storage pouch with a sense of delight. This haul was indeed quite satisfactory. He pondered whether any more fish would dare to venture into Jinyun City after this. In the study, after the report from the squinting-eyed informant, the head of the Night Watch displayed a flicker of emotion. He had not anticipated that a bounty hunter would perish so soon after entering Jinyun City. The manner of this bounty hunter's demise, while different from the last, is likely the work of the same individual. This person possesses immense strength, dispatching 8th-tier bounty hunters as easily as crushing ants. Who would have thought such a formidable figure lurked within our Jinyun City? Captain Ding lamented. Though he himself could swiftly eliminate an 8th-tier martial artist, it would be considerably more challenging if the adversary were a bounty hunter. After all, the average person would always be at a disadvantage when facing bounty hunters, unable to discern their positions or anticipate their strikes until it was too late. Yet this mysterious powerhouse seemed to strike at the most unexpected moments, rendering the bounty hunter's concealment futile. This transformed the hunters into mere prey rather than the predators they typically were. The once secretive bounty hunters now found themselves hunted in the shadows. Director, do you think this mysterious figure truly possesses the ability to see through our disguises? Captain Ding inquired. The head of the Night Watch nodded. It is indeed a possibility. Initially, he and the members of the Sanluo organization had shared the belief that the mysterious figure's first encounter with a bounty hunter was likely a coincidence. However, after this second incident, doubts began to creep in. While one could attribute the first occurrence to chance, the second was harder to dismiss, especially given the adversary's decisive and ruthless actions, retreating swiftly after the kill. The entire process flowed seamlessly, indicating premeditation and planning. If the mysterious figure had merely stumbled upon the bounty hunters by coincidence, such fluidity would be impossible. This left the head of the Night Watch deeply unsettled. The disguises of bounty hunters were notoriously difficult to penetrate. which had allowed them to conduct assassinations throughout the Qixing prefecture with impunity. If this mysterious powerhouse could indeed unveil their facades, it would be imperative not to provoke him. Remember, under no circumstances should we investigate. Unless this powerful individual chooses to reveal themselves, we must not let our curiosity lead us to offend them. The head of the Night Watch solemnly advised. Although he too was eager to uncover the identity of this enigmatic figure, he understood that any forced inquiry would undoubtedly provoke their ire, yielding counterproductive results. Based on the actions of this individual, it appeared they bore no ill will towards the Night Watch's previous interference. This realization brought a sigh of relief to the head of the Night Watch. He did not dare to hope for an alliance. The mere fact that the individual chose to remain hidden indicated their stance. As long as they continued to show goodwill and refrained from provoking or offending the mysterious figure, that would suffice. In the pitch-black cave, the atmosphere grew tense and oppressive. Kaizwa, who had long served as a steward, had not encountered such a troublesome matter in quite some time. Another one has perished. In the darkness, his expression darkened, fists clenched tightly, brows furrowed in frustration. He had never expected that the second bounty hunter to enter Jinyun City would not survive even a single night. Could it be that this unnamed night watchman truly possesses the ability to see through our disguises? Despite the absurdity of the thought, the death of the second bounty hunter had all but confirmed it. Yet he still found it hard to believe, as their Sanluo organization had enjoyed unparalleled success with bounty hunters in the Qixing prefecture since its inception. No one had ever managed to penetrate their disguises, making it difficult for him to accept that someone could accomplish such a feat. How on earth did this individual achieve such a thing? A wave of agitation washed over Kaizwa. He had initially thought the Night Watch was merely trying to intimidate them, but it became clear that this unnamed night watchman was indeed capable of killing them. Regardless, we can no longer afford to remain in Jinyun City. He sighed, resigned to his decision. Meanwhile, the bounty hunters gathered in the cave were engaged in heated discussions about the matter. I refuse to believe that this night watchman can see through our disguises. It must be a coincidence. A handful of stubborn bounty hunters insisted that their superior camouflage abilities could not be penetrated, attributing the deaths to other factors. Once could be a coincidence, but can two instances also be mere chance? Some more rational bounty hunters recognized that the two successful kills could not simply be attributed to luck. Regardless of whether this unnamed night watchman can see through our disguises, they pose a significant threat to us bounty hunters. I believe our top priority should be to eliminate this night watchman. This person must be dealt with swiftly. Otherwise, the repercussions will be endless. A tall bounty hunter proposed. Are you suggesting we continue our assassinations in Jinyun City? Another bounty hunter in the shadows questioned. Perplexed. That would be unwise, Kaizwa swiftly countered. If this individual truly can see through our disguises, then venturing there would be tantamount to walking into a death trap. Moreover, we still have no idea who this unnamed night watchman is, and there are no clues regarding our contacts in Jinyun City. How could we carry out an assassination? I have a method to identify this individual, the tall bounty hunter asserted confidently. Based on the information provided by our contacts, it can be inferred that this person is not at the Qi martial level. If they were, Dijin and the others would not have met such a fate. The remaining bounty hunters nodded in agreement. This much could be confirmed. A Qi martial expert would not need to engage in close combat to kill an entry-level martial artist. Yet Dijin and the others had all been slain up close. Since they are not at the Qi martial level, it is not impossible to identify them. We can use me as bait and have a chance to lure them out, the tall bounty hunter declared emphatically. What do you mean? Kaizwa frowned, beginning to grasp the other's intentions. Two bounty hunters will enter Jinyun City. One will act as bait to draw out this mysterious night watchman, while the other conceals themselves in the shadows to confirm the identity of this night watchman. Soon as this night watchman makes a move, their identity will undoubtedly be revealed. I am confident in taking on the role of bait. Among you, only one needs to hide and confirm the identity of this night watchman. Kaizwa sank into contemplation. He had to admit that this plan held a certain degree of feasibility. One person as bait, while the other remained hidden to observe. As long as they could uncover the identity of this unnamed night watchman, they could subsequently arrange for further personnel to carry out assassinations, even enlisting Qi martial bounty hunters for the task. Such individuals capable of unmasking their disguises must never be allowed to exist. It is worth a try. After a moment of contemplation, Kaizwa acquiesced to this plan. As for the candidates, aside from the towering bounty hunter who proposed the plan, the other was an adept at stealth. Both were of the 9th level of the martial realm. In Jinyun City, early in the morning, as Xiao Shi patrolled the streets, he was met with gasps of astonishment. I heard yet another bounty hunter was slain last night. Once again, it was at the hands of that nameless night watchman. Incredible. This nameless night watchman is truly formidable. He is the bane of these bounty hunters. I am dying to know who he is. Alas, this night watchman is too low-key, never revealing his name. After such a spree of killings, I doubt any bounty hunter would dare to set foot in Jinyun City. Not only the citizens of Jinyun City were abuzz with discussions, other night watchmen were fervently debating the matter as well. When these watchmen spoke of the mysterious, unnamed powerhouse, admiration gleamed in their eyes. They held a deep-seated apprehension and disdain for bounty hunters. Although bounty hunters primarily targeted geniuses and strong individuals, they also posed a significant threat to their lives. Their elusive movements made them difficult to guard against, instilling a sense of vulnerability in the watchmen, as if they were the prey. However, now this nameless night watchman had transformed the hunters into his quarry. Nothing could be more exhilarating than this. It brought a sense of relief to the numerous night watchmen, who increasingly revered this nameless figure. Simultaneously, they felt reassured. With this night watchman around, bounty hunters would certainly refrain from wreaking havoc in Jinyun City, significantly ensuring their safety. He has safeguarded Jinyun City, remarked a young man who often patrolled alongside Xiao Shi, his face brimming with emotion. Xiao Shi felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. I am not as great as you imagine, he thought to himself, feeling a pang of distress. Given the current situation, it seemed unlikely that any fish would dare to approach. This made it challenging to find suitable targets for elimination before he broke through to the 9th level of the martial realm. Regrettably, neither of the recent kills had yielded any items to expedite his breakthrough. He still required time to reach the 9th level. Although he sensed that bounty hunters might be hesitant to return, Xiao Shi persisted in occasionally using the enemy probe talisman to scout the area, for it was possible that some bounty hunters might be audacious enough to defy the odds. Chapter 41. The Prepared Shark in the Dead of Night. Within a residence in Jinyun City, a tall bounty hunter, now disguised as a simple, honest man, spoke earnestly to another bounty hunter. Remember, our mission is primarily to lure out this nameless night watchman and discern his true identity. Therefore, no matter what occurs, you must not reveal yourself or take action. Even if I am defeated or perish, you must remain hidden and ensure the information reaches the organization. The other bounty hunter nodded. Rest assured, I know what to do. From this moment onward, I will conceal myself around you, closely monitoring your every move. As soon as that mysterious night watchman makes his move against you, I will know who he is. However, if he employs a disguise, you must unveil it during the confrontation. The tall bounty hunter smiled. I am well aware of that. Rest assured, once he strikes at me, regardless of how skillfully he disguises himself, I will ensure you see his true form. Time flew by, and it was already the 7th day of Xiao Shi's patrol in the city. This task was set to last 10 days, continuing until the next round of missions. As usual, Xiao Shi remained vigilant during his patrol, paying close attention to the surroundings of Sun Qingzi, ever watchful for whether this bait would attract larger prey. Perhaps due to his 2 recent kills, Sun Qingzi, like other night watchmen, seemed to believe that no bounty hunter would dare to return to Jinyun City, leading her to revert to her earlier lax demeanor. Xiao Shi could only shake his head in disbelief, thinking that this woman had faced too few setbacks and had navigated her path too smoothly, lacking the harsh lessons of society. Nevertheless, such bait was indeed of high quality, easily capable of luring larger fish. Unfortunately, the noise from his previous catches seemed to deter others from approaching. After a day of observation, he had yet to encounter any lurking bounty hunters. Xiao Shi began to ponder his breakthrough to the 9th level of the martial realm. Based on his investigations over the past few days, he had discerned that those at the 9th level of the martial realm exhibited distinctly varying strengths. The 9th level represented the physical limit. For those without body refinement, reaching this level signified achieving their physical limits, which differed significantly from person to person based on their training methods and physical constitutions. Consequently, there were clear disparities in strength among practitioners at this level. Among the many martial arts in Qixing Prefecture, the Qi Hu Ju was not the most elite but was still considered among the better techniques. Thus, disciples who cultivated the Qi Hu Ju to the 9th level generally surpassed the mountain bandits outside. This realization made Xiao Shi aware that the 9th level practitioner he had first encountered at Luiyue Mountain was merely the weakest category of that level. With my current strength, I can only contend with the weakest of the 9th level practitioners, and the odds of winning are slim. Although I could likely kill using items on hand, there are far more than one 9th level practitioners among those malevolent forces outside. Xiao Shi understood that killing a single 9th level practitioner was entirely different from annihilating an organization possessing one. Given his current capabilities, it was evidently beyond his means. He needed to wait a little longer. As evening approached, Xiao Shi found himself near Qingxi once again, as usual, employing the enemy probe talisman to seek out prey. Though he held little hope, he felt compelled to try. With the talisman affixed to him, he began surveying the crowd around him. Suddenly, he spotted a burly man adorned with a red, glowing orb atop his head among the throngs. This individual, like the previous 2 bounty hunters, exhibited no flaws in his disguise. However, under the influence of the enemy probe talisman, all his disguises were rendered ineffective, and Xiao Shi saw through him instantly. Yet, he noticed something different about this bounty hunter. The red orb atop his head was neither as bright nor as large as those of the previous 2, indicating that his animosity toward Qingxi was far less intense than that of the earlier bounty hunters. This revelation made Xiao Shi narrow his eyes, a sense of wariness stirring within him. Silently, he forged a blood mark upon the man, and through this mark, he sensed an alarming fluctuation of blood energy. This unmistakably belonged to a practitioner at the 9th level of the martial realm, and it was even more formidable than that of the first 9th level practitioner he had encountered. Xiao Shi was not particularly surprised by this. The Sanluo organization had already suffered losses of 2 8th level bounty hunters, so it was only natural that they would dispatch a 9th level bounty hunter this time. This is a shark coming straight for me. Xiao Shi's gaze flickered. If he still had blood erosion liquid, he would possess the confidence to eliminate even such a shark. Unfortunately, after exhausting the liquid, he had not obtained any more. With the items I currently possess, coupled with a surprise attack, I might still have a chance to kill him, but it would entail certain risks. Xiao Shi fell into contemplation. This individual was not like the 9th level practitioner from Luiyue Mountain. The sensed blood energy fluctuations indicated he was significantly stronger. Faced with such a formidable opponent, attempting to eliminate him would be no small feat. Moreover, from the red orb above the man's head, which displayed his hostility, Xiao Shi discerned that this bounty hunter's animosity towards Qingxi was not particularly strong. It was evident that this bounty hunter was not here to assassinate Qingxi. He was targeting Xiao Shi himself, unlike the previous 2, whose sole aim was to eliminate Qingxi. This bounty hunter's objective was clearly Xiao Shi. This realization made Xiao Shi even more cautious. The opponent was evidently well prepared, likely remaining in a state of vigilance. Even a surprise attack would be difficult to achieve with the same effect as before. This is a cautious shark, not easy to deal with. Xiao Shi shook his head. Given the circumstances, it would be prudent to let him wait a while longer. After all, he was in the shadows while the bounty hunter was in the light. The initiative lay with him. As long as he refrained from making a move, the other could only wait. Let him wait. Xiao Shi decided to ignore him. Although he was eager to catch a fish, he understood that not every fish was within his grasp. A shark of this caliber would be too arduous to tackle. He would bide his time until he possessed sufficient strength to confront him. After all, this shark would remain in Jinyun City, unlikely to swim away anytime soon. Chapter 42. A chance encounter. Thus, 3 continuous days passed, during which Xiao Shi paid no heed to the bounty hunter. He allowed the latter to linger alongside his bait, yet refrained from making a catch. Xiao Shi remained unperturbed, but the bounty hunter, on the other hand, began to feel a sense of urgency. He had anticipated that upon arriving in Jinyun City, this nameless night watcher would inevitably act against him, just as he had done previously when he eliminated those 2 bounty hunters. However, after such an extended duration, the calm was disconcerting. He had not even caught a glimpse of a shadow. Could it be that he has discerned our plan? Luo Fengyi mused. His brow furrowed. Yet, he dismissed the notion as improbable. Their scheme was known only to the bounty hunters within their organization, and no one else could possibly be aware. Still, the absence of action was indeed peculiar. After much contemplation, Luo Fengyi was at a loss for the reason. Even last night, in a bid to lure the mysterious night watcher out, he had feigned an imminent attack on Xin Qingzi. Nevertheless, even that effort yielded no results. The other party remained hidden. This left Luo Fengyi in a quandary. He had considered directly killing Xin Qingzi to compel the other party to reveal themselves. But such an action would preclude his continued presence in Jinyun City. Although there had been instances where bounty hunters successfully executed assassinations within the city and escaped unscathed, they invariably withdrew immediately thereafter. It was inconceivable to commit murder and remain at large in the same city. Thus, compelling the other party's appearance through the assassination of Xin Qingzi was not a viable option. He could merely simulate an intent to strike. If the enigmatic night watcher were to act out of concern for Xin Qingzi's safety, he would surely reveal himself at that moment. Yet reality proved otherwise. The fate of Xin Qingzi appeared to be of no concern to the other party. This rendered Luo Fengyi powerless, leaving him to linger in Jinyun City, awaiting the other party's move. Xiao Shi retrieved his identification token and checked his current contribution points, which totaled 1,460. After 10 days of patrolling, he had amassed 560 contribution points. This amount was rather meager, preventing Xiao Shi from indulging in the exchange for night frost dew, which required 300 contribution points per vial. Given his limited resources, such an expenditure was untenable. He still needed to accumulate 20,000 contribution points to elevate his status to an inner sect disciple. Although he lacked the aid of night frost dew for his cultivation, Xiao Shi nonetheless succeeded in advancing the night tiger to the 4th layer within the span of 10 days. This achievement was partly due to the necessity of conducting patrols at night, which precluded uninterrupted training. Otherwise, with his innate talent, he would have had the opportunity to challenge the 5th layer of the night tiger. Now, with the conclusion of the 10-day task period, a new round of assignments commenced. Xiao Shi gathered with the other patrolling night watchers of Team Ding, awaiting the arrival of their captain to issue the tasks. Soon, upon the assembly of all team members, the squinty-eyed captain appeared. As usual, he distributed the tasks through their tokens, subsequently relinquishing control and allowing the night watchers to freely exchange missions. Xiao Shi examined the task within his token. Task: eliminate the wanted criminal Wei Zhan. Task difficulty: level 4. Task information: the wanted criminal Wei Zhan killed a 4th layer martial artist night watcher half a month ago and is hereby wanted. Wei Zhan, male, aged 40-50, with a cultivation of 5th layer martial artist, is currently located in Baimu town. Please proceed swiftly to eliminate him. Task deadline: 10 days? This task was somewhat overly simplistic for Xiao Shi. Nevertheless, he bore no disdain and had no intention of exchanging it with others. After all, with his apparent cultivation at the 5th layer, exchanging for a more challenging task would inevitably attract unnecessary attention. While this task may seem simple, simplicity has its merits. It requires minimal time and poses little danger. Completing it promptly will afford me ample time for cultivation. That day, after receiving the task, Xiao Shi swiftly set off from Jinyun City, intending to complete the assignment within a day. This would leave him with 9 days solely for cultivation. Although his previous patrol in Jinyun City had also been effortless, the time for training had been scarce, as he had spent much of it surveying the city, causing his progress to lag. This current task presented an ideal opportunity to rectify that. Upon exiting Jinyun City, Xiao Shi made his way toward Baimu town. The town was not far from Jinyun City, governed by the Yinling gang. Typically, the visitors to Baimu town consisted of nearby rogue cultivators, as well as individuals from various factions and bandit groups. They generally regarded this small town as a miniature marketplace, frequently engaging in trade and occasionally hiring individuals for tasks. Compared to Jinyun City, Baimu town not only lacked a residency fee but also had no prohibitions against violence, leading to frequent occurrences of murder and plunder. Here, the law of the jungle was starkly evident, highlighting the brutality and bloodshed of a chaotic era. When Xiao Shi arrived in Baimu town, it was already dusk. The atmosphere of the small town under the twilight was entirely different from that of Jinyun City, chaotic, filthy, bloody, and brutal. Outside the town lay a heap of corpses, most of which had long since begun to decay, their stench permeating the air. Wild dogs were seen gnawing on the remains. The townspeople who came and went were cold and ruthless, each one stained with blood. Upon entering the town, Xiao Shi witnessed a slaughter unfold before him. The victim had been pierced through the chest by a black blade, and the assailant, after the kill, grinned wickedly as he dismembered the corpse. The onlookers bore no expression, as if they had grown accustomed to such sights. Is this the reality of a chaotic world? Xiao Shi suppressed his discomfort and did not linger. Moving toward a distant area, the town's buildings were predominantly a grimy black, riddled with decay, and the ground was littered with refuse, interspersed with dismembered limbs. The townsfolk exhibited heightened vigilance, displaying a strong aversion toward one another. Occasionally, glimpses of children revealed eyes devoid of innocence, only reflecting a lifelessness and indifference. Xiao Shi suddenly understood why Jinyun City mandated high residency fees, yet still attracted a multitude of inhabitants. Compared to this place, Jinyun City was akin to a sanctuary. Desiring to avoid prolonged exposure to the filth and bloodshed of this town, Xiao Shi swiftly commenced his search. The town was neither overly large nor minuscule, and locating a person here would require some time. After a thorough search, although Xiao Shi did not find his target, he encountered a familiar figure. Dressed in white, petite, with a well-proportioned figure, her fair skin was delicate, and her long black hair was styled into a bun atop her head. It was none other than Sun Qingzi. What is she doing here? Xiao Shi was taken aback, and at that moment, Sun Qingzi also caught sight of him. Junior brother, have you come here to execute a task as well? Chapter 43. The righteous senior sister Sun Qingzi's voice was crisp and sweet, yet it sent a tremor through Xiao Shi's heart. At that moment, he was not clad in the attire of a night watcher, but rather dressed as an ordinary person. The fact that Sun Qingzi recognized him as a night watcher left him astonished. Senior sister, you recognize me? Sun Qingzi smiled. I have seen you a few times in the city. Your last task was to patrol Jinyun City, correct? Xiao Shi nodded, surprised that she had taken note of him. During that period, he indeed frequented her vicinity. He had assumed that a talent like Sun Qingzi would not bother with someone as insignificant as himself. Even if she did notice him, she would likely not remember. Yet, she recognized him at a glance. This was quite different from the other night watchers of Team Jia, whom Xiao Shi had encountered. Most of them were rather arrogant, looking down upon the night watchers of Team Ding, often ignoring them when they crossed paths. Sun Qingzi, as the most prominent and dazzling talent within Team Jia, was unlike those others. She bore no air of superiority, treating every night watcher with a sense of normalcy, devoid of any condescension. She had some impression of the night watchers she had encountered in the city, even if she could not recall their names. She recognized them as fellow night watchers. This perspective shifted Xiao Shi's impression of her. Is your task also here? Given that both Team Ding and Team Jia had commenced their next round of tasks, it was highly likely that she had come here for the same purpose. Xiao Shi had not anticipated that their tasks would coincide in the same location. Yes. Sun Qingzi nodded, revealing no secrets, as she spoke quietly to him. I am here to eliminate Zhuo Fu, the leader of the Yinlin gang. This man has secretly harmed numerous night watchers, thinking we are unaware. He underestimates our intelligence capabilities. The leader of the Yinlin gang, Zhuo Fu? Xiao Shi was taken aback from the intelligence he had gathered. He knew that Zhuo Fu was a formidable figure at the 9th layer of martial arts. He could hardly believe that Sun Qingzi, at the 7th layer, dared to confront someone of such strength. Are the tasks of Team Jia always this thrilling? Senior sister, you are truly impressive, Xiao Shi expressed with admiration. In truth, with my current strength, I am not capable of eliminating a 9th layer martial artist. I will need to prepare some powerful tactics first. By the way, what is your task? Sun Qingzi inquired curiously. Xiao Shi promptly relayed his task to her. I see. Sun Qingzi pondered for a moment. I must take my leave for a while to prepare a formidable weapon that will assist me in vanquishing Zhuo Fu. I estimate it will take approximately 3 hours. Would you mind waiting for me, junior brother? Once I have slain Zhuo Fu, I shall aid you in capturing that fugitive. I will weaken him first, allowing you to deliver the final blow. This place remains perilous, and it is possible that the fugitive you are pursuing has accomplices lurking within this town. Acting alone poses inherent risks. Since we have crossed paths, I have no reason to stand idly by. Allow me to assist you. The compassionate and generous senior sister Gu spoke with great candor. Xiao Shi was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that this genius of Team A would possess such a lack of arrogance and display a sense of righteousness. Thank you. Senior sister. Xiao Shi expressed his gratitude immediately. It is but a small matter. Sun Qingzi waved her hand dismissively. Then, with a serious expression, advised Xiao Shi, it would be wiser for you to wait for me outside. The atmosphere here is toxic. There are no good people. I worry someone may set their sights on you, which could prove detrimental. It is safer to wait for me outside. Xiao Shi nodded repeatedly, resembling an obedient younger brother, and followed Sun Qingzi out of the town. Be cautious, junior brother, and wait for my return here. Sun Qingzi reiterated her concerns before departing. Xiao Shi watched her vanish from sight. Surprised that she possessed such a character, this was entirely different from his initial expectations. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable, as someone who had navigated life too smoothly, lacking the tempering of turbulent times. Her world remained too simplistic and innocent. However, considering her willingness to assist him, Xiao Shi felt it would be unbecoming of him not to reciprocate. Everyone else has voluntarily offered to help me weaken my target, allowing me to deliver the final blow. If I do not assist her in eliminating Zhuofu, what kind of person would I be? Xiao Shi considered himself someone who cherished gratitude. It was certainly not merely because he had identified a suitable target for assassination. Nor was he motivated by the desire for high-quality items that might drop from a 9th-tier martial artist. He was not even seeking to validate his current strength through combat with a 9th-tier martial artist. I simply wish to aid my senior sister. Xiao Shi mused. No. What bait? She is my senior sister. He quickly corrected his phrasing. The sky grew increasingly dim. Under the night, the town of Baimu appeared even more grotesque and foreboding. Shouts, curses, hawkers, and the sounds of gasping intertwined. Echoing throughout the town. The center of Baimu town stood a relatively tall building, which was only 3 stories high, yet it was the tallest structure in the dilapidated town. On the top floor of the building stood Zhuofu, the burly leader of the Silver Scale Gang, shirtless and adorned with scars, gazing down at the town below. He relished the sensation of overlooking everything, as if he were in control of it all. At least within this town, he was akin to a local emperor. Suddenly, the door to the room was kicked open with a resounding crash. A figure clad in black, wearing a black hat and a black mask, strode in without hesitation. Zhuofu's gaze sharpened. The intruder's attire revealed their identity, a night watchman. So, I've been discovered. Zhuofu was not particularly surprised. He had anticipated that his clandestine dealings with the night watchman and the subsequent exchanges of their corpses for bounty would eventually lead to scrutiny from the Night Watch office. He simply had not expected it to happen so swiftly. Xiao Shi dragged his long blade across the floor, leaving a deep mark as he fixed his murderous gaze upon Zhuofu. Compared to the fugitive he was searching for, this leader of the Silver Scale Gang was far easier to locate. Upon meeting, neither party wasted words. An unspoken tension filled the air as their auras clashed violently. Their vital energies surged forth simultaneously, enveloping their bodies. With a thunderous sound, Xiao Shi launched himself from the ground, his movements resembling a flash of crimson lightning as he charged forward with astonishing speed, blade in hand. Zhuofu, seizing a nearby black broadsword, rushed to meet him. It was as though 2 bolts of lightning collided with a resounding crash. The clash of long blade and broadsword sparked a dazzling display of fireworks. Under the impact, both figures staggered back. Zhuofu retreated 5 steps, each leaving a deep imprint on the ground, while Xiao Shi was forced back 7 steps. As expected, with my current vital strength, engaging head-on with a 9th-tier martial artist places me at a disadvantage. Xiao Shi was not surprised by this outcome. His decision to confront rather than ambush was intended to test his current abilities. From their exchange, it was evident that he was slightly at a disadvantage, though the gap was not insurmountable. Let us do this again. He moved swiftly, charging forward once more. The clash of their weapons echoed continuously as they engaged fiercely. Though Zhuofu's vitality, cultivation, and battle experience vastly surpassed Xiao Shi's, the latter managed to hold his ground, utilizing his agility and speed to counter Zhuofu's attacks. Despite being slightly outmatched, Zhuofu found it challenging to subdue him. After one powerful strike forced Xiao Shi back, Zhuofu furrowed his brow. This battle is futile. The disparity in their combat strength was evident. Neither could gain the upper hand. Continuing this way was merely a waste of time. Particularly upon realizing that Xiao Shi seemed intent on using him for training, Zhuofu was even less inclined to squander time here and began seeking an opportunity to withdraw. Xiao Shi, too, noted Zhuofu's lack of desire to continue the fight. I initially wished to play a while longer, but since you are so eager to seek your demise, I shall oblige. Xiao Shi flipped his hand and produced a flag from his storage bag. This time, he aimed not only to test his strength but also the efficacy of the swamp formation. Since this formation could only be used 3 times, he needed a suitable target for its deployment. Clearly, this 9th-tier martial artist was an excellent candidate. With a swift motion, Xiao Shi plunged the flag into the ground. Instantly, a miasma began to rise within a 300-meter radius from the point of insertion. The surroundings blurred amidst the swirling miasma. What is this? Zhuofu gasped, alarmed as he felt the ground beneath him rapidly soften. His feet sinking, a profound sense of crisis enveloped him. Without hesitation, he turned to flee. However, the soft ground made each step laborious, as if he were attempting to run through a swamp. It required immense effort just to move forward by 2 steps, draining all of his strength. Cursed be this! Zhuofu's expression darkened, the sense of danger intensifying. The ground beneath him had begun to transform into a swamp, ensnaring his feet, forcing him to exert maximum effort with each lift, and if he remained still, he would gradually sink deeper. What on earth is this? Zhuofu's mind was tumultuous in Qixingzu. There were no skilled formation masters, and thus he had never encountered such a formation. In his panic, he raised his broadsword and swung down at the swamp, attempting to cleave through it with his strongest strike. Yet, when the blade made contact, it was as though it had struck water, creating no ripples. Instead, the moment the broadsword touched the swamp, it became ensnared. No matter how hard he pulled, he could not extricate it from the mire. Fear erupted within Zhuofu. This bizarre maneuver instilled a sense of helplessness, rendering him utterly unable to escape the swamp, watching helplessly as he sank deeper. Meanwhile, Xiao Shi observed this scene with keen interest. Although he too was within the swamp's grasp, the miasma did not hinder him. He felt as if he stood on solid ground rather than in a swamp. Watching Zhuofu struggle, Xiao Shi, while having anticipated the formation's power, found its potency exceeded his expectations. Even if he did nothing, Zhuofu would continue to sink deeper into the mire. It would not lead to his death, but the formation possessed a formidable capacity to confine. Even a 9th-tier martial artist would find it difficult to escape, only descending further into the depths. In this state, slaying him would be relatively simple. The only concern was the formation's limited duration, which could only be maintained for 3 minutes before dissipating. 3 minutes is more than sufficient. A fervor ignited in Xiao Shi's eyes. With the formation's might, he could even take down bounty hunters from the city. Once he returned, he would immediately hunt down that shark. He eagerly anticipated what treasures might be dropped by this 9th-tier martial artist after he dealt with Zhuofu. Xiao Shi stepped forward methodically. By this time, Zhuofu had sunk to his thighs in the swamp, his feet completely immobilized, forced to watch helplessly as Xiao Shi approached. Fear and despair flickered in his eyes. Although his hands still had some mobility, he was effectively anchored in place, becoming Xiao Shi's living target. Xiao Shi circled behind him and struck down decisively. Whoosh! The blade sliced through the aura surrounding Zhuofu. The essence of vitality and blood possessed formidable protective qualities. When Xiao Shi's blade descended, it astonishingly failed to penetrate this barrier of energy at first, as if hindered by a membrane that required shattering before it could reach his flesh. The intense sense of danger intensified Zhuofu's struggles. Yet, the more he fought, the faster he sank. With his ability to move severely restricted, Xiao Shi's every strike could only be met with the defensive energy enveloping Zhuofu's body. Finally, when the protective energy surrounding him was cleaved apart, Xiao Shi's weapon swiftly grazed his neck, severing his head from his shoulders. With Zhuofu's demise, Xiao Shi hastily collected the fallen items and made his exit. Upon reaching the outskirts of the town, he quickly changed back into his previous attire, awaiting Sun Qingzi. Calculating the time, she should be returning soon. Indeed, it wasn't long before Sun Qingzi rushed towards him at an astonishing speed. Did anything happen? She scrutinized Xiao Shi. No, he replied, shaking his head, and curiously inquired, Sister, have you prepared the killing weapon? Sun Qingzi nodded, a spark of excitement illuminating her delicate features. Though there remains some risk, I believe there's a chance to eliminate him. However, it is still too perilous inside. You should wait for me here. I will first deal with Zhuofu and then return to escort you in to find the wanted criminal. All right. Sister, good luck. Xiao Shi encouraged. Bring me good news. Xin Qingzi, filled with murderous intent, charged inside. Less than a minute later, she emerged. Chapter 45. The self-strategy of Bait the night was pitch black, with the moonlight faint and dim. In the absence of light, the darkness was profound, rendering it impossible to see one's hand before one's face. However, for Xiao Shi and Xin Qingzi, the night watchmen, their vision in the dark surpassed that of daylight. The dimness of the evening did not hinder their return journey to At this moment. They were on the road back to Jinyun City, each carrying a severed head. Xiao Shi held the head of the wanted criminal Wei Zhan, while Xin Qingzi bore that of Zhuofu. Along the way, they walked in silence, neither uttering a word. Xiao Shi glanced at the brilliant young woman beside him, her exquisite visage, her alluring form, a quintessential beauty. Yet, given her character, such tranquility was a rarity. Ever since she effortlessly acquired Zhuofu's head, her words dwindled, and she grew contemplative, seemingly lost in thought. Xiao Shi was not concerned that she would suspect him. This young prodigy was inherently naive and not particularly astute. His cultivation, openly displayed as being at the 5th stage of the martial realm, and his position within Team Ding, meant that no one would connect an ordinary night watchman of that level with a mysterious powerhouse capable of slaying those at the 9th stage. Moreover, his choice to don the night watchman's garb while executing his mission was to divert suspicion onto that nameless figure. It would undoubtedly be that unidentifiable night watchman's doing. Xiao Shi had no part in it. As he observed the silent Xin Qingzi, he thought, surely, she cannot be oblivious to this? A flicker of concern crossed his mind regarding her intellect, prompting him to offer a gentle reminder to prevent her from spiraling into unfounded thoughts. Sister. About that. Before he could finish, Xin Qingzi abruptly halted, fixating her serious gaze upon him. Junior brother, what do you think of that nameless night watchman? It appeared she was not entirely dim-witted, though Xiao Shi was curious as to why she asked. He realized she had likely already concluded that the one who had slain Zhuofu was indeed that unnamed night watchman. He sighed deeply. He is a remarkable night watchman, powerful, mysterious. He does good deeds, yet never reveals his name. To him, fame and fortune are as ephemeral as clouds. He is a paragon for our kind, an exemplar for every night watchman to emulate. Xin Qingzi nodded vigorously in agreement with Xiao Shi's sentiments, her eyes sparkling as if she had found a kindred spirit. So, I am not the only one who thinks this way. Her gaze brimmed with admiration, her cheeks slightly flushed. Junior brother, do you think he repeatedly saves me because... Could it be that he likes me? Huh. Xiao Shi, momentarily caught off guard by her unexpected declaration, was left speechless. Before he could respond, Xin Qingzi asserted with conviction, it must be true. The 2 bounty hunters he previously killed were actually targeting me. He acted to protect me. And this time, he clearly did not wish to see me harmed. So he once again intervened to slay Zhuofu. He must like me, which is why he keeps doing these things for me. Junior brother, do you think I'm right? I think you are truly indulging in flights of fancy. Wake up. You are merely bait. Xiao Shi's lips twitched at so. All her pondering had led to this. He found it rather amusing. In such a brutal world, where one should be focused on enhancing their strength, only someone untouched by the harshness of reality could afford to entertain such romantic notions. Sister, you are correct, he affirmed earnestly. Indeed. You understand me well, junior brother. Xin Qingzi appeared positively elated, as if she had encountered a soulmate. I shared my thoughts with the captain before, but she scolded me harshly. Someone like her, who knows only cultivation and slaughter, would never comprehend. To be favored by such an exceptional person is truly fortunate. Yet, he is so enigmatic I once contemplated investigating his identity, but I had no leads at all. Enough already. With your intellect, further investigation is futile. Even if you were given another brain, you would not uncover his identity. Xiao Shi silently scoffed while maintaining a facade of earnest attention. Since he chooses to remain anonymous, he surely has his reasons. I believe it is unnecessary for you to fixate on discovering who he is. I am beginning to see it that way now. Xin Qingzi found herself increasingly captivated by her junior brother's insights. I've decided not to pry into his identity. When the day comes that he willingly reveals himself to me, I shall marry him. All right then. She has self-strategized to this extent. Xiao Shi was at a loss for how to respond. Yet on the surface, he continued to play along, sustaining his image as a confidant, which only made Xin Qingzi feel that he was a rare companion who resonated with her thoughts, allowing her to express herself freely. As they conversed while hastening back, although Xiao Shi engaged in these trivial discussions, his mind was already preoccupied with the bounty hunters within Jinyun City. Previously, he had been unaware of the potency of the swamp formation, and thus had refrained from targeting the bounty hunters in the city. However, now, he was eager to return and dispatch that shark. Yet before making his move, Xiao Shi intended to undergo his fourth round of body refinement. He recalled the items that had dropped after killing Zhuofu. Name: Qilua Yuhua. Type: rare herb, grade, martial level, description. Within the seven absolutes domain lies a cursed ground, littered with white bones for miles. At its center blooms a sinister flower, its branches adorned with thorny spikes and petals shaped like inverted ovals, intermingled in shades of purplish red, exuding a fragrance for miles, feeding on flesh and blood to grow, often releasing its scent to lure living beings closer. Containing various blood essence purifying properties, if utilized wisely, it offers boundless potential. Note: please use with caution. This was yet another rare herb. Based on the information provided, this herb should enhance his blood essence. By utilizing it for the fourth round of refinement, his odds of successfully eliminating the bounty hunter in the city would undoubtedly increase. After all, that bounty hunter was not the weakest among those at the ninth stage of the martial realm. Caution was warranted. Simultaneously, Xiao Shi hoped that after defeating this bounty hunter, he could continue to acquire rare herbs to facilitate his fifth round of refinement. He eagerly anticipated the subsequent stage of the sixth round of refinement, and the physical enhancements that would result from it would also accelerate the operation of the ninth cycle of the Red Tiger art, thereby shortening the time required for him to break through to the ninth stage of the martial realm. In addition to this rare herb, Xiao Shi had also obtained a bamboo tube, a drop from the defeated wanted criminal Wei Zhen. Name: Mist Tube. Type: stealth weapon, grade, martial level, description. A bamboo tube filled with a substantial amount of mist. When used, it releases the mist. Note: the released mist will obscure not only others' vision but also the user's. Though this item was not particularly high quality, in Xiao Shi's hands, it could yield significant effects. One straightforward application would be to combine it with the swamp formation. Chapter 46. Two Bounty Hunters. That evening, upon returning to Jinyun City, Xiao Shi could hardly contain his eagerness to begin his refinement. Under the influence of the Qilua Yuhua, his body endured excruciating pain as it started to strengthen. The vast energy and blood within him began to flow rapidly, almost as if pulled by an invisible force, surging through his body with a ferocity that seemed almost reckless. Wherever it coursed, this vitality fused into his bones, flesh, skin, and meridians, igniting waves of intense heat. The body of Xiao Shi has undergone a comprehensive enhancement under the fortification of vital energy and blood. An unprecedented transformation. Although this enhancement leads to a continuous depletion of internal vitality, the consumed energy is replenishable, preventing a total loss. Simultaneously, as his physical form strengthens, his vitality burgeons, becoming increasingly abundant. Xiao Shi's physique has slightly swollen, rendering him more robust than before, while his bones have elongated rather than compressed. His height has seen a modest increase, and his overall physique has become elongated and well-proportioned. The immense and profound vitality within him, coupled with the protective strength of his body, has made him acutely aware of the significant elevation he has achieved through this rigorous body refinement, particularly in terms of vitality. Although this method of enhancement entails some loss of energy, each session of body refinement results in a substantial increase in vitality. Xiao Shi assesses the intensity of his internal vitality and realizes he is remarkably close to attaining the ninth level of the martial realm. If he were to engage in combat against someone like Zhuofu, who is also at the ninth level, he would no longer find himself at a disadvantage, even without external aid. At this moment, my strength is essentially comparable to the weakest category of ninth-level martial realm practitioners. A spark of exhilaration fills Xiao Shi's eyes. Under normal circumstances, An 8th-level martial realm practitioner could never hope to catch up to a 9th-level counterpart. The mere outward manifestation of vitality from a 9th-level practitioner constitutes an insurmountable chasm. However, body refinement is an exception. Through 4 sessions of body refinement, Xiao Shi now possesses strength akin to the weakest category of 9th-level martial realm practitioners. Should he attain 6 sessions of refinement, he believes he could potentially slay a 9th-level practitioner without relying on external aid. This thought ignites within him a profound anticipation and desire for the forthcoming sessions of body refinement. Presently, to procure more rare materials, the bounty hunters in the city serve as the most suitable targets for elimination. This notion stirs a sense of expectation within Xiao Shi. Nevertheless, his cautious nature dictates that he must prepare thoroughly. After all, the individual in question is not the weakest among the 9th-level martial realm practitioners, and he cannot afford to be careless. After careful contemplation on how to execute the kill, Xiao Shi begins his search for the bounty hunter's whereabouts early the following morning. The mark he had previously placed on the bounty hunter could only last for a day, and now that it has faded, he must re-establish a new mark. Fortunately, although he refrained from confronting the bounty hunter in the past few days, he managed to ascertain several locations where the individual frequently appeared through the previous mark. He successfully locates the bounty hunter on a street. As he passes by, Xiao Shi quietly leaves a mark of vitality on him, intending to strike that night. However, at that very moment, as he walks past, he suddenly senses an unusual situation. He realizes he is currently equipped with the enemy probe talisman, allowing him to detect all hostile intentions within a radius of 300 meters. To his astonishment, he discovers that besides the bounty hunter, there is another individual nearby emanating a hostile presence. In truth, during his previous uses of the enemy probe talisman, Xiao Shi had encountered other hostile intentions. However, those hostilities were not directed at Xinqingzi. They merely happened to be in her vicinity, thus becoming detectable by Xiao Shi. Regarding these individuals, despite Xiao Shi's awareness that their hostility was not aimed at Xinqingzi, he still opts to leave a mark of vitality on them for verification, ensuring they are not disguised bounty hunters. At this moment, the other hostile presence he detects, though not overwhelmingly strong, catches Xiao Shi's attention. This person is concealed in a shadowy corner, rendering their form and appearance invisible, even to the point of being unaware of their presence. If it weren't for the enemy probe talisman, revealing the presence of hostility, Xiao Shi would never have noticed that someone was hiding there. Instantly, he becomes vigilant. Stealthily passing by, he swiftly leaves a mark of vitality on the concealed individual. Subsequently, as he senses the vitality fluctuations of the hidden person through the mark, he is taken aback to discover that this individual is also a formidable 9th-level practitioner, another bounty hunter. A wave of astonishment washes over Xiao Shi. Through the mark of vitality, he can accurately discern the identity of the bounty hunter. After all, the unique cultivation techniques employed by bounty hunters render their vital energy largely stagnant and undetectable for most of the time, making them appear indistinguishable from ordinary individuals, thus preventing anyone from gauging their true strength through their vitality fluctuations. Therefore, when an otherwise ordinary-looking person suddenly reveals a powerful vitality through the mark, it unmistakably indicates they are a bounty hunter. This method of identification is one of Xiao Shi's most effective means of discerning bounty hunters. This identification method is even more reliable than that obtained through the enemy probe talisman. 2 bounty hunters have arrived, and one is lurking in the shadows. A wave of trepidation fills Xiao Shi. Fortunately, when he first noticed the bounty hunter in plain sight, he did not act impulsively. Had he rushed into action at that moment, the consequences would have been dire. This person is hiding in the shadows, either intending to ambush me when I engage the visible bounty hunter, or seeking to uncover my identity. Xiao Shi's expression darkens. Upon discovering the hidden bounty hunter, it becomes apparent to him that he can deduce their true intentions. No wonder the Sanluo organization dares to send someone after him after he has already eliminated 2 bounty hunters. They had clearly made arrangements long ago, and he nearly fell into their trap. To send 2 9th-level bounty hunters to deal with me is quite an overestimation of my abilities. While he feels a surge of apprehension, Xiao Shi's gaze gradually ignites with fervor. If he could eliminate both bounty hunters simultaneously, such a triumph would be immensely rewarding for him. Especially if both were to drop rare materials, he could directly achieve 6 sessions of body refinement. With this thought, Xiao Shi's heart burns with anticipation. He begins to seriously contemplate whether he can simultaneously dispatch these two ninth-level bounty hunters. Chapter 47. The Strike. These two bounty hunters are not the weakest among the ninth-level practitioners. They will be challenging. However, with the marsh formation, it is not impossible to defeat them. The question is, should I take them down one by one or strike both simultaneously? Xiao Shi currently weighs two strategies. Point 1 plan involves first targeting the hidden bounty hunter, eliminating one before dealing with the second, thereby proceeding methodically. The advantage of this approach lies in reduced pressure, as neither of these bounty hunters belongs to the weakest category of ninth-level practitioners and are inherently stronger than Xiao Shi. Taking them down individually would significantly lessen the risk and pressure. However, the downside is that the elimination of one might alert the other, given their proximity. If the second bounty hunter perceives danger and decides to flee, it would be a regrettable loss. Additionally, employing the marsh formation would require two uses, depleting its remaining uses entirely. In contrast, the second plan entails striking both bounty hunters simultaneously. Apart from the increased risk, this approach bears no other significant downsides. After carefully weighing his options, Xiao Shi arrives at a decision. Night falls, accompanied by flashes of lightning and torrential rain. The air is filled with the resonant rumble of thunder. Akin to the wrath of deities, on this stormy night, a figure swiftly navigates the deluge, silently appearing outside a residential dwelling. Through the perception of his mark of vitality, Xiao Shi observes the bounty hunter within, who is seated cross-legged on the bed, seemingly engrossed in cultivation. A glint of cold light flashes in his eyes as the compressed vitality within him surges forth, enveloping his entire form. A long blade materializes in his hand. With a thunderous crash, he lunges forward, shattering the door, and instantly bursts into the room. The long blade, slicing through the air, produces a sound akin to the tearing of fabric, aimed straight at the seated bounty hunter. Luo Fengyi. However, at the moment the blade descends, the seated bounty hunter suddenly opens his eyes. There is no hint of panic in his gaze, as if he had anticipated this moment. Despite having awaited the opponent's move for many days, his vigilance had remained unwavering, perpetually on guard. At last, you're willing to strike. A flicker of delight dances in Luo Fengyi's eyes. He is unafraid of an ambush. Rather, he fears the adversary's continued concealment. Finally, the moment has arrived. Clang! The long blade collides with a silver-white shield. Though Xiao Shi's strike is powerful, and even with the shield's defense, Luo Fengyi is sent crashing against the wall. He is unable to achieve the same instant kill as he did with the previous two bounty hunters. Upon realizing that his strike has failed to eliminate the target, Xiao Shi surprisingly ceases his assault, turning to leave. This unexpected action causes Luo Fengyi to furrow his brow. He did not anticipate that the assailant would be so decisive, delivering one blow before retreating without a hint of hesitation or delay. After waiting so long for the opponent to act, he could not allow them to escape so easily. Without a moment's thought, he gives chase. Meanwhile, in another nearby dwelling, another bounty hunter, who has been monitoring the situation, immediately becomes aware of the commotion. The nameless night watchman has finally made his move. His eyes gleamed with anticipation as he began to closely monitor the situation. If he could ascertain the identity of this night watchman, their mission would be deemed a success. At that moment, he observed a figure charging into the room, only to immediately dash back out, running at full speed. Hot on his heels was Luo Fengyi. This person actually chose to flee? This was something he had not anticipated. He soon realized that the direction of the escape led straight towards his position. However, he dismissed it, brimming with confidence in his own concealment abilities. While ordinary bounty hunters excelled in disguise, he was not only adept at camouflage but also a master of stealth. The thought that the night watchman might be targeting him had never crossed his mind. Until the figure rushed with incredible speed to the front of his residence. When he suddenly sensed that something was amiss, bang! Xiao Shi crashed violently into the wall of the house, causing the entire structure to collapse. As he shattered the wall and burst into the room, he swung his long knife towards the bounty hunter inside. This completely caught the bounty hunter off guard. How did he discover my presence? His expression shifted dramatically, utterly blindsided by the revelation of his exposure. Faced with Xiao Shi's descending strike, his reaction was swift as he immediately retaliated. With a thunderous crash, he was sent flying backward by Xiao Shi's blow. who subsequently halted his pursuit, glancing back at the approaching bounty hunter. Upon witnessing that Xiao Shi had detected another bounty hunter, Luo Feng's pupils constricted in realization. He quickly understood Xiao Shi's intent. He aimed to gather them both in one fell swoop. To capture them all, damn it. How did he uncover our identities? Luo Feng recognized that they had underestimated this night watchman. Whether it was their disguises or stealth, it seemed ineffective in the presence of this adversary. The other bounty hunter's expression darkened as well. According to their plan, he merely needed to conceal himself in the shadows, confirm the opponent's identity, and there would be no need for him to engage. Even if Luo Feng were to perish, as long as he could ascertain the night watchman's identity and relay the information back to their organization, it would count as a success. But now, he had no choice but to join Luo Feng in the fray. It was either the night watchman or the two of them who would perish. There was no turning back from the glances exchanged between the two. Xiao Shi sensed their murderous intent. Although attacking both simultaneously carried certain risks, he was confident in his swamp formation. Moreover, from all angles of advantage and disadvantage, this was the option with the least drawbacks. With that thought, Xiao Shi resolutely retrieved the formation flag and plunged it into the ground. Instantly, a miasma of swamp gas began to seep forth from the area surrounding the flag, enveloping both bounty hunters within the formation's reach. The two were taken aback, realizing that the ground beneath them was beginning to soften. Furthermore, Xiao Shi produced a bamboo tube, from which a thick mist erupted and swiftly spread. The miasma rising from the ground had already obscured their vision, and now the newly appeared fog completely shrouded their sight, reducing visibility to a mere half-meter around them. Beyond that, everything was obscured by the mist. In an instant, Xiao Shi's figure vanished from the view of the two bounty hunters. Chapter 48. Execution. As the mist expanded, both bounty hunters instinctively covered their mouths and noses, fearing the fog might be toxic. It wasn't until the mist fully enveloped the area that they realized its primary effect was merely to obscure their vision. Being in such a fog where visibility was entirely blocked was terrifying enough, compounded by the ground beneath them continuing to soften and transform into a swamp. This made the two ninth-tier martial realm bounty hunters' expressions shift as they sensed the dire situation unfolding. Without the fog's concealment, they would have undoubtedly chosen to vacate the area, which was gradually turning into a swamp. But within the dense mist, they hesitated to act recklessly. At this moment, they could not see their enemy and were unaware of his precise location. To make any hasty movements could provide their opponent with an opportunity, increasing their peril. The best course of action was to hold their ground and guard against any surprise attacks. Yet, remaining stationary meant their bodies would continue to sink deeper into the swamp. This left the two bounty hunters in a difficult predicament, feeling that any choice would be disadvantageous. In just a short while, the swamp had already submerged their ankles. This won't do. Luo Feng realized they could not remain in the swamp any longer and contemplated a hasty escape. Yet, just as he was about to act, a sudden whistling sound pierced the air. A dagger was hurled from behind him, soaring through the air. Luo Feng immediately turned and struck out with a punch. Shattering the dagger into pieces, it was merely a common dagger, not a weapon of the martial realm, and posed no threat to him. However, it heightened Luo Feng's vigilance. As he was about to make a move, the enemy had already launched an attack. This made him reluctant to act further, keeping a watchful eye on his surroundings. The other bounty hunter was equally cautious, fearing an imminent ambush. Indeed, the combination of mist and swamp formation yields tremendous effects. Xiao Shi was positioned not far from the two bounty hunters. Although his vision was similarly restricted to half a meter due to the fog, the blood mark he had left on both of them allowed him to track their every movement. This was also why he had refrained from detonating the blood marks during his earlier attacks. Now, he didn't need to rush into action against them. He was waiting for their bodies to sink deeper. Once they had sunk to the point of immobility and could barely turn, it would be the perfect moment for him to strike. For now, Xiao Shi simply observed their movements. The moment they showed signs of wanting to escape the swamp, he would launch a ranged attack to intimidate the two bounty hunters, ensuring they dared not make any rash moves and remained on the defensive. The mist, while devoid of toxins and lacking lethality, could instill a sense of fear, making them hesitant to act. This synergized perfectly with the swamp formation. Gradually, the two bounty hunters found themselves sinking to their calves, both growing increasingly anxious, particularly when they discovered The swamp had a strong adhesive quality, prompting thoughts of fleeing, even at the risk of exposure. Initially, they believed the mist to be the enemy's trump card, with the swamp merely serving as a distraction. They thought the swamp would only make their movements somewhat cumbersome, with the mist being the primary obstacle. However, as they continued to sink, realizing that no matter how hard they tried, it was increasingly difficult to extricate their feet, they finally understood. They had misjudged the situation. The mist was merely a distraction. The swamp beneath them was the true threat. Damn it! What kind of swamp is this? Their expressions simultaneously twisted with panic as they struggled to pull their feet free. Unfortunately, it was too late. At this depth, they could no longer easily extricate themselves. Moreover, from a distance, Xiao Shi, upon seeing their movements, immediately hurled a barrage of weapons for ranged attacks, leaving them no opportunity to free their feet ensnared in the swamp. They could only sink deeper and deeper, and with each struggle, their descent quickened. In the blink of an eye, they had sunk to their thighs. At this point, they were still able to turn slightly, but their legs were entirely immobilized, just like Xu Fu before them. The difference was, Xiao Shi chose not to strike just yet. He continued to wait. When he had dealt with Xu Fu, he had seized the moment when the latter's legs were immobilized. But with these two bounty hunters, he needed to wait longer, until they sank to the level of their chests and could no longer turn, only able to glance around. At that moment, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Xiao Shi's eyes. Attack! In a swift motion, he stepped across the swamp, arriving right behind Luo Fangyi. Raising his long knife high, as he brought it crashing down, two marks coalesced upon the blade, both bursting forth simultaneously. One mark was formed from black ink stone, the half he had left after defeating the first bounty hunter, while the other mark was derived from Lingjin grass. The explosive force of these two marks gave Xiao Shi's downward strike incredible weight and terrifying sharpness. Tearing through the air as he descended, Luo Fangyi could distinctly feel the imminent threat from behind him, raising his hands to shield his head, while all the vitality around him coalesced into a formidable barrier. Swish! The long knife struck against the robust membrane formed by Luo Fangyi's vitality. Despite the tremendous weight and sharpness of the blow, even this thick barrier could not withstand it. Instantly, countless fissures spread across the membrane, followed by a thunderous crash as the vitality barrier shattered. The long knife continued its descent, not losing momentum, and with a sickening thud, it not only severed Luo Fangyi's arms raised in defense, but also embedded itself into his skull. Cleaving his head in two, Xiao Shi extended his hand, seizing the items that Luo Fangyi had dropped upon his demise, swiftly tossing them into his storage bag. With his long knife in tow, he rapidly charged towards another bounty hunter. From the initial encounter to this moment, nearly 2 minutes had elapsed. Xiao Shi needed to resolve the situation expeditiously and depart without delay. This urgency was precisely why he had decisively employed the black ink stone and Lingjin grass. Were he to engage in a protracted battle, it would require considerable time to breach their blood membrane. However, with the utilization of black ink stone and Lingjin grass, a single strike was sufficient to shatter the membrane. With a swift motion, he dispatched the other bounty hunter with a single blow. He collected the fallen items and uprooted the formation flags from the ground, turning on his heel without hesitation. Having only employed the swamp formation once, I successfully eliminated 2 9th-level martial artists. What a windfall! Xiao Shi felt a surge of exhilaration, his anticipation for the items they had dropped intensifying. Chapter 49. Astonishing gains after dispatching his foes. He calmly navigated his way back to the night patrol office, a task he had become exceedingly adept at. He changed into a clean set of garments and, filled with anticipation, opened his storage bag to retrieve the 2 items he had acquired. The bounty from this encounter was indeed substantial. Although only 2 items had been recovered, the possessions dropped by 9th-level martial artists were typically of exceptional quality, their value staggering. There was even a possibility that they might yield higher-tier Qi martial items. Xiao Shi was quite eager regarding this prospect. After all, while the kill had appeared effortless, it had indeed demanded considerable effort. Nothing was ever simple, particularly regarding the depletion of his items. The black ink stone and Lingjin grass had been completely exhausted, with only one use of the swamp formation remaining. Despite the depletion of resources, Xiao Shi firmly believed that the rewards were well worth the effort expended. The value of this haul would undoubtedly surpass that of the consumed items. His gaze fixated on the items before him. Information about them swiftly materialized in his mind. Name, Night Bloom. Type, celestial material. Grade, Qi Martial. Description, also known as moonlight. This rare treasure features green cylindrical stems, curling tendrils, and blooms for flowers resembling high-legged butterflies, either white or pink with faint green streaks. The floral arrangement is aromatic and blossoms at night, closing only at dawn. Note, as its name suggests, there will be a significant distinction between night and day. Xiao Shi's eyes sparkled with delight. Celestial materials were precisely what he currently lacked, and this particular material was distinct from the others he had encountered. It bore similarities to night frost dew, a celestial treasure that provided additional enhancements during nighttime. This would harmoniously align with his night tiger. Perhaps utilizing this celestial material would not only facilitate his fifth body refinement, but also enhance the training efficiency of the night tiger. This prospect invigorated Xiao Shi, as the night tiger's training had always progressed too slowly, and night frost dew was prohibitively expensive. If this celestial material could accelerate the night tiger's training, then its value alone would far surpass that of the black ink stone and lingjin grass he had consumed. Indeed, items dropped by 9th-level martial artists must be of exceptional quality. Xiao Shi's excitement surged within him. The first item had already provided him with considerable astonishment, and he eagerly turned his attention to the second item. The second item was not a celestial material but rather a black mask. Name, Emperor's Mask. Type, mask. Grade, Qi Martial. Description, this is the signature imperial garb of past emperors. It is said that assembling the complete set of imperial attire grants one the qualification to ascend as the new emperor. Note 1. The emperor's attire is comprised of 8 components, each corresponding to a martial realm. Note 2. Only those who have attained the pinnacle of the corresponding martial realm can don the imperial attire. Note 3. The emperor's mask can alter one's aura, creating an imperial presence that disregards all aura suppression and grants immunity to all toxins and miasmas. Note 4. The emperor's mask allows for maximum control over one's blood vitality, enabling rebirth through blood vitality. As Xiao Shi absorbed the information that appeared before him, his mind was alight with tumultuous excitement. The item he had just acquired was indeed astounding. It is actually one of the components of the imperial attire. While he was uncertain if the emperor represented the utmost existence in this world, the notes indicated that there were at least 8 martial realms within this world. After all, the imperial attire comprised 8 components, each linked to a specific martial realm. The mask he currently possessed corresponded to the first realm of martial arts, Qi Martial. Thus, at each realm, the imperial attire is virtually the finest item available. Xiao Shi's heart ignited with fervor. The value of this item was truly extraordinary, far surpassing that of any previously acquired possessions. To have obtained such high-quality items was a stroke of remarkable fortune. The thought of potentially collecting the complete set of imperial attire in the future was exhilarating. However, wearing the imperial attire posed its own challenges. Only those who achieved the pinnacle of their respective realm could don it. This pinnacle was not merely the strongest in a given region. It was likely the strongest in the entire world. This raised the stakes considerably. Becoming the most powerful Qi martial artist in the 7-star state was achievable with 9 body refinements. Yet in the broader context of the world, 9 refinements might not suffice to claim the title of the strongest. After all, there were certainly individuals who had accomplished 9 refinements. Xiao Shi realized he needed more items to enhance his strength. Without the emperor's mask, he might not have felt compelled to pursue ultimate strength. But now that he possessed it, if he could not wear it, it would lose its significance. Naturally, becoming the strongest Qi martial artist had now become his goal. I need more items. Xiao Shi felt an overwhelming urge to eradicate the surrounding malevolent forces. Yet he tempered his impatience. Regardless, he needed to achieve the 9th level in Qi martial first. Now, to initiate my 5th body refinement. Xiao Shi placed the emperor's mask into the storage bag and commenced body refinement using the celestial material, Night Bloom. He eagerly anticipated how much this refinement would accelerate the Night Tiger's training. Simultaneously, news of the demise of the 2 bounty hunters swiftly reached the Sanluo organization through their informants within Jinyun City. As the organization's steward, Kais were announced the information immediately upon receiving it. From this day forth, all bounty hunters are prohibited from entering Jinyun City. He had previously contemplated this course of action but had hesitated, hoping to give it one last chance. With the deaths of two ninth-level martial artists now confirmed, he fully recognized that Jinyun City had become an absolute no-go zone for bounty hunters. Entering would be tantamount to suicide. Meanwhile, the Sunluo organization's genius bounty list underwent a transformation. The second position was now occupied by the unnamed Night Watcher, just behind the first place, Xiao Shi. Although it was second, the aura of mystery surrounding the unnamed Night Watcher garnered widespread attention throughout the Seven Stars state. Everyone was astonished and perplexed. While the Sunluo organization's genius bounty list was not a symbol of honor, being listed was nonetheless a testament to one's strength and acknowledgement. Historically, those who appeared on the genius bounty list had names and identities. This was the first instance of a nameless figure ranking so high. Even Feiyuan Palace was equally shaken by this revelation in an instant. Not only did the Sunluo organization wish to uncover the identity of this unnamed Night Watcher, but various factions across the Seven Stars state also yearned to know. Chapter 50. Breakthrough. The head of the Night Patrol Office was now in a state of distress. Initially, he had merely intended to assist this mysterious powerhouse in diverting attention while leveraging his name to intimidate the Sunluo organization. Thus, he publicly announced that the bounty hunters had been killed by an unnamed bounty hunter. However, with the individual now ascending the genius bounty list, not only was Feiyuan Palace eager to discern this person's identity, but even the leader of the Chihu sect had grown curious about this nameless bounty hunter. This left the head of the Night Patrol Office in an awkward position. How on earth am I supposed to know who he is? Faced with incessant inquiries from all sides, he could only muster the courage to respond with a resolute declaration. I apologize. I promised the individual that I would not disclose their identity, and I shall not inform anyone, regardless of who it is. This is my commitment, and I will not betray it. Captain Ding, who was privy to the truth, gave a thumbs up in approval. Such integrity, Director. By the time Xiao Shi completed his fifth body refinement, it was already well into the night. As with previous refinements, his physical attributes had once again been enhanced, his vitality surging, and his strength further augmented. Although there was little change in his physique, his skin had grown increasingly radiant and hydrated. Especially noticeable in the darkness, he felt as if he were in a state of blooming, akin to the night bloom. Xiao Shi now possessed a profound affinity for the night, a sentiment that had only intensified following the Night Tiger's training. Thus, he found himself cherishing the night even more. Immediately, he attempted to practice the Night Tiger technique. In an instant, he felt a remarkable fluidity in his training that surpassed his previous experiences. It was even smoother than when he utilized the Night Frost Dew. This exhilarated Xiao Shi immensely. This round of body refinement not only enhanced his strength, but also resolved the sluggishness he had encountered in mastering the Night Tiger technique. With his current rate of progress, he believed he would soon elevate the Night Tiger technique to the 9th level, catching up to the pace of the Red Tiger art. Xiao Shi was filled with confidence regarding this prospect. Thus, during the remaining time, he devoted himself entirely to his training. By day, he practiced the Red Tiger art, and by night, he engaged in the Night Tiger technique. Occasionally, he would share drinks with his acquaintances among the night patrollers, such as Yang Zhen and Wang Changhuan, and also converse with Sun Qingzi about their shared idol. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye. In his chamber, as the 9th cycle of the Red Tiger art completed its rotation. Xiao Shi finally accomplished the ultimate refinement of the technique, thereby breaking through to the highest realm of the martial entry stage, the 9th level. Feeling the surging vitality within him, he experienced a terrifying surge of energy the moment he broke through. It was at least 4 or 5 times greater than before his breakthrough. Such overwhelming vitality made him confident that if he encountered the 2 bounty hunters of the 9th level of the martial entry stage from the Sunluo organization, he could defeat them even without relying on the swamp array. Typically, the vast majority of martial artists at the 9th level of the martial entry stage would reach the limits of their physical bodies and could no longer improve. However, for Xiao Shi, who focused on body refinement, his physical capabilities had no bounds. Even at the martial entry stage, he could undergo 4 more rounds of body refinement. Once he completed 9 rounds, he would be able to cultivate the 9 refinements of the diamond body, allowing his physical strength to surpass the martial entry stage and ascend to the realm of Qi martial. Next, I need the heavenly materials and earthly treasures for body refinement. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Xiao Shi's eyes. Having instilled fear in the Sunluo organization, no bounty hunters dared to enter Jinyun City any longer. Consequently, during the past month, he had not encountered any bounty hunters in the city. As for tasks, although he had completed 3, they were all relatively simple. 2 of the tasks were completed without any need for combat. Ultimately, he had not slain any martial artists above the 7th level of the martial entry stage, and he only obtained a low-quality pill that could enhance perception. After taking it, Xiao Shi did not feel a significant improvement. Despite the lack of substantial gains this month, his primary focus had been on training. Aside from successfully completing the 9th cycle of the Red Tiger art, he was also nearing the 9th level of the Night Tiger technique. This training speed was unprecedented within the entire Red Tiger sect. Even with daily use of the Night Frost Dew, such rapid progress was unattainable. Once he mastered the Night Tiger technique to the 9th level, his strength at night would triple compared to during the day now. With his cultivation reaching the 9th level of the martial entry stage, Xiao Shi was also prepared to eradicate the evil forces surrounding Jinyun City. Over the past month, he had gained considerable insight into the various factions nearby, allowing him to select suitable targets. For Xiao Shi, his primary focus in terms of killings would still be on slaying enemies or those who committed evil deeds. Though this was a chaotic world, he could not bring himself to indiscriminately kill without discernment. He still held a moral compass. Then, let's begin with the Wind Sand Stronghold. Xiao Shi quickly identified his target. The Wind Sand Stronghold was a den of thieves, where the brigands were known for their heinous deeds, making them easy prey with no moral burden. According to the intelligence he gathered, the strongest individual in this stronghold was merely at the 9th level of the martial entry stage. With no Qi martial presence, making it a perfect fit, that very night, Xiao Shi sprang into action. Currently, he was in a lull between tasks, with ample time to spare. He arrived directly at the Wind Sand Stronghold that night. The Den of Thieves was not far from Jinyun City, situated in a mountain hollow. As Xiao Shi, clad in the attire of a night patroller, appeared within the stronghold, numerous brigands surrounded him, their eyes gleaming with malice. Instead of fear, their faces were filled with murderous intent and greed, as they thought that by eliminating the patroller, they could exchange his corpse for a bounty from the Sanluo organization. Each of them was eager to take action. "Dare you intrude into our stronghold alone?" The leader of the Wind Sand Stronghold glared coldly. Upon noticing the energy fluctuations emanating from Xiao Shi, which indicated he was only at the 6th level of the martial entry stage, his killing intent surged. However, before he could command his men to attack, the night patroller, wearing a conical hat and a black scarf, was quicker on the draw, launching an assault in a flash. He moved like a streak of light, cutting down the surrounding brigands with ease. Seeking death, the leader of the Wind Sand Stronghold growled. Rushing forward, his 9th level of the martial entry stage erupted, and he, along with the other brigands, charged toward the night patroller. Xiao Shi's eyes burned with killing intent, filled with excitement and anticipation. Bohem. These brigands were nothing more than objects to be collected. Once he eradicated this stronghold, the rewards would undoubtedly be bountiful. Chapter 51. Inventory of goods. The night wind, like a blood-stained scythe, wafted through every corner of the Wind Sand Stronghold, carrying a pungent scent. Under the cover of darkness, the ground of the stronghold was soaked in crimson blood, littered with corpses. Thud! As the formidable body of the leader of the Wind Sand Stronghold collapsed. Xiao Shi casually collected the items that fell from him after death, tossing them into his storage bag. He then began to scour the area for more dropped items among the numerous corpses. There were only 4 brigands in the stronghold above the 7th level of the martial entry stage. The rest were beneath that level. In truth, even before Xiao Shi's breakthrough to the 9th level of the martial entry stage, he could have annihilated this stronghold with his prior strength. However, his cautious nature led him to believe he could ensure success only after reaching the 9th level. Now, in the extermination of the Wind Sand Stronghold, he found it to be utterly effortless. Each foe fell to a single strike. Even the leader of the Wind Sand Stronghold, a 9th level martial artist, met his end with just one blow. This risk-free, one-sided slaughter was precisely what Xiao Shi relished. As the saying goes, it is a delight to crush weaklings. The more one does it, the more delightful it becomes. Low risk, high reward. What a joy. In terms of numbers, the total count of brigands in the Wind Sand Stronghold was around 200. Xiao Shi was uncertain if he had slain them all, but none of those he had seen managed to escape. Collecting such a large haul of martial entry-level items was an unprecedented experience for him. Previously, his largest haul had been during his first task at Lue Mountain, where he only obtained 5 martial entry-level items and 1 chi martial item. This time, however, he had amassed over 200 martial entry-level items in one go. This left Xiao Shi feeling immensely invigorated. After eliminating all the brigands in the stronghold, he proceeded to loot the place. Although the slain brigands had yielded numerous items, he also planned to take whatever else the stronghold contained. Unfortunately, the stronghold was not wealthy. After searching around, he found nothing of significant value. However, he did stumble upon a peculiar scene within the stronghold. In a certain area, Xiao Shi was astonished to discover a multitude of corpses. At first glance, there were at least several hundred bodies, densely packed together. Moreover, each corpse bore a black nail embedded in its forehead. This eerie sight caused Xiao Shi to furrow his brow. Perhaps due to the effect of the nails, these corpses remained well preserved and showed no signs of decay. Why have they accumulated so many corpses here? Xiao Shi knew that the corpses of night patrollers could be exchanged for bounties with the Sunluo organization. But these bodies were not from patrollers. This puzzled him. It seems this bandit stronghold harbors undisclosed secrets. However, now that there were no living souls left in the stronghold, Xiao Shi was unable to uncover their secrets. After pondering for a moment, he decided to set the Wind Sand stronghold ablaze. Regardless of their purpose, he did not intend to leave these corpses behind. He would reduce them, along with the bandits of the stronghold, to ashes in the flames. All done. After completing these tasks, Xiao Shi swiftly moved away, leaving without a sound. About half an hour after his departure, 2 figures cloaked in black robes rushed over in haste. But by the time they arrived, the entire Wind Sand stronghold had already been reduced to a charred ruin. Damn! We arrived too late. The 2 looked at the desolate remains before them, their bodies trembling with rage. Upon receiving the distress signal from the leader of the Wind Sand stronghold, they had rushed here at the first opportunity, only to find it was too late. What infuriated them the most was that the person who had annihilated the Wind Sand stronghold had set the place ablaze. This made their hearts bleed. They did not care about the destruction of the stronghold, but the corpses within it were of utmost importance to them. Now, they had been completely consumed by fire. If I find out who did this, I will ensure they are torn to shreds. The 2 figures in black robes gritted their teeth in anger. Upon returning to Jinyun City, Xiao Shi began to tally his gains from this endeavor. Given the vast quantity of items, he first conducted a simple categorization. Among the weapons, there are 16 pieces, 27 medicinal pills, 32 types of materials, 5 martial arts manuals, and the remainder consists of various miscellaneous items. After completing the categorization, Xiao Shi further distinguished these items by quality, primarily dividing them into high quality and average quality. The majority of the items fall into the average quality category, with only 6 items classified as high quality. Xiao Shi then focused his attention on these 6 high-quality items. Name: Earthfire Grass. Type: Celestial Material. Grade: Entry Martial Level. Description: A rare herb that grows underground, possessing a hint of fire spirit energy. When absorbed, it can enhance the physical body. Note: Utilizes fire spirit energy to strengthen the physical form. Name: Bloodjade Coral. Type: Celestial Material. Grade: Entry Martial Level. Description: Resembling jade in shape and crimson in color. It lies hidden beneath the sea. Difficult to obtain without water-evading methods. Note: Grants certain underwater mobility upon use. Name: Body Protection Mirror. Type: Armor. Grade: Entry Martial Level. Description: Once worn, it can withstand a single strike from a formidable opponent in the martial realm. Note: Can only absorb 1 attack. Do not waste it. Name: Blood Chi Surge Pill. Perfect. Type: Medicinal Pill. Grade: Entry Martial Level. Description: When consumed, it can double the blood chi within a short period. Note: Effects last for only 1 minute. Name: Blood Rain Formation. Type: Formation. Grade: Entry Martial Level. Description: A powerful formation arranged by a master adept in formations. Infusing one's blood chi into the formation flags activates it. Note 1. The strength of the formation primarily depends on the amount of blood chi infused. The more blood chi, the stronger the formation. Note 2. The formation's range also depends on the blood chi infused. More blood chi leads to a larger formation area. Name: Warrior puppet. Type. Puppet. Grade. Entry martial level. Description. Crafted from various exquisite materials, this puppet possesses a sturdy body impervious to blades and arrows. When infused with blood chi, it can unleash varying levels of martial prowess. Note: controlled by blood chi. Xiao Shi gazed at these 6 high-quality items. 2 of the celestial materials were of great importance, enabling him to perform body tempering up to 7 times. With 2 more celestial materials, he could achieve the final 9 times of body tempering. As for the remaining items, the body protection mirror serves as a defensive tool that can withstand a strike from a martial realm opponent. The blood chi surge pill allows for a significant increase in blood chi within a limited time frame. The remaining formations and puppets also require blood chi for activation. Xiao Shi prepared to experiment with them to observe their specific effects. Chapter 52. Blood chi transformation. The primary distinction between the blood rain formation and the marsh formation lies in the absence of usage limitations for the former. The key to activating the blood rain formation is blood chi. As long as blood chi is infused into the formation flags, the formation can be initiated without concern for usage frequency. However, considering the formation's range, Xiao Shi deemed it wise to avoid testing it within the patrol headquarters. If the range were too extensive and attracted the attention of others, the consequences could be dire. Thus, he ventured outside the city to a secluded area, where he planted the formation flags into the ground to activate the formation. During his initial attempt, Xiao Shi infused only a modest amount of blood chi into the flags, resulting in a formation range of merely 100 meters. The instant the formation was established, crimson droplets began to fall from it. These blood-colored raindrops exhibited formidable corrosive and penetrating properties. Upon contact with the rocks and ground within this range, they not only pierced through, creating numerous holes, but also emitted a hissing sound of scorching. Xiao Shi pondered this and infused more blood chi into the formation flags. With a whoosh, the formation's range expanded to a full kilometer. The blood rain within the formation became denser, and its corrosive and penetrating power intensified remarkably. Engaging in combat within such a formation would undeniably grant Xiao Shi a significant advantage, shielding him from enemy assaults. However, when facing opponents at the 9th level of the martial realm, he would need to infuse additional blood chi. Otherwise, the blood rain's power might be insufficient to threaten them. Fortunately, Xiao Shi's current blood chi was abundant enough to maintain the formation without any strain. Once I set out to eradicate other malevolent forces, this formation will enable me to eliminate them on a grand scale, Xiao Shi mused, feeling quite satisfied with the formation. Next, he took out the warrior puppet. Towering at 2 meters, the puppet was humanoid in shape, with robust limbs and body. The use of this puppet also hinged on blood qi.as Xiao Shi infused blood chi into it. He could immediately manipulate the puppet with that energy. He attempted to control the puppet to strike at him with a punch. With a resounding clap, he caught the puppet's blow, assessing its strength. It's roughly equivalent to the power of a 6th-level martial realm practitioner. He endeavored to infuse more blood chi, directing the puppet to kick at him. Simultaneously, he retaliated with a kick of his own, resulting in a thunderous collision. If sufficient blood chi is infused, this puppet could unleash power comparable to a 9th-level martial realm practitioner. Xiao Shi's eyes sparkled. This meant he had effectively gained an additional ally at the 9th level of the martial realm, one that he could control without any issues in coordination. If paired with the blood chi surge pill, both the formation and the puppet would become even more formidable. With the formation and the puppet in his possession, Xiao Shi's overall strength received a considerable boost. After concluding his experiments, he returned to the patrol headquarters. Preparing for his 6th and 7th rounds of body tempering, he was eagerly anticipating this next round, as an additional enhancement would occur after the 6th tempering. The last enhancement had allowed him to manifest his blood chi at the 8th level of the martial realm, and he was keen to discover what kind of enhancement would arise this time. Within the patrol headquarters, in the director's office, 4 captains stood before the director, their faces etched with concern. The director furrowed his brow as well. Recently, the vicinity of Jinyun City had become increasingly unstable, with malevolent spirits emerging in abundance, hinting at a potential loss of control. Malevolent spirits had long been a threat to humanity, and the patrol members typically conducted regular purges to ensure the safety of Jinyun City. However, it had mostly been the responsibility of Team A to deal with the surrounding malevolent spirits. But now, with the surge of malevolent spirits, relying solely on Team A was becoming insufficient to manage the situation. Effective immediately. Teams B, C, and D shall join forces to cleanse the surrounding malevolent spirits and prevent their proliferation, the director proclaimed gravely. He was reluctant to involve the other three teams unless absolutely necessary. As even Team A's patrol members faced casualties against the powerful malevolent spirits, should the other teams join in, it was easy to envision significant losses among the patrol members. The director loathed to see such a scenario unfold. However, he had no choice. If the malevolent spirits spiraled out of control, the safety of Jinyun City would be directly threatened, with dire consequences. The emergence of so many malevolent spirits cannot be without cause. While purging them, we must also investigate the underlying reasons, the director instructed solemnly. Understood. The four captains nodded in unison. The sixth round of body tempering, successful. Xiao Shi felt the enhancement of his physique and the surge of blood qi. Even upon reaching the 9th level of the martial realm, his physical form continued to improve without limits. However, the most significant change this time was not in the enhancement of his body, but rather the explosive increase in blood qi. Among all his previous blood qi augmentations, the most substantial had been during his breakthrough from the 8th to the 9th level of the martial realm. Yet this time, the increase in blood qi was no less than that previous breakthrough, leaving Xiao Shi deeply astonished. He realized that the extra enhancement of the 6th round of body tempering was likely related to blood qi. With the surge of blood qi within him, when he attempted to release all of it outward, a magnificent crimson tiger head materialized around him. The vividly lifelike tiger head radiated majesty, its red eyes glaring fiercely as its massive maw opened wide, revealing razor-sharp fangs and emitting a silent roar. What is this? Xiao Shi's mind raced, drawing parallels to a special state achievable at the 9th level of the martial realm, blood qi transformation. This state could only be attained when blood qi reached an exceedingly formidable level, and those who could achieve it at the 9th level of the martial realm were exceedingly rare. The extra enhancement from the 6th round of body tempering is indeed blood qi transformation. Xiao Shi's heart raced with excitement. The elevation brought by blood qi transformation was akin to the initial manifestation of blood qi, if the latter could be considered the first realm of the 9th level of the martial realm. Then blood qi transformation represented the 2nd realm. The distinction lay in the fact that while anyone could achieve the manifestation of blood qi, only a minuscule portion of individuals could succeed in attaining blood qi transformation. Once the transformation of vital energy and blood into shadows is achieved, only those who can similarly accomplish this feat within the same realm can contend with Xiao Shi. The rest, those at the 9th level of the martial realm, appear as mere ants before him. This brings him a step closer to his aspiration of becoming the strongest in the martial realm. Chapter 53. Exchanging for elixirs, however, Xiao Shi is acutely aware that merely cultivating his physical body is far from sufficient to attain the title of the strongest in the martial realm. He needs to enhance himself in other aspects as well. Thus, he retrieves the 27 elixirs he had previously acquired. Among these, 5 are for healing wounds, while the remaining 22 are designed for various enhancements. Although their quality may not be exceptional, their quantity is considerable. Xiao Shi believes that accumulating strength through a plethora of elixirs will significantly bolster his prowess. He promptly begins to consume these elixirs one by one. After ingesting all 22, he can distinctly perceive an enhancement in his capabilities. While 1 or 2 elixirs may yield negligible improvements, the more he consumes, the greater his enhancement becomes. This realization assures him that the path of accumulating strength through numerous elixirs is indeed viable. In addition to the elixirs, he currently possesses 16 weapons of the martial level, 5 martial arts manuals, and 32 materials. The materials can effectively complement his dust seal, proving quite useful. Although the secret manuals are of an inferior yellow tier and some are unranked, Xiao Shi plans to select 2 combat manuals from the 5 for his cultivation. These include a manual for sword techniques and one for blade techniques. While these are not top-tier manuals, they will provide him with some understanding of swordplay and blade techniques, thus enhancing his combat effectiveness. Compared to the materials and martial arts manuals, the utility of the 16 weapons is somewhat limited. Typically, 1 weapon suffices, with perhaps 1 or 2 as spares. Any excess would merely gather dust. Additionally, apart from these weapons, Xiao Shi has a variety of miscellaneous items that are of little use to him. Retaining these items serves little purpose, and it would be best to sell them or exchange them for something more beneficial, such as elixirs. That very night, clad in black and donning a hood, Xiao Shi appeared at the treasure pavilion in the city. This establishment is the largest shop in Jinyun City, dealing in various goods and also purchasing items. Typically, night patrollers prefer the night patrol office for transactions, as it is more convenient and offers better prices than outside shops. However, Xiao Shi cannot choose to sell at the night patrol office, as doing so would leave a record, making it impossible for him to explain the origin of his items if questioned. Consequently, he opts to sell at a city shop. Nevertheless, even in the city shop, he has disguised himself and concealed his face. The treasure pavilion is accustomed to such patrons, as they encounter various customers daily, including those reluctant to reveal their identities. At this moment, the individual attending to Xiao Shi is a shrewd-looking middle-aged man with a mustache. Upon learning that Xiao Shi is there to sell items, he promptly summoned 2 professionals to appraise the goods' value. There are fewer people, Xiao Shi remarked, glancing at the 2. The mustached man, puzzled, watched as Xiao Shi presented 14 martial-level weapons, placing them all on the counter. The man's eyes brightened, realizing he was dealing with a significant client. His demeanor became even more polite, and he hastily called for more professionals to evaluate these martial-level weapons. The quality is exceptional. Craftsmanship exquisite, with no flaws whatsoever. These are the highest-grade martial-level weapons. The appraisers quickly provided their assessment. The mustached man was taken aback. If even one of these weapons were of such quality, he would not have been surprised. However, the fact that every weapon presented was of the highest standard left him astonished, leading him to instinctively deduce that this customer was likely an extraordinarily skilled smith. We are prepared to purchase these martial-level weapons at 2,000 martial coins each. What do you think? The mustached man inquired. 2,000 martial coins? Xiao Shi pondered for a moment. This price seemed reasonable, considering that shops could not match the prices offered at the night patrol office. Agreed. But I would prefer to exchange for goods, Xiao Shi replied. Very well, what would you like to exchange for? The mustached man maintained his smile. Elixirs. This time, Xiao Shi intended to trade his surplus items for elixirs that would enhance his strength. Aiming to accumulate power through a multitude of elixirs, the mustached man quickly presented a list of elixirs available in their shop, detailing the quality and prices of each. Soon, Xiao Shi noted that the highest quality elixir listed was merely of perfect quality, with no extraordinary grade elixirs available. Furthermore, there was only one perfect quality elixir, priced exorbitantly, regarded as the shop's treasure. While the 14 martial-level weapons he offered could secure this one perfect quality elixir, they would not suffice to acquire additional elixirs. Thus, he retrieved 5 or 6 more items from his storage bag that he had no use for, successfully exchanging them for nearly 40 elixirs. After leaving the treasure pavilion, he ventured to another shop, continuing to sell items in exchange for elixirs. Throughout that night, Xiao Shi traversed numerous shops in Jinyun City, exchanging goods at more than 10 establishments and acquiring over 100 elixirs. Even after obtaining such a substantial quantity, he still retained a considerable amount of surplus martial-level items. Xiao Shi was not in a rush to sell everything at once. He planned to wait a few days before seeking further exchanges for elixirs. Upon returning to his room, he proceeded with his 7th round of body refinement. With the successful completion of this session, both his physique and vital energy experienced a significant enhancement. When he attempted to release the vital energy from within, the crimson tiger head formed from it appeared more solid, clearer, and more imposing than before. I wonder what changes the 9th round of body refinement will bring. Xiao Shi mused, harboring a vague speculation that perhaps a 3rd realm would emerge after completing the 9th refinement. Of course, this was merely conjecture. The specifics could only be unveiled once he reached the 9th round of body refinement. After completing his refinement, Xiao Shi began to consume the more than 100 elixirs in his possession. Although most of these elixirs were of relatively low quality, he firmly believed that quantitative changes would lead to qualitative transformations. Upon sequentially ingesting these elixirs, his vital energy and physique experienced another tremendous enhancement. Xiao Shi understood that, while he may not yet be the strongest in the martial realm within this world, he had likely become a formidable force that few martial realm warriors in the entire 7-star prefecture could rival. Chapter 54. Sudden developments. Having tasted the sweetness of eliminating a malevolent force, Xiao Shi began to plan for the eradication of the next one. He was eager to become the strongest in the martial realm and don the martial emperor mask. Possessing such a treasure, yet being unable to utilize it, left him feeling restless, akin to a cat scratching at his heart. The next target will be the Blackwater Gang, Xiao Shi resolved. Based on his investigations, the Black Water Gang was significantly stronger than the Sandstorm Stronghold, boasting 2 warriors at the 9th level of the martial realm. He believed that the spoils from dismantling the Black Water Gang would be even more rewarding than those from the Sandstorm Stronghold. However, he would have to wait until the day after tomorrow to take action. Tomorrow, he would receive a new round of tasks. Xiao Shi had already devised a plan. Should he be assigned a time-consuming task? He would seek to exchange it with other night patrollers for one that could be completed within a day. This way, he would have ample time to gradually cleanse the surrounding malevolent forces. Early the next morning, Xiao Shi arrived at the assembly point for their Ding team. However, the atmosphere today seemed somewhat amiss. Many individuals wore expressions of worry. Xiao Shi had only witnessed such a scene during their first task as newcomers. Now, seeing most of the Ding team's night patrollers in similar states of distress raised his suspicions. What happened? Xiao Shi approached Yang Zhan and Wang Changhuan, his face etched with confusion as he inquired. Both of them appeared equally troubled. We've received word that malevolent spirits have been appearing frequently around Jinyun City, and the night patrollers of Team A are overwhelmed. It seems we in Team Ding may also need to participate in the eradication of these spirits. Malevolent spirits? Xiao Shi was taken aback. Upon his arrival in this world, he had heard tales of the horrors posed by malevolent spirits. His friend Fu Chun had once encountered such a spirit while on a mission and suffered grievously. Although he understood the fear surrounding them, he had yet to confront one himself. Malevolent spirits are inherently difficult to deal with. Even the night patrollers of Team A often suffer casualties during their eradication efforts. If we are to confront these spirits, the losses will surely be greater. Yang Zhan stated gravely. What level of strength do malevolent spirits typically possess? Xiao Shi inquired, intrigued. The weakest class of malevolent spirits possesses strength comparable to the 5th level of the martial realm. Most importantly, these spirits tend to appear in groups. Solitary instances are rare. If luck is not on our side and we encounter a semi-corporeal malevolent spirit, it could spell disaster. Wang Changhuan elaborated to Xiao Shi. Semi-corporeal malevolent spirits? Xiao Shi possesses scant knowledge regarding the information about malevolent spirits and is unaware of what a semi-formed malevolent spirit entails. Malevolent spirits are generally categorized into 3 types: juvenile spirits, semi-formed malevolent spirits, and fully formed malevolent spirits. Juvenile spirits are akin to the martial entry realm among humans. Semi-formed spirits are comparable to the Qi martial realm. Fully formed spirits correspond to the blood martial realm, Wang Changhuan added. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Shi's expression shifted dramatically. Are you implying that we may encounter malevolent spirits on par with the Qi martial realm? Indeed, Yang Zhan affirmed with a nod. Not only is there a possibility of encountering semi-formed malevolent spirits, but fully formed ones have also been reported. Should we encounter such entities, survival is utterly hopeless. Xiao Shi's countenance darkened. This is perilously dangerous. Initially, he had thought that with his current strength, if these malevolent spirits were merely equivalent to the martial entry realm, he need not worry about any threats. The martial entry realm level, nothing could pose a risk to him. However, to his dismay, the existence of spirits comparable to the Qi martial realm, or even the blood martial realm, was a grave threat. Meanwhile, Captain Ding, known for his squinting eyes, arrived at that moment. Typically, his squinting eyes bore a smile, but today, his expression was notably grave. Casting a glance around the group, he stated solemnly, I trust you have all heard that malevolent spirits have been emerging frequently. Our 4 night patrol teams will be exerting all efforts to eradicate the surrounding malevolent spirits henceforth. Your task will be to eliminate malevolent spirits in the vicinity of Jinyun City. As Ding spoke, the expressions of the numerous night patrol members turned somber. Xiao Shi couldn't help but curse inwardly, damn. His primary concern was his own safety, and this operation seemed exceedingly perilous. If given a choice, he would certainly opt out of such a risky endeavor. Yet, it was evident that this operation required the participation of all night patrol members. Soon, Ding elaborated on the specific arrangements for the operation. Their team was primarily responsible for clearing the malevolent spirits in the southern region of Jinyun City, which, comparatively, harbored the fewest malevolent spirits. Shortly, the members of Ding's team would collectively set out towards this area. Any night patrol member above the 5th level of the martial entry realm was required to join. Although this operation posed a considerable danger for Ding's night patrol members, the rewards in terms of contribution points would be substantial. Merely eliminating a malevolent spirit on par with the 5th level of the martial entry realm would yield 300 contribution points, while one comparable to the 6th level would grant 400 points. And so forth. This was indeed an opportunity to amass a significant amount of contribution points. Danger and opportunity have always coexisted. Under Ding's arrangements, many members of Ding's team departed from Jinyun City, heading towards the southern region. Throughout the journey, Xiao Shi's mood remained heavy. Although he had ascertained through his inquiries that the likelihood of encountering semi-formed or fully formed malevolent spirits was minimal, the threat still loomed. With my current strength and the numerous items I possess, should I encounter a semi-formed malevolent spirit, I should still have a chance to survive. However, if faced with a fully formed malevolent spirit, it would undoubtedly be a dead end. Xiao Shi wore a look of melancholy. This sudden development not only disrupted his plans to eradicate local malevolent forces, but also rendered his situation far from secure. After a period of travel, the members of Ding's team soon arrived at their destination. It was an expansive plain. Upon arrival, they swiftly established a camp. Now you may form your own teams. When night falls, we shall commence our operations, the captain of Ding's team announced. For this operation against the malevolent spirits, they would be working in teams, each limited to 6 members. Everyone was free to form their own groups. Old Xiao, don't worry too much, we found a strong ally. Come join our team, and it should be quite safe, Yang Zhen reassured as he and Wang Changhuan led him to a robust night patrol member. Brother Luo, we 3, along with your 2 companions, make up a perfect team of 6, what do you say? Chapter 55. Malevolent Spirits. Xiao Shi scrutinized the burly night patrol member before him. Gauging the fluctuations of his vitality, he discerned that this was a night patrol member at the 8th level of the martial entry realm. There were not many at the 9th level within Ding's team. Both Yang Zhen and Wang Changhuan were at the 7th level. For them, an 8th level night patrol member was indeed a valuable asset. Brother Wang Luo's gaze soon fixed on Xiao Shi. Noticing that Xiao Shi's vitality was still at the 5th level of the martial entry realm. Nearing the 6th level, it was clear he was the weakest in their group. The other 2 night patrol members beside Wang Luo were also at the 7th level. However, Wang Luo did not show any disdain. With a generous nod, he replied, "No problem." "Thank you, Brother Luo." Yang Zhen and Wang Changhuan expressed their gratitude. They understood well that, under normal circumstances, Xiao Shi's 5th level martial entry realm prowess would preclude him from joining their team. Even if Wang Luo were to decline, it would be entirely reasonable in such a perilous operation. No one would wish to bring along someone whose strength was insufficient. Yet Wang Luo was quite loyal. Smiling as he said, "We're all brothers here. No need for pleasantries." Yang Zhen patted Xiao Shi on the shoulder. "With a strong ally like Brother Luo, you should feel reassured, right?" Xiao Shi forced a smile that conveyed a semblance of reassurance. As night descended, the many night patrol members in the camp had successfully formed their teams. This cooperative approach alleviated the tension many felt within. Once darkness enveloped the land, move out. At the captain's command, the various teams set forth. The choice to operate under the cover of night was twofold. Firstly, because night was when night patrol members were at their most formidable. Secondly, because malevolent spirits favored nocturnal activities. Xiao Shi's 6-member team promptly initiated their operation. Centering their activities around the camp, they patrolled the surrounding area to eliminate any encountered malevolent spirits. Under the cloak of night, the agility and clarity of vision of these night patrol members were akin to fish in water. Fluid and graceful, as they continued their patrol, they ventured further from the camp. The evening breeze carried a chill, resonating through the air. After a while, their 6-member team stumbled upon a desolate village. According to intelligence, such wilderness villages are the most likely to harbor malevolent spirits, Yang Zhen whispered to the group. Although it was their first time eradicating malevolent spirits, they had all done their homework beforehand and had gained some understanding of their emergence. "Let's take a closer look," Wang Luo said gravely. They cautiously approached the abandoned village. The darkness did not hinder their vision. Rather, it sharpened it soon. They spotted, at the entrance of the village, an ethereal figure appeared. This specter seemed to exist between the realms of illusion and reality, possessing a pale, bloodless face, with equally colorless eyes devoid of pupils. Furthermore, it lacked legs, hovering approximately 30 centimeters above the ground. Drifting slowly, 0.3 vertical lines adorned its forehead, signifying its strength was equivalent to a human at the 7th level of the martial entry realm. It was indeed a malevolent spirit. Brother Luo, shall we engage? The group looked towards Wang Luo.as, the strongest member of their team. He naturally had the final say. Wang Luo pondered for a moment before nodding. Since we've encountered it, we must eliminate it. However, I fear there may be more malevolent spirits lurking within the village. We must act swiftly. Understood. The others nodded in agreement. Xiao Shi, you stay here and keep an eye on the surroundings. If anything occurs, make sure to notify us promptly, Wang Luo instructed. Prior to their departure, they had established clear roles, with Xiao Shi primarily tasked with monitoring the area for any disturbances. Given his 5th level martial entry realm cultivation, he would not contribute significantly in combat. It was more prudent for him to remain hidden and serve as their lookout. After issuing these instructions, Wang Luo led the other 4 towards the malevolent spirit at the village's entrance. Xiao Shi observed from a distance, focusing on the combat style of the malevolent spirit. Though the spirit lacked legs, its speed and agility were unaffected, exhibiting remarkable quickness. Upon sensing the approaching 5 members, the malevolent spirit raised its head and emitted a sharp shriek. Waves of sound energy radiated from its mouth, impacting Wang Luo and the others, causing their bodies to tremble and their limbs to weaken, their minds throbbing painfully and their speed diminishing under the assault. Before Wang Luo and his comrades could close in, the malevolent spirit swiftly pivoted and charged towards them. Its hands rapidly expanded, transforming into 2 enormous black claws that tore through the air. Engaging in combat with Wang Luo and the others, its tremendous strength held its ground against Wang Luo's onslaught. Moreover, the malevolent spirit's body proved remarkably resilient. When Yang Zhan and the others struck it with their martial-grade weapons, it was akin to striking a solid rock, producing showers of sparks, unable to breach the creature's formidable form at first strike. Incredible speed, powerful attacks, and astonishing defense, not to mention its unique soundwave assault. Xiao Shi realized that the malevolent spirit was far more formidable than he had anticipated. At first glance, there appeared to be hardly any weaknesses. Even when besieged by the crowd, it remained unfazed. Moreover, this was merely a malevolent spirit equivalent to the 7th stage of martial entry. The combat prowess of a malevolent spirit evidently surpasses that of martial artists at the same realm. It possesses the ability to engage in combat beyond its level. Xiao Shi's eyes narrowed slightly. The vertical mark on the malevolent spirit's forehead signified its stage of development. A newly born malevolent spirit bears a single vertical mark, roughly comparable to a human at the 5th stage of martial entry. With each additional mark, it indicates an elevation to a higher stage. Xiao Shi had not anticipated that a 3-mark malevolent spirit, akin to a human at the 7th stage of martial entry, would actually possess the strength to contend with an 8th stage opponent. However, as the battle progressed, Xiao Shi gradually discerned the malevolent spirit's vulnerability. It seems its intelligence is rather low. He observed that this malevolent spirit focused solely on attacking Wang Luo, completely disregarding the others, which allowed it to be continuously targeted by their assaults. While its body was formidable, it began to falter under the relentless onslaught. Cracks gradually spread across its entire form. Subsequently, under the combined efforts of the group, a thunderous explosion erupted as the malevolent spirit's body was obliterated, successfully vanquished by the 5 of them. They then realized that while the malevolent spirit was indeed powerful, its lack of intelligence constituted its greatest flaw. As Xiao Shi gazed upon the spirit's corpse, he couldn't help but ponder that, given the spirit's strength, the likelihood of it dropping high-quality items upon defeat should surpass that of a martial artist. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes. Originally, according to his plan, he was supposed to eradicate the evil forces surrounding Jinyun City to acquire the final 2 precious materials, thereby completing his ultimate 9 rounds of body refinement. However, this endeavor to exterminate the malevolent spirits left him with no time to eliminate the surrounding evildoers. Thus, he could only obtain the desired items by slaying these malevolent spirits. After all, he could not merely stand by and watch as the 5 of them dealt with the spirits. He too had to take action. Yet, given his current status as a 5th-stage martial artist, he certainly could not reveal himself openly. After much contemplation, Xiao Shi devised a reasonable approach for his involvement. Chapter 56. The mysterious figure after dealing with the malevolent spirit at the village entrance. Wang Luo and the others turned their gazes toward the desolate village ahead. "Shall we proceed, Luo Go?" they inquired, looking at Wang Luo. "Let us continue." Wang Luo's eyes sparkled with determination. Although this mission carries certain risks, it also presents a significant opportunity to amass a substantial amount of contribution points. While the malevolent spirits are formidable, their lack of intelligence means that as long as we exploit this weakness, their defeat should not pose much difficulty. The group nodded in agreement. The 3-mark malevolent spirit they had just vanquished was worth 500 contribution points. After internal allocation, Wang Luo, being the strongest among them, would receive a larger share of the contribution points, while they would also grant some to Xiao Shi, who remained on guard. The remaining 4 members would split their points equally, although this distribution meant that besides Wang Luo, the others would receive less than 100 points each. If they continued to slay more spirits, their cumulative rewards would still be substantial. After all, opportunities to earn contribution points like this were rare. Contribution points not only determined their eligibility for promotion to inner disciples, but also served as a vital resource for acquiring powerful techniques, weapons, and elixirs. They valued this greatly, deeming the risk worthwhile. With that in mind, the 5 of them strode decisively into the desolate village, intent on slaying more malevolent spirits. The village was in a state of disrepair, with dilapidated stone houses of varying heights stretching toward the horizon. Their weathered roofs adorned with time-worn tiles. The path leading into the village was a compacted dirt road, which turned muddy during the rains, while the village was overgrown with weeds. Under the cloak of night, the entire village exuded an eerie atmosphere. The 5 of them moved cautiously through the village. "Look!" Wang Chong suddenly pointed ahead. Before them roamed a malevolent spirit, judging by the vertical mark on its brow. It was a 2-mark spirit, equivalent to a human at the 6th stage of martial entry. However, its combat strength could easily rival that of a 7th stage martial artist. The group's eyes brightened. Having successfully defeated a 3-mark spirit previously, they felt no pressure against this 2-mark spirit. It was almost as if it was a gift. Nevertheless, they did not underestimate it and prepared to engage with full force. Compared to the earlier 3-mark spirit, this 2-mark spirit was evidently weaker and posed no challenge to Wang Luo. It was unable to even utter a sound before being swiftly dispatched by Wang Luo and the others. Yet another bounty of contribution points was secured. The group felt invigorated, realizing that malevolent spirits were not as formidable as they had initially thought. After vanquishing 3 2-mark spirits in quick succession, the contribution points they had amassed equaled that of completing a level 4 mission. This success emboldened them further. Upon encountering a 3-mark spirit in the village, they acted decisively, drawing from their previous experience. They made Wang Luo the primary attacker, diverting the spirit's attention solely to him, while the others launched their assaults from the side. This 3-mark spirit, like the one at the village entrance, ignored the other attackers once it had locked onto Wang Luo. However, they neglected to consider that they were no longer at the entrance, but deep within the village. Boom! As the 3-mark spirit collided with one of the stone houses, causing it to crumble, malevolent spirits scattered throughout the village raised their heads in unison, akin to sharks sensing blood in the water, and surged toward them with astonishing speed. In mere seconds, 6 or 7 malevolent spirits appeared near Wang Luo and his companions, with even more converging from the distance. "This is bad." The expressions of the group shifted dramatically, instinctively wanting to retreat. Yet, it was too late. The encroaching malevolent spirits surrounded them completely, among them a spirit bearing 4 vertical marks on its forehead, equivalent to a human at the 8th stage of martial entry. However, its combat prowess far exceeded that of an 8th stage martial artist. Wang Luo and his companions' faces turned ashen. This scenario was undeniably a death trap. Though malevolent spirits lacked intelligence, their terrifying strength rendered any chance of survival impossible when surrounded by so many. Frustration, regret, and a multitude of emotions intertwined in their hearts. Their earlier smooth progress had lulled them into complacency, and this misstep had plunged them into a dire predicament. Despair clouded their eyes as more and more malevolent spirits gathered around them, soon numbering over 20, with the weakest among them being 2-mark spirits, alongside 2 formidable 4-mark spirits. Just the presence of these 2 4-mark spirits was beyond their capacity to confront, let alone the multitude of other spirits. Fear and hopelessness erupted within them, each feeling the chilling gaze of countless white, pupil-less eyes upon them. sending shivers down their spines. Just as the malevolent spirits were about to strike, a thunderous crash echoed through the air. A figure suddenly surged forth from behind the malevolent spirits, crashing into 4 or 5 of them and sending them flying. Among those struck were both 2-mark and 3-mark spirits, with the 3-mark spirit sustaining extensive cracks across its surface upon impact. The 2-mark spirit disintegrated entirely during its flight. The assault created a gap in the encirclement, allowing the figure to break through. Wang Luo and his companions stared in astonishment at the newcomer. It was a towering figure, at least 2 meters tall, cloaked in a long black robe, wearing a hood that obscured its face, and a black scarf that concealed its features. It resembled a majestic mountain, standing resolute before the 5 of them, drawing the attention of all the malevolent spirits toward its imposing form. Without uttering a word, the mysterious figure launched into action. An astonishing aura of energy radiated from it as it stepped forward. Appearing before one of the 4-mark spirits, raising a fist, it collided violently with the spirit's enlarged black claw. With a deafening crash, Wang Luo and his companions were horrified to see even the formidable 4-mark spirit was shattered under the force of the mysterious figure's punch, sent flying and ultimately bursting apart in midair from the sheer power of the blow. Chapter 57. Great Harvest. On the rooftop, Xiao Shi gazed into the distance. With his current vision, he could clearly discern the unfolding scene. Even from a considerable distance, he could even see the 4-mark malevolent spirit disintegrating in midair, dropping its items upon demise. Indeed, it works. Xiao Shi's eyes brightened. Previously, he had been uncertain whether the kills made through controlling the warrior puppet would yield items. Now, having confirmed its effectiveness, he harbored no more doubts. In truth, the kills achieved through controlling the warrior puppet were akin to those he accomplished with his weapon. To some extent, the warrior puppet can be likened to another weapon in his arsenal. It is not solely through fists and feet that one can acquire spoils. The kills achieved by the warrior puppet are indistinguishable from those accomplished by other weapons. Naturally, they will all yield rewards. Consequently, he can manipulate the warrior puppet from a distance with peace of mind. Systematically eliminating these malevolent spirits, this represents the most optimal approach he has conceived. By commanding the warrior puppet, he need not fret about exposing his vulnerabilities. Moreover, the warrior puppet will still drop items upon defeating foes. Fortuitously, there is no shortage of malevolent spirits in this vicinity. Xiao Shi is confident that vanquishing these spirits will undoubtedly yield substantial gains. He immediately began to control the warrior puppet remotely, launching a campaign against these apparitions. The sound of explosions reverberated throughout the village. Enveloped entirely in a black cloak, the warrior puppet resembled a ravenous wolf infiltrating a flock of sheep, initiating a one-sided massacre. The malevolent spirits, formidable in the eyes of Wang Luo and his companions, appeared utterly fragile before it, collapsing with a mere punch. Even the formidable 4-slashed malevolent spirits, far surpassing an 8th-layer martial artist, could not withstand a single blow from the warrior puppet. In an instant, the malevolent spirits within the village were annihilated, leaving none alive. The ground was littered with their corpses. Wang Luo and his companions stared in stunned silence, as if turned to stone. What should have been a fatal predicament for them was effortlessly resolved by the opponent. Too powerful. Wang Luo's voice trembled slightly. He had encountered 9th-layer martial artists before, but none had exhibited such terrifying combat prowess. This realization dawned upon him. Even among the 9th-layer martial artists, this individual was among the most elite, the strongest of their kind. Hidden beneath the shroud of the black cloak, they were entirely unable to discern that the towering figure before them was not a living being, but a mere puppet. They all believed it to be a formidable 9th-layer martial artist. Meanwhile, as the numerous malevolent spirits met their gruesome end, thick mists suddenly rose from the village, swiftly enveloping the surroundings. Wang Luo and his companions were taken aback, hastily gathering closely together. What is happening? Their vision was rapidly obscured by the suddenly materializing mist, limiting their sight to a mere half-meter. For a moment, they dared not move, remaining on high alert. Within the mist, the form of the warrior puppet stood motionless. Xiao Shi had already stepped into the fog. Although, like the others, he was hindered by the mist, he had memorized the locations of the fallen spirits prior to taking action, as long as he could locate the warrior puppet. He would know where the malevolent spirits had perished, even amidst the fog. Before commanding the warrior puppet, he had left a blood mark upon it, allowing him to effortlessly find it within the murky shroud. Centering his attention on the location of the warrior puppet, he began to collect the items dropped by the slain spirits in the vicinity. These items, however, required his personal retrieval, as they could not be picked up directly by the warrior puppet. Shielded by the mist, he harbored no concerns about revealing himself. After gathering all the items dropped by the deceased spirits and stowing them in his storage pouch, Xiao Shi quickly departed alongside the warrior puppet. Once the fog dissipated, Wang Luo and his companions discovered that the mysterious strongman had vanished, leaving only a field strewn with the corpses of malevolent spirits. Until that moment, they remained in a daze, feeling as though they had just awakened from a dream. After a brief silence, Yangzhen finally spoke up, "Luo Gu, can we take these corpses?" Following their extermination of the malevolent spirits, they needed to bring back the bodies, especially the heads, for only the vertical mark on the foreheads of the spirits could attest to the strength of the spirits they had slain. This was essential for them to receive the corresponding contribution points. Although they had not personally dispatched these spirits, as long as they brought the corpses back, it would still count as their kills. Yang Zhan's words sparked a realization among the others, their eyes alight with fervor. So many malevolent spirits represented a significant haul. Yet, there lingered a layer of apprehension in their hearts, fearing that taking the corpses might displease the enigmatic strongman, necessitating careful consideration. Wang Luo also pondered cautiously for a long while before finally saying, "This mysterious strongman is likely not one of the Night Watchers. Among our Night Watchers, there are only a handful who are tall and possess the strength of a ninth-layer martial artist, and I have encountered them all. Although similar in stature, there are still distinctions. Since this mysterious strongman did not take the corpses of the malevolent spirits upon leaving, I believe he is indifferent to them. He should not resent our taking them." The group nodded in agreement. If the individual was not a Night Watcher, then these corpses would hold little allure for him. This realization ignited a wave of excitement within them. So many corpses of malevolent spirits, and among them, 2 4-slashed malevolent spirits. Such a bounty was beyond what their team could typically acquire. They were immensely grateful to the sudden appearance of this mysterious strongman, who not only saved them but also bestowed upon them a tremendous reward. Regrettably, the figure had said not a word. After vanquishing the malevolent spirits, he had simply departed, leaving them no opportunity to express their gratitude. Consequently, after collecting all the corpses, they exited the village together. As they emerged, they spotted Xiao Shi outside the village, his face etched with concern as he paced anxiously. Upon seeing them, Xiao Shi let out a sigh of relief. He hurried forward, saying, "Earlier, I caught sight of a figure entering the village. His speed was so swift that I could hardly discern him. He appeared quite formidable. I intended to notify you, but before I could enter, mist enveloped the village. Now that I see you are unharmed, I can finally relax." Yang Zhan chuckled heartily, patting Xiao Shi on the shoulder. "Old Xiao, we've struck it rich this time." "Oh." Xiao Shi's eyes brightened. "Have we made some significant gains?" "Indeed." Wang Luo's spirits were equally high. "This is a bounty far beyond the capabilities of our team."